Chapter 45. At the century lifespan immortality peach tree, boom. On one side were the natives guarding the tree, and on the other side were the outsiders fighting for it. Ferocious beasts roared and started fighting. At Meng Tai's shout, nearly everyone's eyes turned red with envy. The outsiders all rushed forward one after another. This was because the outcome of this decisive battle would definitely be decided. Furthermore, the person at the very front had the highest chance of obtaining the golden immortality peach. Although it was dangerous, it was worth the gamble for the golden immortality peach. Chen Tianshan had been fighting for several days already. Now, his eyes were bloodshot. Like most people, he roared and controlled the huge bull to charge forward at full power. "Senior Chen, wait!" Gao Xianji exclaimed, her expression changing. However, she could not stop Chen Tianshan's crazy charge to the very front at this moment. Gao Xianji showed an unsightly expression. She wanted to tell Chen Tianshan not to charge forward too ferociously. However, everyone was now united. She could not allow Gao Xianji to say anything discouraging. Otherwise, she would become the target of everyone. "Gao Xianji, quick! We will definitely be able to crush them this time." "Ha!" Chen Tianshan excitedly charged to the very front. He wanted to be the first to obtain the golden immortality peach. Roar! A ferocious look flashed in the eyes of the ninth young master on the nine-headed snake. He swung his large tail and commanded all the natives to start fighting. Chen Tianshan was in the fastest group of people. Gao Xianji showed an anxious expression, but she could not stop Chen Tianshan. She could only helplessly follow him. As the initiator of this general attack, Montez controlled the huge dragon to slow down. The elite hall disciples followed beside Montez. Soon, Montez's army fell to the very back. Montez watched the battle at the very front with a cold expression. The natives, Chen Tianshan, and the other hot-blooded people were the first to clash. Rumble! Roar! 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 The cloud beasts at the very front suddenly bit ferociously. The cloud beasts at the back pushed forward with all their might. The ninth young master and Montez stood at the ends of the battlefield, coldly watching the center of the battlefield. Ah! 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 At the center of the battlefield, many cloud beasts were defeated, and many cultivators fell. Chen Tianshan faced an incomparably ferocious cloud tiger, which was even stronger than Chen Tianshan's giant bull. Boom! 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 After a series of attacks, Chen Tianshan was about to lose. As Chen Tianshan looked at the nearby golden immortality peach, dissatisfaction appeared on his face. "No, no, why? Roar!" Chen Tianshan roared unwillingly. Boom! With a swipe of his claws, Yunhu tore open the giant bull's neck and bit down. "Get lost! Get lost!" Chen Tianshan screamed in despair. "Am I going to lose my chance? Am I going to lose my chance? Give up the golden chess piece and fall from the sky? Or was he eaten by Yunhu?" As expected, after the giant bull was defeated, Yunhu swallowed and the giant bull was sucked into Yunhu's mouth. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You can't eat me." Chen Tianshan roared as he glared, refusing to let go of the golden ghost stone. It looked like Chen Tianshan would end up in the tiger's belly. Boom! With a loud bang, a dragon's tail slammed into the cloud tiger's body. The cloud tiger suddenly froze. "Quickly let go. Chen Tianshan, you lost. Quickly jump over to me." Gao Xianji shouted angrily. Chen Tianshan turned his head to look at Gao Xianji. When he saw Gao Xianji's wide-eyed expression, he startled awake. "Roar!" Yunhu roared and sped up its consumption. Whoosh! Yunhu swallowed up the giant bull and the golden ghost stone. However, Chen Tianshan gave up at the last moment and jumped out. Bang! Gao Xianji immediately caught Chen Tianshan. Roar! The winged dragon roared, wanting to retreat. Rumble! Immediately, 7 or 8 cloud beasts in the surroundings attacked Gao Xianji at the same time. Aside from the natives, there were also attacks from the outsiders. "Kill all those who retreat," the outsiders shouted coldly from behind. The winged dragon was sandwiched between thousands of cloud beasts. At this moment it was pincered. It could only advance and could not retreat. However, if it advanced, the cloud beasts in front would be extremely ferocious. It could only be used as cannon fodder. "Chen Tianshan, in order to save you, you got me into trouble this time," Gao Xianji said bitterly. Gao Xianji could only deal with the pincer attack. Previously, she was in an alliance, but now they were all fighting for themselves. After all, this was only a temporary alliance, and could not last long. When they saw Gao Xianji in danger, no one came to save her. However, the winged dragon fought ferociously. Despite being pincered by two cloud beasts, it could still counterattack, managing to avert danger time and time again. Gao Xianji was already covered in sweat. After all, she faced too many cloud beasts. At this moment, Chen Tianshan woke up completely. As Chen Tianshan looked at the countless cloud beasts around him while he was in the center of the most danger, he felt deep regret. "I let my greed get to my head. I'm sorry, Gao Xianji," Chen Tianshan said bitterly. "Now is not the time to speak nonsense. If only the division master were here. With the division master's Go skills, he would definitely be able to produce a super cloud beast," Gao Xianji sighed as she ran for her life. Gao Xianji did not know how long she could last. Even if Gao Xianji's cloud beast was huge, she could not endure facing 10-odd cloud beasts. What should she do if the winged dragon lost? Gao Xianji felt anxious and uneasy. However, Chen Tianshan no longer had a cloud beast. Now that he had some free time, he turned his head to look at Carefree Valley. Suddenly, Chen Tianshan's eyes widened. At this moment, flames soared into the sky from Carefree Valley like a volcano erupting. The fiery light soared into the sky, looking incredibly dazzling. "Oh no! Oh no! Something happened to the division master!" Chen Tianshan exclaimed. "What?" Gao Xianji's expression changed as she turned her head to look. She happened to see the huge fire. Boom! 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 Roar! While Xiao Chen was distracted, the winged dragon suffered several severe injuries. It cried out miserably as its figure swayed, nearly falling. Gao Xianji's expression immediately turned unsightly. She had no choice but to control the winged dragon to fight. However, the winged dragon seemed to be injured, struggling with increasing difficulty. "This winged dragon can't hold on for much longer. Kill it. If I eat the winged dragon, my cloud beast will definitely strengthen by several folds. Since the winged dragon can't hold on, rather than benefiting these natives, why not benefit us?" Both sides stared at the winged dragon with bloodshot eyes, wanting to eat it. Even Montez and the 9th young master behind the two sides showed fervent eyes as they slowly approached the winged dragon. "Division Master. How is the Division Master?" Gao Xianji asked anxiously, sweating profusely. "I see it. That's the Division Master." The Division Master started the fire. "The Division Master is fine. It seems that Xiaro has fainted," Chen Tianshan exclaimed, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "The Division Master is fine? That's great." Gao Xianji showed joy on her face. Boom! 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 After a series of attacks, the winged dragon suffered more injuries. It looked like it could not hold on for much longer. "Gao Xianji, how are you? What should we do?" Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. "Division Master, save me!" Gao Xianji shouted. "Roar! Division Master, save me!" The winged dragon let out a deafening roar that spread in all directions. "Division Master?" The expression of Montez, who was about to charge over, changed as he turned his head to look around. On the other side, the 9th young master's face sank as well. His figure paused for a moment. He still remembered the scene of Gu Hai breaking the stalemate in Carefree Valley not long ago. "Right, where is that person?" Montez and the ninth young master looked around. Then, their gazes slowly shifted to the burning valley in the distance. Suddenly, they saw Gu Hai on a mountain peak, carrying the unconscious Xiao with one hand. The two's expressions sank. However, they saw Gu Hai carrying Xiao with one hand and holding a golden ghost stone with the other. Then, he slowly pressed the ghost stone in the air. Is he trying to summon a cloud beast? He still has not summoned a cloud beast? That is too late. The 1,000 cloud beasts here went through a huge battle. All of them consumed several other cloud beasts. This is the result of condensing 10,000 cloud beasts. He just formed a cloud beast and will not be able to do much. Humph! The ninth young master snorted coldly in disdain. Montez also showed disdain in his eyes. Clearly, he shared the same opinion as the ninth young master. Chen Tianshan showed an anxious expression. However, Gao Xianji showed joy on her face. Although the ninth young master and Montez did not think highly of Gu Hai's ability to summon a cloud beast so late, they wanted to see what Gu Hai's cloud beast was. Bang! Suddenly, boundless clouds and fog appeared on that mountain peak. Gu Hai placed a ghost stone and used his ghost skills to drive the power of the world to form his cloud beast. A huge horse head slowly appeared in the clouds and fog. A horse head? Montez and the ninth young master felt slightly stunned. Gu Hai summoned a horse? Whoosh! A thunderous sound rang out from the distant fire. Boom! A 300-meter-long horse appeared in the clouds and fog. 300 meters? Only 300 meters? Ha 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 ha! The ninth young master guffawed in disdain. After all, the nine-headed snake was already more than 600 meters long. Furthermore, it had just swallowed a cloud beast, so it was even larger. As for Montez and the others' cloud beasts, they were nearly 500 meters long. None of the cloud beasts here were less than 400 meters long. However, the horse that Gu Hai summoned was only 300 meters long. How could it be so small? That's not right. That is not a horse. There is a person on the horse. Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. The ninth young master and Montez felt slightly stunned. What cloud beast is this? Why is there a person on the horse? A cloud horse and a cloud person merged? Why are there two? Or is it a centaur? Gu Hai carried Xiao and stood on the cloud person's head. Half of his body sank into the cloud person's head. This cloud person looked like a general. At this moment, it held a halberd and glared at the sky. Humph! A monster that is neither human nor ghost. So what if it is a cloud beast? It is only 300 meters long. The ninth young master snorted coldly. Montez had the same expression. So what if it is a man and a horse merging? It is still too small. My huge dragon will swallow it in one gulp, right? Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more horse neighs rang out. 2 more cloud horses climbed out of the clouds where Gu Hai was. 2 soldier-like cloud people rode on the cloud horses. How did he summon 3 cloud beasts? He can control all of them at the same time? Montez exclaimed in shock, his expression changing. Whoosh! 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 Horses continuously climbed out of the clouds where Gu Hai was. More and more of them appeared. This sight goggled the eyes of the ninth young master, Montez, Chen Tianshan, and the others. 3 horses? 10 horses? 50 horses? 80 horses? 100 horses? 200 horses? The eyes of the ninth young master and Montez slowly turned round. They looked like they had seen a ghost. What is going on? Can this be any more ridiculous? The division master used only 1 golden ghost stone? There are already hundreds of cloud beasts. How can he summon a group of cloud beasts? What is going on? Chen Tianshan gaped in shock. Let's go! Gu Hai shouted. Giddy up! The cloud beast general swung the halberd and whipped the horse. Boom! The cloud beasts carried Gu Hai and Xiao into the sky. The army followed closely behind in a grand and imposing manner. Hundreds of horses? No, there were still more in the clouds. Although the cloud beasts were only 300 meters long, Gu Hai did not summon just one cloud beast but a vast army. What kind of go skills does he have? How can this be? How can he summon so many cloud beasts? The ninth young master exclaimed, goggling. It was indeed a magnificent army. That galloping momentum, the rumbling sound of horse hooves, even carried a strong killing intent of the battlefield. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended, majestic and mighty. That's impossible. How can he summon cloud beasts like that? The ninth young master exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, all the cloud beasts in the battle paused for a moment. Everyone saw this shocking and discordant scene. One person? A golden chess piece had summoned an army of thousands of men and horses? Thousands of soldiers and horses galloped over, their momentum soaring to the sky. That scene even seemed to condense into rolling sand. The horses were all Fergana horses, and the soldiers on the horses had murderous looks on their faces. All the soldiers held long sabers in their hands, and under the lead of the general holding the sky-piercer halberd at the front, they galloped over. More importantly, a large banner was raised in the middle of the vast army. It was a commander's banner with the word Xiang written on it. Rumble! The galloping horses shook the sky and ground. Back then, Chun Tianshan summoned a 300-meter-long cloud beast. He had to fight with his wits and bravery, going through countless battles and consuming a large number of cloud beasts before reaching the size of a cloud beast. Now, that person was still summoning 300-meter-long cloud beasts. However, how could he summon thousands of them? This was cheating. Many people felt their scalps tingle when they saw the surging murderous aura and the galloping horses. How can this be? Holy sh*t. Can't they fight properly? Someone exclaimed in shock. Chapter 46. At the peak of a mountain, the great Myojin and his subordinates looked up at the sky. They had been paying attention to the sky battlefield for the past few days. Tens of thousands of cloud beasts suddenly appeared. Even the great Myojin was slightly taken aback. Tens of thousands of cloud beasts? Interesting. The great Myojin sneered. Huh? That is? Suddenly, the great Myojin's voice rose several octaves. Great Myojin, look! Look at the front of the tens of thousands of cloud beasts. That person is holding. A black-robed man suddenly exclaimed. Great Myojin, is that Queen Hua? The black-robed men immediately became restless. Look again. The great Myojin said gravely. The appearance of the tens of thousands of cloud beasts immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the world. The natives of this area all widened their eyes in disbelief. How can this be? This has never happened before. How can a golden ghost stone summon a group of cloud beasts? Am I dreaming? Is this a joke? Exclamations could be heard everywhere in the world. Countless outsiders also widened their eyes at this moment. Some of them had already been eliminated and were swallowed by the cloud beasts in the first round, so they had lost the right to compete for the golden ghost stone. Some of them had never obtained a golden ghost stone. However, when they saw this scene, the faces of the outsiders who were not qualified twitched. At the same time, they rejoiced and said in unison, Freak! Rumble! The group of people fighting in the sky had the deepest impression of the tens of thousands of cloud beasts galloping over. Although this group of cloud beasts was only 1,000 feet long, there were too many of them. There were nearly 10,000 of them. How could there be so many of them? The cultivators were at a loss for words. Montez's expression also changed. Montez already knew that Gu Hai's Go skills were amazing, but he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. How could this be called amazing Go skills? This was simply cheating. You can snatch it by yourself? Why should others snatch it? Organize the army and fight against that magnificent army! Montez shouted. The ninth young master's expression also changed. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Montez's group of cloud beasts was no longer a threat. The greatest threat was the army. Stop attacking! Defend against the army with all your might. The ninth young master shouted. Yes. In the blink of an eye, the two opposing forces that had been fighting to the death immediately united against the invading army. Gao Xianji's eyes were full of surprise. Has the branch leader become Old Man Guanqi's body? Am I dreaming? Chen Tianshan rubbed his eyes excitedly. Rumble! 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 Gu Hai used a golden ghost stone to control the vast army as they charged towards the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the sky. Before Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation, he would not have done this. However, during his closed-door cultivation, Gu Hai understood the Go Dao and formations. Although he was still weak and could not bring out the strength of his Go Dao, he had a golden ghost stone in his hand. This was the proof that he could use the power of this world. The golden ghost stone represented power. Gu Hai understood the Go Great Dao, using the Great Dao to control the power of the Great Dao. In an instant, Gu Hai could execute a Dao that others did not understand. This vast army was a killing Go game formed from a Go state. The vast army pressed forward with an unstoppable momentum. If God blocked them, they would kill God. If Buddha blocked them, they would kill Buddha. They were unstoppable, sweeping through everything before them. Roar! The vast army roared in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. Kill! The general holding the halberd surged with murderous intent, showing a ferocious look in his eyes. As for Gu Hai, he controlled the vast army while hugging Xiao, who was in his embrace. Xiao, don't sleep. Listen to me. Don't sleep. We will save you soon. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Gu Hai anxiously woke Xiao up. Xiao opened and closed her eyes at times. It looked like she had reached her limit. Her eyes turned dark at times. Then, she could see again. She saw Gu Hai's incredibly anxious face. When Xiao saw that face, she revealed a sweet smile. However, she was too weak. She could not open her eyes. Xiao, don't sleep. Gu Hai kept shaking her. Benefactor. Xiao muttered weakly. Quick, quick, quick. Gu Hai shouted anxiously. The general holding the halberd slapped his horse's butt and roared with surging murderous intent. Kill! 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 Rumble! The vast army galloped even faster. Boom! Soon, they arrived in front of the army. The 1,000 or so cloud beasts in front of them seemed to have a common enemy at this moment. They rearranged their formation to welcome the thousands of soldiers coming from below. The vast army radiated murderous intent. When Montez and the 9th young master saw this, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. Stop them! Stop them! Montez shouted. Roar! 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 The 10-odd huge cloud beasts at the front roared and charged over, biting and tearing. Kill! The general glared and swung his halberd. Boom! The huge cloud wolf immediately stumbled. The army behind it followed closely behind. The huge cloud wolf roared. Boom! 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 Many sabers landed on the huge cloud wolf's body. Bang! Immediately, the cloud wolf at the very front exploded. The army of thousands did not even think about devouring them, and they were instantly killed. Ah! A xiuzhe suddenly fell down, falling from 10,000 zhang high in the sky. As for the golden ghost stone, it instantly shattered along with the cloud beast. Rumble! The huge cloud beasts at the front were surrounded by the army. The army regrouped and charged. Although the cloud beasts were much smaller, it did not matter. The combined attacks of the army were too strong. The vast army immediately tore a hole in the huge cloud beasts and charged into the hole. Kill! 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 Roars that shook people's hearts resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The organized slaughter was incomparably ferocious and invincible. Everywhere the vast army passed, anyone who dared to block them got chopped down, dying under the hooves of the horses. Ah! 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 There was a series of miserable cries. The cultivators in the sky fell down like rain. The miserable cries did not stop. Block them! Block them! Block them! Montez shouted, his expression changing dramatically. Wherever the army passed, the giant cloud beasts were instantly annihilated, and all of them were thrown off their feet. What kind of joke is this? We are all elite cloud beasts that survived the earlier massacre. Could it be that we cannot compare to your cloud beasts? Kill! 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 Roar! 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 As the large army charged forward, the battle between the two sides intensified. Gu-hai! Gu-hai! How dare you! The ninth young master roared while glaring. Back then, the ninth young master showed disdain for Gu-hai, saying that Gu-hai was not worthy of knowing who he was. However, when he saw Gu-hai's vast army, the ninth young master lost his initial confidence. Shock and anger filled his eyes. However, at this moment, Gu-hai did not look at anyone. Instead, he stared at the century lifespan immortality peach tree. He stared at the golden peach on the immortality peach tree. Xiao, hold on. You will be able to eat that peach soon. You should be fine soon. Xiao, don't sleep. Don't sleep. Gu-hai urged anxiously. Benefactor. Benefactor. Xiao slowly closed her eyes. Gu-hai's expression changed, revealing a ferocious expression. Quick! Kill! Charge! Gu-hai roared while glaring. Kill! The halberd-wielding general roared, and the entire army's morale soared. They charged forward without any regard for their lives. Rumble! Rumble! Roar! Ah! Ah! The rain of people fell faster and faster. Montez goggled at the scene before him. How am I to block this? This vast army is too ferocious. This is an all-out suppression. Like a hot knife through butter, unstoppable? Block. Left wing, right wing, all of you charge to the center. Quick, quick, quick. Montez roared. Rumble. Large swathes of cloud beasts were sent flying. The killing sabers continuously chopped down, knocking cloud beasts off their horses. Block. Montez roared. Boom. The halberd chopped down on the huge dragon that Montez was riding. Roar. The huge dragon roared in pain. Rumble. The rolling sabers slashed down, instantly riddling Montez's huge dragon with wounds. Kill. 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 Bastard. Montez's expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, the army's killing power was too great. Everywhere they passed, they were unstoppable. With the army pressing down, everything was destroyed. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the army broke through the outsiders' defense and entered the interior to fight against the natives' defense. Block. Block for me. The ninth young master roared. Everyone, kill. The halberd-wielding general roared with a ferocious expression. Roar. The army roared in unison and crashed into the natives' army. The ninth young master's expression changed drastically as he stared at Gu-hai. He controlled the nine-headed snake, and one of the heads bit at Gu-hai. As long as they killed Gu-hai, they would win? However, the general that Gu-hai rode was extremely ferocious as well. With a glare, the halberd in his hand chopped down. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. Break. The halberd-wielding general roared with a ferocious expression. Boom. A gigantic snake head suddenly flew out. The halberd-wielding general chopped down the snake head. What? The ninth young master exclaimed with wide eyes. How could that halberd strike be so strong? One of my nine-headed snake heads got chopped off? Roar. Roar! The army following behind charged over, charging at the eight-headed snake along with the general at the very front. The eight-headed snake waved its large tail frantically, trying to shake off the generals and horses. However, there were too many generals and horses, densely packed as they charged at the eight-headed snake. Kill. 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 The general was ferocious, but so were the soldiers. If one could not defeat the eight-headed snake, there were 100 of them. In the blink of an eye, the eight-headed snake was riddled with wounds. Boom. Another head was chopped off. A seven-headed snake. No. No. You are a monster. Gu Hai. You are a monster. The ninth young master roared anxiously. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the outcome of the battle was decided. The allied army possessed great might. However, the vast army was even more ferocious. It pushed forward, crushing everything in its way until it reached the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Countless people fell from the sky. The ferocious protagonists now fell to the side in horrible states. The vast army surrounded the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the blink of an eye. Less than 300 of the nearly 1,000 beasts remained. All of them were riddled with wounds as they retreated to the side, stunned as they watched the sudden change in the battlefield. The fate of the people who fell from 30 kilometers in the air was unknown. Now, the nine-headed snake only had 2 heads left. It fled, riddled with wounds. Montez's huge dragon also had 4 legs, its tail and its horns broken. It retreated to the side, riddled with wounds. Aside from Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan, who had retreated long ago, most of the people fled to the side, bearing terrible wounds. They watched as this monstrous army suddenly appeared and occupied the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Montez's heart bled. Previously, he had done so much, playing so many schemes. However, in the end, he could only flee to the side and watch. Gu Hai. Meng Tai's gloomy voice was filled with resentment. Gu Hai, the ninth young master roared, riddled with wounds. Chapter 47. The vast army occupied the century lifespan immortality peach tree. This unstoppable scene not only put the defending cloud beasts in a sorry state, but also caused countless pairs of eyes to watch from all over the world. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the vast army act without fear. Everyone stared at Gu Hai, feeling shocked. It was like they wanted to carve Gu Hai's appearance into their hearts. At a plaza, the first elder and Bodhisattva Lian Xing remained silent. Gu Hai, the first elder said coldly. Guanqi's ninth son. This ninth young master is this generation's ninth son, right? He seems somewhat disappointing, Bodhisattva Lian Xing said, feeling curious. The first elder remained silent, not saying anything. At this moment, a group of people rushed over from behind. First elder, what should we do? An outsider occupied the century lifespan immortality peach tree. First elder, let's make a move. First elder, the century lifespan immortality peach tree is my Sky Chess Pavilion's only lifespan plant. Everyone felt anxious. Now that the century lifespan immortality peach tree was snatched, they felt shocked and enraged. However, the first elder did not allow them to make a move, so they could only beg the first elder. The first elder looked at the sky, remaining silent for a while. Little Nine found the century lifespan immortality peach tree himself. The first elder said coldly, rejecting the request of his people. First elder, that is the century lifespan immortality peach tree. We, all right, withdraw. The first elder shouted coldly. Everyone exchanged glances, showing dissatisfaction. Then, they looked up at Gu Hai in the sky with resentment. Hey! What is Gu Hai doing? Bodhisattva Lian Xing revealed some shock. At the summit of a mountain peak, the great Myojin led a group of black-robed men to look at the sky. They really look alike. Great Myojin, that person really looks like Queen Hua? Indeed. Furthermore, it looks like Queen Hua is about to die. What should we do? Great Myojin, should we make a move? Great Myojin. The group of black-robed men shouted impatiently. Shut up! The great Myojin shouted coldly. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Yes, we spoke too much. The great Myojin's all-seeing eyes can see more clearly than us. A black-robed man immediately said in shame. The great Myojin ignored him and continued to stare at the sky. Everyone looked at the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Seeing Gu Hai's action, the group of black-robed men was shocked. What is that person doing? Montez, the ninth young master, and the others who had been eliminated stared at Gu Hai with resentment. Did he manage to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree just like that? Everyone was filled with unwillingness, but in the next moment, Montez's eyes widened in surprise. What? Was Gu Hai crazy? What is he doing? Everyone saw the vast army surrounding the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The general that Gu Hai sat on lifted Gu Hai onto the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Xiao, don't sleep. Wake up. Don't sleep. Gu Hai roared. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand to pluck a watermelon-sized golden immortality peach. Bang! When the golden immortality peach was plucked, the tree branch immediately released a dazzling, multicolored light. Gu Hai ignored the multicolored light. Instead, he brought the golden immortality peach to Xiao's mouth. Benefactor, Xiao muttered weakly. Open your mouth and eat. Eat. Gu Hai called out. Xiao closed her eyes and opened her mouth unconsciously. When the golden immortality peach entered Xiao's mouth, it seemed to melt in her mouth, turning into a golden liquid that flowed into her mouth. Whoosh! Xiao drank the immortality peach like it was water. Xiao's figure trembled, and her body released a multicolored light. Is Gu Hai crazy? That is a golden immortality peach? He is giving it to a spirit servant to eat? Montez stamped his feet and beat his chest in the distance. Gu Hai, how bold! The ninth young master also felt anxious. The century lifespan immortality peach tree bore only 10 fruits every century. Only 10 fruits every century. Yet, he gave it to a spirit servant to eat? The lowliest spirit servant? Division master, that is a century lifespan immortality peach. Chen Tianshan watched anxiously from nearby, feeling very anxious. However, Gao Xinji suddenly entered deep thought. Perhaps following Gu Hai is not a bad choice? Countless cultivators in the surroundings goggled. Countless outsiders looked at Gu Hai with envy. This Gu Hai was too extravagant, right? The extravagance was yet to come. The century lifespan immortality peach was a spirit herb for increasing lifespan, not for treating injuries. When Gu Hai saw Xiao's figure tremble slightly, she seemed to be getting better. Joy immediately appeared on his face. Then, he reached out and plucked a second golden immortality peach. Bang! After plucking the second golden immortality peach, Xiao Chen delivered it to Xiao. In a daze, Xiao opened her mouth and swallowed. The immortality peach did not have a pit, so it melted in her mouth and quickly entered her stomach. Another one? Another one? Gu Hai, you wastrel! Montez muttered curses as he glared from afar. Even after fighting to the death and scheming, Xiao Chen could not obtain a single century lifespan immortality peach. To think that Gu Hai repeatedly fed an insignificant spirit servant that he casually saved. That was the century lifespan immortality peach. It was worth cities outside. Many people would go crazy for it. Yet, Xiao Chen fed it to an insignificant spirit servant. You wastrel! The countless cultivators below felt stupefied. Could Xiao Chen be any more extravagant? At a plaza below, First Elder, if you still don't make a move, all the century lifespan immortality peaches will be gone. First Elder, make a move. Shut up. The First Elder shouted coldly. Everyone bitterly shut their mouth. As they looked at the sky, resentment flashed in their eyes. Even the disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion would have a hard time obtaining a century lifespan immortality peach. However, an outsider kept wasting it. Could this scene not be so upsetting? This is Gu Hai. He has a demonic heart and a benevolent heart. He is truly a complicated person. Bodhisattva Lian Xing shook his head, unable to see through Gu Hai. At a mountain peak, the great Myojin, that person is saving her? The century lifespan immortality peach? To think that he is willing to part with it. Indeed, two already. That's the third one. How unexpected! The great Myojin, if she is really Queen Hua, then this person? The group of black-robed men looked at the sky, not knowing what to say. The great Myojin stared at the sky and said indifferently, saving Queen Hua at all costs? This is not a small favor. Queen Hua? Is it really Queen Hua? The group of black-robed men exclaimed in joy. We found her. However, this person saved Queen Hua at all costs. This makes it hard for me to deal with him, the great Myojin said indifferently. Ah? Great Myojin, how are you going to deal with him? The group of black-robed men asked, feeling confused. Kill him, the great Myojin said coldly. High in the sky, Xiao slowly woke up only after Xiao Chen fed her 3 golden immortality peaches. Not far away, Chen Tianshan felt extremely conflicted. At this moment, he showed a depressed expression. Slap. Chen Tianshan slapped himself in the face. What are you doing? Senior Chen? Gao Xianji looked at Chen Tianshan in confusion. Gao Xianji, you guessed earlier that something happened in Carefree Valley, and that Xiao got injured while protecting the division master in closed-door cultivation? Chen Tianshan stared at Gao Xianji with bloodshot eyes. Indeed. Carefree Valley is still burning, so that should be the case. Xiao must have gotten injured while protecting the division master in closed-door cultivation. Gao Xianji nodded. Slap. Chen Tianshan slapped himself again. Gao Xianji. Tell me, why am I so stupid? 3-century lifespan immortality peaches. 3. We fought for so long and nearly fell to our death. Xiao only protected the division master, and she got 3-century lifespan immortality peaches? Why is it so unfair? Why was I so obsessed with snatching the century lifespan immortality peaches? Why was I so obsessed? Slap. Another slap. Gao Xianji. If I was not in a rush to snatch the century lifespan immortality peaches, wouldn't I be the one eating the century lifespan immortality peaches now? Slap. Another slap. Gao Xianji. Benefactor, I'm fine now. Thank you, benefactor. Sob. 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 Century lifespan immortality peaches? Benefactor, Xiao's life is cheap. It is not worth benefactor saving me. Xiao sobbed emotionally. Whether it is worth it or not is up to me. You saved me, so why can't I save you? I, Gu Hai, am not someone who can't even bear to part with 3 peaches. Gu Hai said with a smile. Thank you, benefactor. Xiao bit her lip, her eyes filled with gratitude. Xiao turned her head and looked around. She could guess how great her benefactor's favor was based on the jealous eyes of the surrounding cultivators. Xiao was just an insignificant animal spirit servant who looked after the herb field. To think that her benefactor treated her so well. Xiao choked up, not knowing what to say. Gu Hai gently placed Xiao on the head of the general cloud beast. Then, he carefully looked at the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The century lifespan immortality peach tree? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the Sky Chess Pavilion's precious treasure. The world-shaking treasure was now his? No, why did the Sky Chess Pavilion's people not react? Gu Hai lowered his head and looked around. Gu Hai, the century lifespan immortality peach tree is my Sky Chess Pavilion's treasure. If you dare to touch it again, you can forget about leaving this world. The 9th young master said coldly in the distance, glaring at Gu Hai. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the 9th young master, who was putting on a strong front. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. It looks like the Sky Chess Pavilion still cares about this century lifespan immortality peach tree. It's good that they care. Huh. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the 9th young master. Then, he looked around. Gu Hai was too high in the sky, and there were too many sights below. He could not tell where the Sky Chess Pavilion's headquarters was. However, none of this was important. Xiao Chun extended his hand and touched the century lifespan immortality peach tree's trunk. Suddenly, Gu Hai said coldly, Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, listen up. After Gu Hai spoke, the cloud beast under him suddenly spoke as well. Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, listen up. The cloud beast general shouted, its voice shaking the 9 heavens. The sound waves spread everywhere. Everyone stared at Gu Hai. From today onward, I, Gu Hai, will give the Sky Chess Pavilion 10 days. If I don't see the century lifespan immortality peach tree by its roots, I will chop it into pieces and burn it. The Cloud Beast General's shout reverberated throughout the world. What? The 9th young master suddenly exclaimed. Montez also goggled. Gu Hai, are you crazy? That is a lifespan plant. Division Master, that is a lifespan plant. Chen Tianshan suddenly exclaimed. Startled cries rang out everywhere. Was this Gu Hai crazy? There were only a few lifespan plants in the world. Was he going to destroy them? Uproot them and chop them into pieces? What kind of joke was this? Chapter 48. He is going to destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Shatter and burn it? He is going to burn the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Is he crazy? Is Gu Hai crazy? That is the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Is he going to destroy it? 10 days? If he does not see the unborn man for 10 days, he will destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree? What kind of joke is this? All the cultivators in the world immediately clamored, feeling jealous of the prodigal Gu Hai. That was the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Outside, all the factions in the world would act immediately upon hearing this news, wanting to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The century lifespan immortality peach tree was much more precious than the century lifespan immortality peach tree. With the century lifespan immortality peach tree, one would have an endless supply of century lifespan immortality peach trees. However, this prodigal wants to destroy it? Can you not be so willful? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Countless people stared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Chen Tianshan stared at the division master in confusion. At this moment, Chen Tianshan felt like his worldview had been shattered by Gu Hai. Why can't I understand the division master? Gu Hai, how dare you? The 9th young master roared, glaring. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the 9th young master, revealing a faint smile. Then, he touched the century lifespan immortality peach tree and took a deep breath. Then, he closed his eyes. Golden Ghost Stone, you can make me understand Tongtian's laws. The stronger one's Go skill is, the stronger the law energy. Since that is the case, I will use the law energy of the world to rearrange the ritual array that old man Guanxi left behind. Gu Hai suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, countless white clouds rolled over in the sky. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, the thousands of soldiers and horses suddenly separated, forming a huge chessboard with 28 horizontal and 28 vertical lines. Clap, clap, clap. Vaguely, one could see that the vast army on the chessboard seemed to turn into chess pieces, slowly disappearing into the rolling clouds. A large Go board was slowly arranged. This Go board wasn't any other Go board, but the programmed Go board he saw on the white crystal in Gu Hai's glabella space a few days ago. It was the chessboard with 28 lines. At this moment, the 28 chessboard was spread out horizontally, forming a monstrous formation. Rumble! Clouds and mist covered a radius of several hundred kilometers in the sky. Faint rumbling sounds came from within the clouds and mist, spreading throughout the world. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. It was a Go Dao formation. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji goggled in horror. How could this be? The division master came in with us. How long has it been? How could he? Chen Tianshan muttered to himself in disbelief. The division master is a peerless talent in the first place. All he lacks is an opportunity, a fulcrum. Once the division master is given the opportunity, he can go with the wind and soar for thousands of kilometers. Gao Xianji sighed emotionally. On the other side, Montez gaped in shock. The vast army is actually not Gu Hai's cloud beast's strongest form? Is this for real? Laying a formation? Using the golden Go stones to drive the power of the world to lay a formation? How can that be? What is Gu Hai's background? Who can tell me where he came from? The ninth young master exclaimed with wide eyes. Rolling clouds and mist covered the sky. No one could see what was going on inside. Gao Xianji Chen Tianshan, come in! Gu Hai shouted from the rolling clouds and mist. Yes. The two answered. The winged dragon flapped its wings and suddenly carried the two into the clouds and mist. Below, countless cultivators stared at the sky. Is he really going to wait for 10 days? Is he going to destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree after 10 days? Who is Gu Hai? Who can tell me who the F***ck is Gu Hai? When did such a person appear? He is looking for the unborn man? Who is the unborn man? The entire place immediately burst into an uproar, becoming incredibly noisy. At a vast plaza, the first elder and Bodhisattva Lian Xing stared at the sky. Haha. It looks like your sky chess pavilion is in trouble this time. Bodhisattva Lian Xing shook his head and smiled. The first elder remained silent as he stared at the sky. First elder, that lunatic said that he will destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree after 10 days. Are we still not going to make a move? First elder, the pavilion master personally planted that century lifespan immortality peach tree back then. First elder, what should we do now? Who is the unborn man? Many people came over anxiously. Inform little Nine and have him come to see me immediately. The first elder said, suppressing his anger. Yes. One day later, in a large hall, there were 2 seats to the north of the hall. The first elder sat on the left and a sickly youth sat on the right. The sickly youth wore white robes embroidered with red peonies. He looked handsome and somewhat similar to the ninth young master. At this moment, this sickly youth did not show any respect as he sat beside the first elder. Instead, he held a handkerchief and gloomily looked at the ninth young master, who stood across from him. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth coughed, covering his mouth with a handkerchief. First elder, I did my best, the ninth young master said with a bitter expression. The first elder took a deep breath. I know you did your best. However, you lost the century lifespan immortality peach tree in the end. This is no small matter. In that case, Gu Hai wants to meet the unborn man. We. The ninth young master said in anticipation. Trash. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth shouted coldly. Then, he covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. The ninth young master showed an unsightly expression, but he did not dare to reply. This matter is urgent. Otherwise, we would not have disturbed you. Are you all right? The first elder looked at the sickly youth. It's an old illness. It flares up every 200 years. I will recover soon. The sickly youth shook his head. After speaking, the sickly youth stared at the ninth young master. However, the ninth young master lowered his head as he faced the sickly youth. You lost the century lifespan immortality peach tree, so you are responsible for getting it back. The Sky Chess Pavilion disciples are not allowed to interfere. This is the Pavilion Master's rule, even if it is because of the century lifespan immortality peach tree, the sickly youth said coldly. But I, the ninth young master said with an unsightly expression. Aside from the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, the others will be at your disposal. As for the outer sect disciples who just joined the Sky Chess Pavilion, we will remove their identities as Sky Chess Pavilion disciples and demote them to ordinary residents. You will be at your disposal, the sickly youth said coldly. Yes, I will do my best, the ninth young master promised. The sickly youth stared sullenly at the ninth young master and asked, What are you going to do? Cough, cough, cough. I will definitely organize the outer sect disciples and use them to break the ritual array's defenses and snatch back the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The ninth young master promised through clenched teeth. How foolish! Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth said coldly. The ninth young master felt slightly stunned. You cannot act recklessly. Don't you know how to use your brain? Now that the century lifespan immortality peach tree has been exposed, we are not the only ones who want it. All the outsiders want it. All the outsiders are a vast force. Yet you do not know how to make use of them? You drove the outsiders to attack the ritual array. My Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, even if they are outer sect disciples, are very precious. How can you send them to their deaths so easily? Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth said coldly. Yes. The ninth young master said, feeling incredibly ashamed as his expression immediately changed. All right. Go then. The sickly youth said sullenly. Yes. The ninth young master could only withdraw from the hall. Now, only the first elder and the sickly youth remained in the hall. Will the unborn man know about such a big commotion? The first elder asked with a frown. The sickly youth shook his head. I don't know. Given the unborn man's capabilities, no one can hide anything from him if he wants to know. However, he rarely pays attention to the world. I don't know if he is paying attention this time. Furthermore, we lost something this time. How can we ask him for help? However, who is this Gu Hai? Why does he know how to control this world's laws? He is an ordinary person, 70 years old. He just joined Elite Hall. I don't know anything else, the first elder said with a frown. Perhaps the Go Stone explosion at the 9-5 position on the energy-storing Go board above the Pavilion Master's coffin has something to do with this person. After all, this is too much of a coincidence. We need to quickly investigate his background, the sickly youth said sullenly. It has something to do with him? In that case, we need to capture him and interrogate him, the first elder said sullenly. The sickly youth shook his head and said, No, don't touch him. Why? Don't touch him. It is best if nothing changes. Wait until all the Go stones are fully charged. If it is not him, it is pointless to touch him. If it is him, he is already involved. If we touch him now, it will ruin things, the sickly youth said sullenly. The first elder remained silent for a while before nodding. On the third day, suddenly, all the outsiders were shocked to find a golden Go stone. Golden Go stones were very rare and hard to find. Even though close to 10,000 people found golden Go stones in the past, there were more than 10,000 outsiders in this world. Many factions from the Thousand Islands Sea came, resulting in a large number of outsiders. In the past, only 10% of the golden Go stones appeared, perhaps even less. However, it seemed like the Sky Chess Pavilion was intentionally guiding them. More and more people found golden Go stones. Slowly, more and more people could control Cloud Beast. Tens of thousands of golden Go stones, even 100,000 golden Go stones appeared. As more cloud beasts gathered in the air, the cultivators, who were shocked by Gu Hai's vast army earlier, suddenly felt excited. Gu Hai might have a vast army, but we have many cloud beasts as well. With tens of thousands of cloud beasts, we can already destroy the vast army. The countless cultivators did not soar into the air. However, they were already very restless. Cloud beasts soared into the air again and again, patrolling the ritual array that Gu Hai laid. It seemed like they were trying to find openings and weaknesses. Chun Tianshan, Gao Xianji, Gu Hai, and Xiaro stood inside the ritual array, looking outside. While the people outside could not see inside, the people inside could see the outside clearly. As more cloud beasts appeared, Chun Tianshan gulped. Division Master, the situation is not good. It has only been a few days. Why did so many golden Go stones suddenly appear? Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. Gu Hai looked outside coldly. Ha! The Sky Chess Pavilion interfered in the end. The Sky Chess Pavilion guided this? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. The Sky Chess Pavilion drove 100,000 outsiders to attack my ritual array as a group. Although not all 100,000 outsiders will be used, they will definitely use tens of thousands to attack my ritual array. The temptation of the century lifespan immortality peach tree is indeed too great. Did the Sky Chess Pavilion learn to be smart this time? Gu Hai said coldly. Doesn't that mean that we will be facing tens of thousands of cultivators later? Chen Tianshan gaped in shock. 4 people against tens of thousands? Is this a suicidal move? Is there a need to go so far? Chapter 49. Outside the cloudy ritual array, tens of thousands of cloud beasts flew about, investigating the array. With the encouragement of some people, the tens of thousands of cultivators no longer feared Gu Hai's vast army. Instead, they felt great anticipation. The temptation of the century lifespan immortality peach tree was simply too great. In everyone's eyes, they wished that they could take away the century lifespan immortality peach tree and worship it. Only Gu Hai would be so wasteful. To think that he even wants to destroy this tree. As the tens of thousands of cultivators watched from outside, their eyes gradually turned red. Perhaps if we charge over together, we will have a chance to obtain the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Inside the cloudy ritual array, Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji, and Xiao looked at Gu Hai together. Gu Hai gently picked the remaining 7 immortality peaches and placed 6 of them in a jade box. Then, he carefully placed them in the compressed space in his authority token. Only 1 golden immortality peach remained. Gu Hai looked at it before opening his mouth and swallowing it. Indeed, the golden immortality peach melted in his mouth, and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. Gu Hai's entire body trembled as he released a multicolored light. Rumble! Suddenly, a large amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings rushed towards Gu Hai. Chen Tianshan goggled as fervor flashed in his eyes. That was the century lifespan immortality peach. What would happen if the division master ate it? Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in Gu Hai's body. Once again, the 9 veritable essence energies merged. The innate realm's 4th layer? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. 1 golden immortality peach actually allowed me to break through to the innate realm's 4th layer? Of course, there was another energy in Gu Hai's body that gave Gu Hai a vigorous life force. However, that was not important. Breaking through to the innate realm's 4th layer was already Gu Hai's greatest satisfaction. Gu Hai smiled. At the side, Chen Tianshan exclaimed, "What? He only broke through to the innate realm's 4th layer?" Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan in confusion. Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai in confusion. How could this be? That is the century lifespan immortality peach, the most precious lifespan treasure in the world. If one were to sell it, one would be able to exchange it for a mountain of spirit stones. Division Master, your cultivation only increased by a little? This is a life plant, not a spirit plant. Didn't you say that a life plant might not be able to help people break through their cultivation? Gao Xianji shook her head. As Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai, his expression became even more conflicted. Division Master, that is the century lifespan immortality peach. Isn't it too extravagant to waste it just to raise one's cultivation? Previously, he had given 3 to Xiao, and that could still be considered a lifesaver. However, he had used 1 just to raise his Xiantian realm cultivation. Could he not be so wasteful? How many spirit stones do you want? I'll give them to you. Why don't you just give me 1? Extravagant? There's no such thing as extravagance. As long as it can help me increase my cultivation, no matter how precious the treasure is, it's nothing. Gu Hai shook his head. Alright. You have a lot of lifespan immortality peaches. You can be willful. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. Division Master, there are more and more cultivators outside. What if tens of thousands of cultivators charge into the ritual array? We might not be able to defend against them, Gao Xianji said worriedly. My ritual array is extraordinary. That's why I called you in to help me manage it. Blocking them is not difficult, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. The four of us against tens of thousands of them? Chen Tianshan asked with an unsightly expression. Clearly, Chen Tianshan was somewhat reluctant. In Chen Tianshan's opinion, this was clearly seeking death. They had a vast army, but the other side outnumbered them by several times. Was this not seeking death? Don't worry. No matter the result, just do your best. After this battle, I will give each of you a century lifespan immortality peach, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Benefactor, there is no need to give it to me. I already ate 3. Xiao immediately shook her head. Really? Chen Tianshan's eyes immediately lit up. No matter the result? As long as they did their best, they could obtain a century lifespan immortality peach? Chen Tianshan's earlier troubled expression immediately vanished. He immediately said excitedly, Division Master, rest assured. I will definitely do my best. Gu Hai nodded. Division Master, if the unborn man does not appear after 10 days, are you really going to destroy this century lifespan immortality peach tree? Gao Xianji frowned as she looked at the tree. Then, she stretched out her hand to touch it. Buzz! Gao Xianji's figure trembled and she felt dazed. Slap! Gu Hai extended his hand and struck, immediately knocking away Gao Xianji's hand. What happened to me earlier? Gao Xianji's expression changed. Chen Tianshan also looked at the century lifespan immortality peach tree in shock. Do you still remember Carefree Valley's cave? That circular jade plate from back then? Gu Hai asked seriously. Oh? Bodhisattva Lian Xing said that it was a ritual array diagram. That circular jade plate from which we obtained the golden ghost stone? At that time, we entered the dream when we touched it. Division Master was the last to enter. However, that circular plate suddenly shattered? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai nodded. It is the same for this century lifespan immortality peach tree. If I had not interrupted you, you would have entered an illusion as well. Illusion? What's going on? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in shock. I think that old man Guanxi tampered with this century lifespan immortality peach tree, just like that circular jade plate. Entering an illusion is not a good thing, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh! Gao Xianji's and Chen Tianshan's expressions changed. I don't know what old man Guanxi wants to do, but it should not benefit us. Although he died, he left behind so many strange things. He definitely has a plan. This century lifespan immortality peach tree is even more important. There must be an even greater scheme involved. I sensed it earlier. However, since I could escape unscathed, I did not investigate it. It is not that I do not want to, but my current strength, status, and faction are too weak. I do not have the ability to get involved in this overwhelming karma. Given that, I might as well not investigate it, Gu Hai said, shaking his head. But, Gao Xianji said with a frown. There are no buts. Gao Xianji, you have to remember my advice. The most important thing is to see yourself clearly and do what you can. Otherwise, if you exceed your limits, your life and death will no longer be in your control, Gu Hai said seriously. Gao Xianji's expression turned solemn as she shivered. She immediately nodded. Yes. Many thanks for Division Master's guidance. Chen Tianshan, who was at the side, did not understand. He looked at the two in confusion. Division Master, destroying this century lifespan immortality peach tree is too much of a pity, Chen Tianshan said regretfully. Pity? Even if I give you the century lifespan immortality peach tree, can you take it away? Gu Hai smiled. Give it to me? Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. Are you sure that you can leave Tenjin Island alive? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Chen Tianshan suddenly shivered, and his expression changed. Then, he revealed a bitter smile and said, "Division Master's lecture is right. This humble one was blinded by greed and let this huge treasure get to my head. So, as I said earlier, the most important thing to do as a person is to look at yourself clearly. Although treasures are important, it also depends on the owner's luck. If you don't have the ability to protect it, then it is not a treasure, but a disaster that will bring death to you." Gu Hai explained. Yes. Everyone nodded. Gu Hai waved his hand. Rumble. Suddenly, 3 soldiers on horseback appeared in the middle of the army. As the 3 soldiers rode over, their figures changed. Pieces of armor suddenly appeared on the bodies of the cloud beasts. The soldiers became stronger and stronger, and the weapons in their hands became more and more illusory. Changshan's Zhao Zilong greets the overlord. One of the cloud beasts suddenly roared. Gao Xianji, enter this cloud beast. This is the ferocious general form in my heart that I condensed with my ritual array. This is Zhao Zilong. He is good with the spear. Wherever he points with the spear, he will be unstoppable, Gu Hai said. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Then, Shao Chen put away his golden go stone and stepped on the Zhao Zilong's head. Then, he slowly sank into the Zhao Zilong's head. Boom! A strong wind erupted from the Zhao Zilong's body, radiating a ferocious aura. Jielyang Guan Yunchang greets the overlord, another cloud beast suddenly roared. Chen Tianshan, enter this cloud beast. This is the ferocious general form in my heart that I condensed with my ritual array. This is Guan Yunchang. He is good with the azure dragon crescent saber. Wherever he points with the saber, he will be unstoppable, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered. Chen Tianshan leaped onto the cloud beast Guan Yunchang's head. Then, he sank into the cloud beast's head. Boom! Guan Yunchang stroked his beard, and a ferocious aura surged out. Division Master, your General Cloud Beast's aura is too ferocious. It is even stronger than my huge ox from before? Chen Tianshan exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Gu Hai ignored Chen Tianshan. Instead, he looked at the last transformed cloud beast. Yan Nation's Zhang Ida greets the overlord. The last transformed cloud beast roared. Xiaoro, enter this cloud beast. This is the ferocious general form in my heart that I condensed with my ritual array. This is Zhang Ida. He is good with the snake spear. Wherever he points with the snake spear, he will be unstoppable, Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Xiaoro said excitedly. Xiaoro could finally help her benefactor. She excitedly leaped onto the cloud beast Zhang Ida's head and slowly sank into the cloud beast's head. Boom! Xiaoro immediately gained control of the snake spear. As she swung the snake spear around, it was like she saw a huge snake dancing in Zhang Ida's hand. Zhang Ida moved the snake spear skillfully, radiating a murderous aura. This is the 28 horizontal world formation. I split it into 4 positions. The 4 of us will each take charge of one position and lead the army to prepare for battle against the surrounding cultivators. Remember, until the very end, try not to make a move personally. Just control the army to battle. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The 3 answered solemnly. Don't worry. Unless something happens, your ferocious cloud beast generals will not make a move. With me around, they will not be able to attack. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. The 3 nodded. Rumble. After that, Gu Hai taught the 3 how to use the 3 ferocious generals to control a large number of soldiers and arrange formations. The 3 of them were extremely excited as they manipulated the army. This was a feeling of satisfaction and contentment. Chapter 50. The century lifespan immortality peach tree belongs to the virtuous. Since the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples do not care, we all have a chance. Why does it have to be Gu Hai's? So what if his group of cloud beasts is strong? In terms of numbers, we have more. He still wants to destroy the century lifespan immortality Peachtree. He is not worthy of it. Senior brothers, junior brothers, let's attack together and break his ritual array. That's right. Let's take revenge for my senior brother and break his ritual array. It belongs to whoever snatches it. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, shouts rang out in the surroundings. The tens of thousands of cloud beasts flying around the periphery suddenly roared and charged at the fog ritual array. Roar! 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 The tens of thousands of cloud beasts roared in unison, their auras soaring into the sky. This battle was more than 10 times more ferocious than the one a few days ago. The surging cloud beasts charged at the fog ritual array. Kill! The tens of thousands of cloud beasts roared in unison within the fog ritual array, radiating killing chi. Boom! The tens of thousands of cloud beasts charged into the fog ritual array. Sounds of killing immediately rang out from within. The cultivators watching from the periphery could no longer sit still. They immediately charged over. More and more cultivators charged into the ritual array and started killing. Kill! 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 Roar! Rumble! The intense battle caused the sky ritual array to churn endlessly. However, the people outside could not see inside the ritual array. They could only hear the intensity of the battle from within. A vast army? Tens of thousands of cloud beasts? The two sides clashed intensely. The ninth young master narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at the battle in the sky. Ninth young master, the battle in the sky is rather intense, right? With so many cloud beasts, will they immediately break Gu Hai's ritual array and snatch the century lifespan immortality Peachtree? Indeed. Ninth young master, what if they hurt the century lifespan immortality Peachtree? The group of black-robed men felt anxious. Send out the orders. Wait for my orders. When more outsiders charge in and mess up the battlefield, we will immediately enter, the ninth young master said. Yes. In another valley, Montez and the Class 1 Hall members watched coldly. Division Master, are we going to charge in? A Class 1 Hall disciple asked worriedly. Montez narrowed his eyes and said, This Gu Hai, we can't underestimate him anymore. The array shouldn't be broken so easily. But there are no buts. We've already suffered a loss before. Could it be that we still haven't learned our lesson? Gu Hai was an extremely shrewd person. If he dared to set up a formation, he definitely had a way to deal with it. All Class 1 Hall members, follow me closely. Don't attack. Slowly search for Gu Hai's weakness with me. Montez said gravely. Understood. The Class 1 Hall members answered. At the peak of a mountain, the great Myojin held the 5-colored scepter in his hand as he quietly watched the fierce battle in the sky. Behind him stood a group of black-robed men. Great Myojin, you have the world-piercing vision and can see through the fog. Do you know what's going on in the battlefield? A black-robed man asked out of curiosity. What an exquisite array. It looks like this Gu Hai does know how to drive the power of this world. Interesting. The great Myojin said with a faint smile. What about Queen Hua? Is Queen Hua doing well? That black-robed man asked anxiously. She's fine. In the end, Queen Hua is still too inexperienced in this life, the great Myojin said indifferently. That's good. The group of black-robed men said with a smile. Bring over the divine coffin. The great Myojin ordered. Yes. The black-robed men quickly brought over the huge coffin, which landed behind the great Myojin. The group of black-robed men stood respectfully at the sides, looking like they were protecting the coffin. Oh? Endless cycle? The great Myojin's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at the sky. Inside the cloudy ritual array, boom! The two armies started fighting. Large batches of cloud beasts swarmed in and immediately started fighting with the army. The surging cloud beasts were incredibly ferocious, charging at the soldiers. There were many more cloud beasts than soldiers. However, the might of a battle formation was much stronger than that of a one-on-one battle. Kill! 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 The various soldiers roared as they continuously killed the cloud beasts with their sabers. Boom! A soldier exploded along with his horse. The cloud beasts behind him did their best to charge forward. Boom! Ah! An outsider's cloud beast exploded, and that outsider fell from the sky. Both sides suffered casualties. As the two sides fought desperately, the battlefield intensified and ferociously intensified. Gu Hai, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Xiao occupied the innermost position, overlooking the battle outside. Outside, the vast army was attacking the enemy. The four's gazes turned cold. Charge! Quickly charge! Gu Hai's soldiers are dwindling. Quick! Charge over! Gu Hai's soldiers are dwindling. He does not have as many people as we do. Charge over! Quick! 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 Gu Hai is going to lose. Quick! The more they fought, the redder the eyes of the outsiders became. They could already see their own victory and were about to win. Although Gu Hai's army did not retreat, their numbers dwindled. This was enough. Everyone charged towards the center, getting closer to the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Ah! More people fell from the sky. Fortunately, there were people below specifically responsible for catching them. As people fell like rain, no one died. This allowed the hesitant cultivators at the back to charge forward without any worries. Quickly charge! Gu Hai's vast army has already lost more than half. They will reach the front soon. Quick! The cultivators outside roared excitedly. Charge with me! The ninth young master suddenly charged in with a large group of strong cloud beasts. The cloud beasts behind the ninth young master were the strongest. They were like the strongest fresh army, sweeping through everything like a hot knife through butter. The moment they charged in, they immediately killed nearly 100 soldiers and charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai! Ha 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 ha! Vast army? Have a taste of our vast army. How does it feel? The ninth young master controlled his 9-headed snake to charge at the front while laughing loudly. Charge! We will reach Gu Hai soon. The ninth young master roared. Roar! The group of cloud beasts roared. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Xiao looked at Gu Hai worriedly. The ninth young master's army was too ferocious, sweeping through everything in its path. It looked like it would reach them soon. The three could already feel the fishy wind from the 9-headed snake. Seeing the ninth young master charging the most ferociously, Gu Hai revealed a cold smile and said, "Ninth young master, don't you know that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment?" The face of the ninth young master, who was charging at the front, sank. As a disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion, you have been in this world for many years. To think that your understanding of this world's laws is not even comparable to that of an outsider like me. Gu Hai sneered. Humph! Trying to mislead the crowd with lies. Your army will be wiped out soon. Watch as I swallow you up. What more do you have to say? The ninth young master glared. Roar! The 9-headed snake opened its mouth and roared. Each of its 8 heads immediately swallowed up a soldier cloud beast. Indeed, the vast army dwindled. Less than 10% remained. The cloud beasts outside grew increasingly ferocious. Not only did Gu Hai not feel afraid, but he even revealed a cold smile. How can you understand the 28-line pair world ritual array? So what if I have fewer ghost stones? As long as the heavenly Tao of this world is boundless, my ghost stones will be boundless as well. Boundless and endless. Endless and endless. Rumble! Suddenly, the formation, which had been shattered by the cloud beasts outside, trembled. As it trembled, the clouds suddenly swelled. Within the swollen clouds, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Shoo! Shoo! The cries of horses came from the clouds. Then, before the countless cultivators' incredulous gazes, the soldiers that exploded came back to life, charging out of the clouds once more. Kill! The magnificent army had been completely restored. Coming back from the dead, endless and endless. What? How can this be? They came back to life? No, why can they come back to life? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The countless outsiders immediately found themselves trapped in the center of the vast army. The more ferocious the charge earlier, the more dangerous it was now. Previously, only the army was in front. Now, the revived army was everywhere. Everyone was surrounded in an instant. We are undefeatable. Kill. Ha! The entire army roared in unison as they charged into the fray. Rumble. The battle became even more intense. The Xiozha, who had been envious just now, were scared silly in an instant. No. No. How can it be like this? Quickly leave. Quickly leave. Let me out. Oh no. A series of miserable shrieks rang out. Immediately, cloud beasts exploded one after another. Large numbers of outsiders dropped their golden ghost stones and fell down. A rain of people fell from the sky. This scene made the expressions of the hesitant people in the outside world change dramatically. What happened? What happened? Didn't they say earlier that they wanted to kill Gu Hai? Why did they all fall down? They are even faster than before. What happened in there? The countless cloud beasts in the outside world hesitated. The expressions of the cultivators on the cloud beasts changed dramatically. Boom! The ninth young master led his subordinates and fled. The cloud beasts suffered heavy losses, and the nine-headed snake lost another 3 heads. The situation was extremely miserable. Endless growth? Why is it endless growth? The ninth young master showed an extremely unsightly expression when he escaped. Earlier, victory was within grasp. However, the offensive and defensive positions changed in the blink of an eye. Outside, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. What happened? What happened? Quickly capture a falling cultivator and ask him what happened in there. Yes, the group of elite hall disciples answered. Whoosh! Outside, the cloud beasts flew about. However, at this moment, the tens of thousands of cloud beasts did not dare to take another step forward. That cloudy ritual array was a land of death. Indeed, many people managed to escape. However, there were also people who failed to do so, shredded by the ferocious aura of the battle inside. Everyone looked at the cloudy ritual array with unsightly expressions. The intense battle finally came to an end. Countless people felt shocked and doubtful. Inside, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Xiaro all felt excited. At a distant mountain peak, the great Myojin grasped his scepter and said, "Endless growth? This is indeed starting to get interesting. Great light sovereign deity, you said that the vast army in there was reborn? Doesn't that make Gu Hai undefeatable?" A black-robed man exclaimed in shock. Undefeatable? Not yet. The 28 unhindered worldly ritual array? Interesting. I have not seen such a ritual array in a long time. Prepare the divine coffin to welcome Queen Hua. I'll try breaking it. Unfortunately for this Gu Hai, it is not that I want to kill you. However, you are related to Queen Hua. Anyone related to Queen Hua has to die. The great Myojin said coldly. Whoosh! The great Myojin stepped up and floated up. The great Myojin did not use a cloud beast or any enchanted treasure. However, it seemed like the world did not restrict him as he slowly floated into the air. A person looked incredibly insignificant before a 300-meter-long cloud beast. However, at this moment, such a person slowly floated up, shocking everyone who saw him. Xiao Chun slowly floated into the air, to where the 28 horizontal world ritual array was. He wanted to use his own strength to break through the vast army. Chapter 51. Under the 28 line pair world ritual array, Gu Hai's army grew endlessly. Even if they were destroyed, they revived in the blink of an eye. The charging army immediately fell into a tight encirclement. Their cloud beasts fell from their horses, and a rain of people fell. The cloud beasts at the periphery fled in panic. The cultivators surrounding the 28 line pair world ritual array immediately showed horrified expressions, their hearts pounding. They surrounded the ritual array, not daring to charge in for a long time. Inside the ritual array, Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Xiao stood behind Gu Hai. When they saw the earlier reversal, they all showed excited expressions. Division Master, this ritual array is too incredible, Gao Xianji said excitedly. Division Master, where did you learn this from? Chen Tianshan also felt excited. At this moment, Chen Tianshan's mentality had completely changed. Gu Hai's strength deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Xiao giggled foolishly in joy. Gu Hai looked around. The ferocious general seated below suddenly shouted, Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, listen up. There are still 6 days. After 6 days, I will definitely destroy the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The ferocious general roared. The tens of thousands of cultivators showed unsightly expressions. Where did this Gu Hai come from? How can he be so monstrous? Not far away, Montez showed shock and doubt in his eyes. Gu Hai! How can he lay such a ritual array? The 9th young master showed anger on his face. This time, he did not act rashly. Instead, he drove tens of thousands of cultivators to charge at the ritual array. Why was he still unable to defeat Xiaochen? Gu Hai! The 9th young master felt anxious and angry. At the plaza of a palace in a valley below, a sickly youth stood beside the first elder. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. The 28-line pair world ritual array? The pavilion master laid this many years ago. How did Gu Hai get it? The first elder said seriously. The sickly youth narrowed his eyes as he stared at the sky. In the end it still failed. This Gu Hai is very difficult to deal with. This is all because of the unborn man. Why don't we? The great elder was silent for a moment. No, ha ha ha, no one can force me, the Sky Chess Pavilion, to compromise. Gu Hai is not enough. The sickly young man sneered. In the end we can't count on them. Let me do it. Cough, 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 cough. The sickly young man coughed. Wait, look. The great elder suddenly exclaimed. The great Myojin? The sickly young man's pupils suddenly shrank. However, Xiao Chen saw a black-robed person in the distance slowly flying into the air. He did not use anything to support him or a golden ghost stone. He just flew up. As he flew, countless Xiozha in the surroundings cast astonished gazes. Doesn't this small world suppress one's cultivation base? He can only be in the greater heaven realm. Why is he flying? Who is he? What is he going to do? How can he fly? Countless cultivators cast startled gazes at the black-robed great light sovereign deity in bewilderment. Before the 300-meter-long cloud beasts, the great Myojin looked extremely small. However, this small figure shocked countless Xiozha. Even in the outside world, one had to be at least in the Yuanying state to be able to fly like this. However, this person could actually fly in this small world? Wherever the great Myojin went, the cloud beasts would make way for him. This seemed to form a chain reaction. The surrounding Xiozha moved aside, allowing the great Myojin to get closer to the ritual array. Buzz! The great Myojin suddenly stopped outside the vast ritual array. A gentle breeze blew, and his black robes fluttered. The great Myojin stood there, quietly looking at the ritual array. Inside the ritual array, Gu Hai's expression flickered. Even though the great Myojin was wrapped in black robes, obscuring his face, Gu Hai still felt like a pair of eyes were staring at him. How did he do it? Aren't they limited to the Xiantian realm? Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Do as I say. Return to the commander's position. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Gao Xianji answered. Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, and Xiao controlled the 3 cloud beasts and quickly spread out. Gu Hai controlled the cloud beasts and coldly looked outside. Gu Hai? Pretty good. Is that the 28-line pair world ritual array? The great Myojin smiled faintly. That laughter was very soft. However, it strangely spread to everyone's ears. Countless cultivators were shocked by it. You are not the Sky Chess Pavilion's disciple? Who are you? Gu Hai asked gravely. If you can survive from me, I will tell you, the great Myojin said indifferently. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he asked, Do you want the century lifespan immortality Peachtree? The century lifespan immortality Peachtree? I don't want to take on this problem. I just want to kill you, the great Myojin said with a soft smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. You want to kill me? I don't think we know each other, right? I kill based on my mood. I never need a reason. Are you ready? I can start now. You have to do your best. Ha 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 ha. The great Myojin guffawed. Gu Hai's expression turned cold. You had better not make a mistake. My ritual array can drive the power of the laws of the world. If it can't, I can't be bothered to kill you personally. The 28-line pair world ritual array? Ritual arrays? What is so great about that? Divine light. The great Myojin snorted coldly. Boom. Suddenly, 10 azure pillars of light soared into the sky from behind the great Myojin. Each pillar was more than 3 kilometers long. The moment the azure pillars of light appeared, they dyed half the sky azure. Boom. The 10 azure pillars of light immediately released a soul-stirring aura. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed dramatically as this aura forced them back. What are those? Peacock plumes? The expressions of countless cultivators suddenly changed. The 10 azure pillars of light were shaped like peacock tails. As they soared into the sky, they radiated a baleful aura. The surroundings of the 3-kilometer-long peacock plumes turned cold. Cold smoke gathered in the air. Gu Hai's expression sank. Then, he waved his hand and said, Military formation, defend! Roar! The thousands of soldiers roared as they raised their weapons and pointed them at the great Myojin. Show some morale. Azure Peacock breaks 10,000 techniques, break for me! The great Myojin waved his hand. The 10,000-foot-long peacock plumes suddenly flung towards the formation, charging straight towards the army. The peacock plumes swept out, releasing a dazzling green light that dyed the heaven and earth green. The surging green light directly rushed towards the great formation. Boom! A loud boom rang out as the formation shook violently. 10 peacock plumes swept toward a group of soldiers. Kill! 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 A group of soldiers immediately slashed at the peacock plume. Boom! With a loud boom, the cloud formation shook violently. The group of dozens of soldiers only managed to block for a moment before they were completely shattered. The peacock plume was knocked back. Oh? Interesting indeed. Keek. That's more like it. The great Myojin's voice carried a hint of malevolence. Swoosh. The peacock plume was like a peerless whip, and once again it swept over fiercely. This time, it was even more ferocious than before, and the blossoming green light was even more dazzling. Inside, Gu Hai's expression changed. Under his control, another large group of soldiers charged forward. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as the formation shuddered violently, and close to 100 more soldiers exploded. Oh? It seems that it's not enough. How about we give you more? The great Myojin said excitedly. He put away the scepter in his hand and waved his left hand. Immediately, 10,000 long peacock feathers appeared behind him. The first 10 were transferred to his left hand. At this moment, the great Myojin seemed to be holding 10 peacock plumes in each hand, and flinging them out like 2 bundles of giant whip. Break! The great Myojin shouted. Shwa! Shwa! Boom! The great cloud mist array shook violently as the 2 peacock plume feathers swept over. The impact was incomparably huge. Immediately, 1/10 of the great cloud mist array was brazenly shattered. Close to 1,000 soldiers were blasted apart. What? Countless cultivators in the surroundings had their eyes wide open. There were nearly 1,000 cloud beasts, yet the black-robed man had wiped them out with just 2 swings of his hand? Who was he? How could he be so ferocious just by relying on his own strength? How is this possible? Isn't this world only limited to the innate realm? Eternal vitality. Gu Hai's expression changed as he shouted. Boom! The great cloud mist array in the surroundings quickly reformed, and a large number of soldiers were quickly reborn. Break! Shwa! 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 The great Myojin swung his peacock plumes faster and faster. As he swung them fiercely, they seemed to form a green storm that continuously destroyed the great cloud mist array. So what if it was a great cloud mist array? The peacock plumes flung out could break through 10,000 technique. Eternal vitality? Let's see if your eternal vitality is faster than my destruction of your great cloud mist array. Break! The great Myojin shouted. Boom! The green light swept over, and an earth-shattering sound resounded. The huge great cloud mist array was reduced by 1/5 in an instant. Eternal vitality. Gu Hai's expression changed greatly. Is it still not enough? This time, my strength is even greater. Again, ha! The great Myojin laughed loudly. Swoosh! The two peacock plumes merged into one, as if wanting to completely destroy the great cloud mist array in an instant. Gu Hai's expression changed. Was this a madman? Gao Xianji, you guys guard the 4 directions. Gu Hai shouted. Nay! The horse Gu Hai sat on let out a loud roar and charged towards the peacock plumes. The fierce general that Gu Hai sat on waved the halberd in its hand and charged towards the peacock plumes. The thousands of soldiers in the surroundings suddenly charged towards the fierce general and seemed to merge with the fierce general, disappearing without a trace. The fierce general's body suddenly expanded by more than 3 times. As it stepped forward, it emitted a vicious aura. Looking at the peacock plumes flung towards it, the halberd charged towards it. You're finally going to battle? However, it's already too late. Under the green plumes, 10,000 techniques will be broken. The great Myojin shouted coldly as it exerted force. A monstrous killing intent rushed towards Gu Hai. The fierce general's expression was ferocious. The halberd in its hand suddenly emitted a black vicious aura and charged towards the peacock plumes. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. The fierce general roared. As the fierce general roared, the entire great cloud mist array shook. It seemed like boundless energy gathered in the halberd as it chopped towards the peacock plumes. Hong! A loud sound rang out, and a monstrous storm surged in all directions. The storm immediately knocked the nearby cloud beasts back. The loud sound caused the ears of countless cultivators to ring. The huge storm swept through the ground below. The vegetation on the ground suddenly grew shorter. The halberd and the peacock plumes clashed once. However, it seemed like neither could do anything to the other. Gu Hai's face sank. The people I want to kill have never been able to survive. I bestow upon you a battle to the death. Come again. Let's see how strong you are. The great Myojin said coldly. Under the green plumes, 10,000 techniques will be broken. Strength to pick up mountains, unrivaled might. Boom! The ritual array shook as the great Myojin drove the peacock plumes to clash ferociously with Gu Hai's fierce general. Every time they clashed, a ferocious aura spread out. Neither side gave in. The battlefield immediately turned into a stalemate. However, the great Myojin's strength grew increasingly stronger. Helpless, Gu Hai could only let the fierce general merge with more soldiers. As more soldiers merged with the fierce general, the battle continued. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression, not giving in at all. He understood that this person was like a madman. If Gu Hai gave in, he would definitely die. The repeated clashes strengthened the great Myojin's fighting spirit. The sky shook violently, causing countless cultivators in the world to reveal shocked expressions. However, the shock in the eyes of countless cultivators soon turned into greed. That black-robed man pinned down Gu Hai. Didn't that mean that they could use this opportunity to obtain the century lifespan immortality Peachtree? Montez, the 9th young master, and the countless other cultivators turned their gazes to the center of the ritual array. One more time. Use this opportunity to charge into the ritual array. Someone roared. Chapter 52. Under the azure plume, 10,000 techniques break. Chop. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might conquers the world. Boom. Gu Hai's ferocious general and the great Myojin's peacock plume clashed ferociously in the air. Time after time, the collisions created overwhelming waves that swept out in all directions. The loud sounds hurt the eardrums of nearly all the cultivators. However, the temptation of the century lifespan immortality peach tree was too great. When everyone saw that the great Myojin held back Gu Hai, their eyes lit up. This was a rare opportunity. Earlier, Gu Hai controlled the ritual array, causing the tens of thousands of cloud beasts to retreat. Now Gu Hai was pinned down. The other three would not be able to make it. The century lifespan immortality peach tree was right there. Furthermore, without Gu Hai's protection, should they go? Come with me. The ninth young master shouted. Roar. Countless subordinates controlled the cloud beasts to follow the ninth young master to the other side of the ritual array. Nearly 1,000 cloud beasts appeared very ferocious. Although the nine-headed snake was injured, it was still brimming with fighting spirit. It was the first to charge into the ritual array. Chang Mountain's Zhao Zilong is here. Military formation, kill. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the clouds. Boom. A large number of soldiers charged at the nine-headed snake's ninth young master. Kill, 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 kill. The two armies clashed, immediately starting a ferocious slaughter. The battle was extremely intense. Don't stop. They can't hold on for much longer. Charge. The ninth young master roared. Gao Xianji's face sank. When she saw the army charging over, she controlled Zhao Zilong to charge forward. Humph! Zhao Zilong snorted coldly, and the spear in his hand became like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Wherever the spear pointed, it swept through everything, wildly killing cloud beasts. A large number of soldiers followed closely behind Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong was like a meat grinder. Everywhere he went, cloud beasts exploded. Outside, as the ninth young master charged forward, the first wave of soldiers could no longer sit still. Countless Xiozha could no longer sit still. Charge. Gu Hai is pinned down. Now, the century lifespan immortality peach tree will belong to whoever snatches it. Charge. Rumble. Another large group of cloud beasts charged into the formation from another direction. Xiaoyang Pass Yunchang is here. Military formation, kill. A loud shout came from the clouds. Boom. Like Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan commanded his army to bravely kill the enemy. Guan Yunchang's green dragon crescent blade slashed wildly, sweeping everything in its path. More and more cloud beasts charged in from the outside world. The two generals took over most of the battlefield. It was as if they were taking care of Xiao, giving her only a small portion of the battlefield. Zhang Ida of Yin is here. Battle formation, kill. Another shout was heard. Even though Xiao faced the fewest enemies, there were still many enemies charging towards her. Xiao had never seen such a scene before. After all, he was only 8 years old. In the past, he had been forced to fight at the entrance to this world. Later on, the Sea of Ants had also been forced to fight because of their willpower. The battle here had instantly become chaotic. Don't come over. Xiao felt so scared that she nearly closed her eyes. Kill, 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 kill. Under Xiao's control, Zhang Ida fought in a fluster. Although he still possessed powerful martial prowess, Xiao was too flustered. Zhang Ida's movements also appeared somewhat flustered. Rumble. More cloud beasts exploded in the surroundings, and more cultivators fell. Zhao Zilong and Guan Yunchang blocked most of the cloud beasts that charged into the ritual array. A small portion of them faced the flustered Zhang Ida. Slowly they closed in on him. Ha 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 ha. That little snake spirit does not dare to fight. That is the breach. Quick, quick. Charge over before others react. Quick! The cloud beasts charging at Xiao became increasingly ferocious, making it increasingly difficult for her. As Xiao watched the cloud beasts get closer, she felt so anxious that she wanted to cry. What should I do? What should I do? Benefactor, Xiao is going to lose. Sob, sob, sob. Xiao cried in fear. Among the cloud beasts charging at Xiao were the elite hall disciples. Montez followed the crowd, confidence flashing in his eyes. Kill. That little snake spirit can't hold on much longer. Quickly charge. The group of cultivators immediately roared excitedly. Rumble. Indeed, the large number of cloud beasts forced Xiao back. The cloud beasts forced aside a large number of soldiers, and they slowly reached Xiao. Zhang Ida did his best to brandish his snake spear. However, Xiao had too little combat experience, especially mental experience. Her fluster put Zhang Ida in a sorry state, showing signs of defeat. It looked like Xiao would lose soon. Benefactor, sorry. Xiao is too stupid. Xiao cried in fear. Ah! Die, little snake spirit. A lion-shaped cloud beast immediately swung its claw over, looking like it wanted to kill Xiao with one strike. Xiao was stunned. Boom! A loud sound rang out. That cloud beast's claw did not touch Xiao. Instead, it pierced a hole in its head. Bang! The cloud beast's claw stopped in midair. The cultivators above turned their heads to look in disbelief. They saw a huge dragon's claw piercing the cloud beast's head. Montez made a move. What? That person exclaimed. Break! Montez shouted. Roar! Boom! The huge dragon exerted force and blasted apart the cloud beast. Then, it immediately arrived before Xiao. Elite Hall disciples, attack! Montez shouted. Roar! Roar! The large number of cloud beasts in the surroundings roared. Suddenly, they stopped attacking the soldiers. Instead, they charged out of the cloud beast horde and charged at the other cloud beasts, looking like they were killing each other. What? Bastard! What are you doing? Montez, you are going back on your word. Furious roars came from the cloud beast horde. The elite hall disciples turned around and helped Xiao block the attack. Xiao revealed a shocked expression. Why is Montez saving me? Snake Girl, are you alright? Montez asked. I'm fine. However, Xiao could not wrap her head around the situation. We are the same as Gu Hai, elite hall disciples. Don't you know? Montez smiled. That seems to be the case. Xiao nodded. Gu Hai laid the ritual array to search for the unborn man. That is the purpose of my elite hall coming here. Naturally, we are also looking for the unborn man. We are all elite hall disciples. How can we help outsiders deal with our own people? Earlier, I was just hiding among the outsiders, waiting to coordinate with you at the last moment, Montez said with a smile. Really? Xiao's eyes lit up. Of course, it's true. Snake Girl, let's fight side by side. Once Gu Hai wins, these rascals will no longer be able to charge in. Let's block the outsiders together, Montez called out. Xiao looked at Montez and wiped away her tears. Then, she happily answered, All right. Meng Tai smiled faintly and turned his head to look at the intruder. The moment he turned his head, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He thought excitedly, this little Yao is really naive and easy to deceive. Kill. Roar! The chaotic battle started again. The elite hall disciples helped Xiao deal with the outsiders. The pressure on Xiao's side immediately lessened. Xiao felt incredibly happy. Beat them up. Beat up these bad people. This is great. With help, Xiao immediately calmed down. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Xiao slowly gained the upper hand in her battle. Xiao felt incredibly happy. Xiao turned her head and was about to thank Montez. Many thanks. However, before Xiao could finish speaking, a dragon claw suddenly appeared above Zhang Ida's head. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Zhang Ida's head immediately exploded. Meng Tai had a discerning eye that many people did not have. The instant he charged into the formation, he discovered Zhao Zilong, Guan Yunchang, and Zhang Yida's peerless martial strength. While he was shocked, he was also thinking of schemes and schemes. Montez had been waiting for this opportunity. If he had fought with Zhang Yida at full power, he might not have been able to achieve a good result. However, the opportunity finally arrived. When Zhang Yida was caught off guard, that sure-kill sneak attack struck Zhang Yida's head. A loud sound rang out, and Zhang Yida's head exploded. Xiao also blasted into the air. Xiao screamed in horror as she flew up. Bang! Immediately, Montez stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao, who was flying in the air. Shing! The dagger in Xiao Chen's hand pressed against Xiao's neck. Don't move. If you move, the dagger will chop off your head. Montez sneered. You lied to me. You lied to me. Sob. Sob. You lied to me. Xiao reacted and immediately started crying. Xiao. The expressions of Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan, who were in the distance, immediately changed. Rumble. However, the distant battlefield was also incredibly chaotic. At this moment, the two could not free themselves. You lied to me. You lied to me. Sob. 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 Xiao trembled as she cried. Ha 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 ha. You are too naive. I have never seen such a gullible person. You believe everything I say. Ha 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 ha. Montez guffawed. Sob. 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 Xiao cried pitifully. Elite Hall disciples, block them from me. I'm going to retrieve the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree. Montez laughed as he escorted Xiao to the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree. Benefactor, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Benefactor, I'm sorry. Xiao wept continuously as she was escorted away. Elsewhere, Gu Hai and the Great Myojin fought ferociously. The halberd clashed with the peacock plume in a stalemate. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. On the other side, the Great Myojin's hat fluttered continuously, looking like it would fly off. Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed as if he sensed something. He turned his head to look. Benefactor, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Benefactor, I'm sorry. Xiao cried in despair in the distance. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. Scram! The ferocious general roared. Boom! Gu Hai and the Great Myojin suddenly separated. Xiao got kidnapped? Bastard! Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom! Gu Hai spun his halberd and pointed it at the Great Myojin. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you later. If anything happens to Xiao, I'll skin you alive. Gu Hai roared at the Great Myojin while glaring. If this were in the past, the Great Myojin would definitely erupt with even greater hostility than Gu Hai. However, when he suddenly saw Montez kidnapping Xiao, his fighting spirit abruptly vanished. The Great Myojin stared at the distant Montez and said coldly, You are seeking death. Chapter 53. Montez held Xiao hostage and rushed to the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree in the center. Stop right there. That is mine. Bastard. Stop right there. The surrounding cultivators charging at the ritual array grew increasingly frenzied. The pressure on Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan intensified. The two fought tirelessly. The elite hall disciples helped Montez cover the rear, blocking the increasingly ferocious cultivators. However, no one dared to go to Gu Hai's place. Rumble! The ferocious general that Gu Hai sat on quickly rode over, arriving nearby in the blink of an eye. Montez, are you seeking death? Gu Hai roared while glaring. However, Montez had already arrived before the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Tree. When Montez looked carefully, he glared. Where are the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Trees? Where are the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach Trees? Montez suddenly roared. Xiao Chen's dagger left a red mark on Xiao's neck. Sob. 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 Benefactor, sorry. Xiao is not good. Sorry, benefactor, Xiao cried as she looked at the furious Gu Hai charging over. Montez turned his head in rage. Then, he suddenly saw Gu Hai charging over. Seeing Gu Hai's ferocious appearance and the ferocious general's halberd, Montez's heart skipped a beat. Why did the battle stop? Why did that black-robed man stop? The black-robed man slowly flew over from the distance. The battle between Gu Hai and the great Myojin had indeed stopped. Montez's expression changed when he saw Gu Hai's soaring aura. He immediately pressed the dagger in his hand a little closer to Xiao's neck. Blood immediately flowed out. Montez, how dare you? Gu Hai roared while glaring. Gu Hai, don't come over. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Montez roared. Boom. Gu Hai stopped and looked at Montez coldly. Montez's eyelids twitched. Montez knew his limits. While he did not dare to lay his hands on the century lifespan immortality peach trees, he was determined to obtain the 10-century lifespan immortality peach trees. His original plan was to kidnap Xiao and take the remaining 7 immortality peaches. Then, he would immediately flee. At that time, Gu Hai would not have the time to chase after him. As long as Xiao Chun left the innate puzzle world and recovered his cultivation, no matter how capable Gu Hai was, he would not be a match for Xiao Chun. However, the century lifespan immortality peach was gone? Leader, we can't hold on for much longer, a group of Class 1 hall members nearby said anxiously. Montez's expression changed. Gu Hai, stop them, or I'll kill this snake demon. Gu Hai's face turned cold as he waved his hand. Rumble! A large number of soldiers were reborn, and they immediately charged at the surrounding cloud beasts. Kill! 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 A series of battle cries rang out. The ferocious soldiers immediately knocked back the cloud beasts. The ferocious momentum made Montez's expression change dramatically. Let go of Xiao, and I'll let you go, Gu Hai said coldly. Ha 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 ha? Xiao? This snake demon? Gu Hai, I think that you are extraordinarily soft-hearted. To think that you would be blackmailed for the sake of a snake that you just met. Since you care so much, how can I bear to let her go? Montez suddenly showed a sinister smile. Benefactor, sorry. Sorry. Benefactor. Sob. Sob. Xiao cried sadly. Xiao felt sad because she was so useless. She got tricked by bad people and got blackmailed by her benefactor. It was all her fault. Xiao, don't cry. This has nothing to do with you. It's fine. Gu Hai consoled. After consoling Xiao, Gu Hai turned to look at Montez again. Division Master Meng, you are also an elite hall disciple. We can be considered colleagues. Right now, I am willing to become enemies with the entire world to find the unborn man for elite hall. However, instead of helping me, you schemed against me. What is the meaning of this? Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, the ferocious general under his feet moved forward slightly. Don't move. Otherwise, I will kill her now, Montez said while glaring. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the ferocious general stopped moving forward. Cut the crap. Gu Hai, I acknowledge your capabilities. However, you should not have appeared. Humph. Do you care about Xiao? Let's see how much you care about her. You picked the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach, right? Use the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach to exchange for Xiao. Give me the Century Lifespan Immortality Peach, and I will spare her life. Montez said coldly. No. Benefactor, no. Xiao's life is cheap. No. Xiao immediately cried out as tears streamed down her face. Gu Hai stared at Montez silently for a while. What's wrong? You don't care now? Montez asked coldly. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai nodded and said, There are a total of 10 century lifespan immortality peaches. Xiao ate 3 earlier and I ate 1. Now there are 6 left. Whoosh. As Gu Hai spoke, he flipped his hand, and the 6 jade boxes immediately landed on the ferocious general's head. Open them. Montez roared from afar, suppressing his excitement. Whoosh! With a flip, the 6 jade boxes opened, and the 6 dazzling golden immortality peaches appeared in them. Countless cultivators in the surroundings stared at the 6 jade boxes. Many of them could not help gulping. Clack! Gu Hai closed the jade boxes again. That's right. Ha ha. Gu Hai, it looks like I have to admire you. For the sake of a small snake spirit, you gave away 3-century lifespan immortality peaches earlier. Now you have 6-century lifespan immortality peaches. To think that you are willing to give them away without even blinking. Montez sneered. Let go of Xiaro, and I'll give them to you. Gu Hai said seriously. Do you think that I will believe you? Let go of Xiaro? Would the century lifespan immortality peaches still be mine? Montez retorted in disdain. I, Gu Hai, am a man of my word. Let go of Xiaro, and I'll give you all 6-century lifespan immortality peaches. If anything happens to Xiaro, I'll bury all of you. Gu Hai showed a cold look in his eyes. Rumble! A large number of soldiers immediately appeared in the surroundings, all of them pointing their sabers at the dozens of elite hall disciples. Montez's eyelids twitched. Give me the century lifespan immortality peaches, and I'll let her go. Are you going to give it to me or not? Gu Hai stared at Montez coldly. Are you going to give it to me or not? Montez's dagger sank deeper into Xiao's neck. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. Here. Gu Hai extended his hand, wanting to push out the jade box. The 6 elite hall disciples controlled their cloud beasts to fly over. No. Benefactor, don't give it to him. Benefactor, Xiao dragged you down. Sorry, Benefactor. Sob. Sob. Xiao screamed in despair. Cut the crap. Montez shouted angrily at Xiao. In the distance, the 6 elite hall disciples had already arrived before Gu Hai. Gu Hai was about to push the jade box to them. To save Xiao, Gu Hai did not hesitate. When Xiao, who was in the distance, saw that Gu Hai was willing to trade for her so directly, she stopped crying. Suddenly, she looked at Gu Hai in a daze, and a sad smile appeared on her face. Benefactor, meeting Benefactor in this life is Xiao's greatest fortune. Perhaps Xiao should have died that day at the entrance. Benefactor should not have saved Xiao that day. Xiao cannot help Benefactor guard the herb garden anymore. If there is a next life, Xiao can help Benefactor guard the herb garden again. Guard it for the rest of my life. Xiao said softly in a mournful tone. In the distance, Gu Hai's expression changed. Xiao, what are you doing? Gu Hai's expression changed, and so did Montez's. However, it was too late. When Xiao Rou finished her last sentence, she didn't know where she got the strength from, but her body suddenly slammed into him. Shing! The dagger in Montez's hand immediately chopped off most of Xiao's head. The dagger sliced across Xiao's neck, instantly reaching the deepest part. It looked like it nearly chopped off her head. Xiao! Gu Hai roared, his eyes bloodshot. What? You! Montez exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Montez had not expected Xiao to choose to commit suicide at this moment. Why did she commit suicide? Did she chop off her own neck? Xiao's eyes remained open until she died. Montez, I want you dead! Gu Hai suddenly roared. The ferocious general under Xiao Chen suddenly swung his halberd, and the 6 cloud beasts that came to receive the century lifespan immortality peach exploded. Boom! The 6 cloud beasts exploded. Arg! 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 The 6 elite hall disciples shrieked miserably as they went flying back. Kill! Kill! The cloud beasts in the surroundings immediately slashed forward. Boom! The 6 elite hall disciples exploded, and blood spurted everywhere. Kill! Roar! The surrounding soldiers suddenly turned crazy, charging at the group of elite hall disciples and Montez. How can it be like this? How can it be like this? Montez looked at Xiao's corpse in his arms in horror. Why did she commit suicide? Why did she commit suicide? Division Master! Division Master, save us! What should we do? The remaining elite Hall disciples cried out. The surrounding soldiers went berserk as they charged over. Montez's expression changed dramatically. Quickly leave! Quickly leave! Quickly leave! Montez screamed as he rushed outside. You want to leave? You still want to leave now? Die! Gu Hai roared. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might conquers the world. The ferocious general swung his halberd. Boom! A halberd manifested and tore through everything, charging at the cloud beast under Montez. Block it! Block it! Boom! Boom! The halberd immediately blasted apart the two elite Hall disciples blocking Montez. This halberd strike also chopped off the tail of the cloud beast under Montez's feet. What? Montez roared in horror. Die! Gu Hai roared ferociously. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might conquers the world. Boom! Another halberd strike, even more ferocious than the previous one, headed for Montez. Seeing that halberd strike heading for him, Montez's expression changed dramatically. He immediately tossed Xiaorou's corpse towards the halberd. Stop! Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom! The halberd manifested suddenly stopped, kicking up a strong wind to prevent Xiaorou's corpse from being damaged. Rumble! The ferocious general charged forward, and Gu Hai grabbed Xiaorou's corpse. Xiaorou still had that dagger in her neck. However, she had already stopped breathing. Vast army, kill Montez and the elite Hall disciples with all your might. Kill! 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 Gu Hai roared at the sky. Roar! A magnificent army suddenly appeared, surrounding Meng Tai and the others with a loud bang. Gu Hai, how dare you! I am Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. Montez roared in shock. Kill! Gu Hai roared with a ferocious expression. Rumble! The vast army surrounded Montez. However, Gu Hai quickly took out a century lifespan immortality peach and fed it to Xiaorou. Xiaorou already stopped breathing. Would the century lifespan immortality peach still work? Gu Hai showed an anxious expression. Chapter 54. Foolish girl, why are you so short-sighted? Even if we give them the peach, they will not be able to take it away. I can still snatch it back. Gu Hai showed an anxious expression. The dagger was still in Xiaorou's neck, but she was no longer breathing. Gu Hai did not dare to pull out the dagger. He could only quickly take out a century lifespan immortality peach and place it in Xiaorou's mouth. Rumble! The vast army surrounded the elite Hall disciples. The elite Hall disciples immediately found themselves in danger. Boom! A cloud beast exploded. Ah! Division Master, save me! Save me! That elite Hall disciple roared in alarm. Kill! Shing! A cloud beast soldier chopped down with his saber. Boom! That cloud beast soldier immediately turned into a bloody mist that scattered everywhere. He died? Division Master, what should we do? We are surrounded. We can't hold on for much longer. The elite Hall disciples exclaimed. Gu Hai, how dare you! How dare you! Montez roared as his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, a large number of soldiers charged at Montez. Montez was also in danger. The battle between Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan eased up slightly. It seemed like many cultivators noticed that something was wrong. Some people already retreated. The century lifespan immortality peach immediately melted when it entered Xiaorou's mouth. Buzz! Xiaorou's body trembled slightly. Gu Hai's eyes lit up. It worked? Xiaorou gently pulled out the dagger, and her body trembled intensely. However, she still did not wake up. Gu Hai's expression changed. Without hesitation, he placed another century lifespan immortality peach in Xiaorou's mouth. Buzz! Xiaorou's body suddenly gave off a golden light. Amid the golden light, her eyes trembled, and she slowly opened them. Xiaorou, you're awake? Gu Hai showed joy on his face. Xiaorou stared at Gu Hai in a daze for a while. Then, a sweet smile slowly appeared on her face. Blarg. As Xiao smiled sweetly, blood poured out of her mouth again. How can this be? Chen Tianshan, come over and check on Xiao's situation. Gu Hai shouted anxiously. Yes. Chen Tianshan answered from afar. Immediately, the Guan Yunchang cloud beast was about to charge over. Charge quick. The eyes of the cultivators fighting Chen Tianshan immediately lit up. However, Gu Hai turned his head and looked over. His eyes turned cold as he said, "If you dare to take another step forward, I will let you all die without a burial ground." Gu Hai's voice was bone-chilling. When his cold voice rang out, the cloud beasts that were about to charge over immediately froze in place. The expressions of the cultivators also changed. If it was a group attack like before, no one would be afraid. After all, it was impossible for Gu Hai to kill everyone. There was still a chance for them to escape. However, what if they were targeted by Gu Hai? Gu Hai is a lunatic. For the sake of a small snake demon, he did not even want the century lifespan immortality peach. What if he comes after us? Don't listen to him. This is a good opportunity. Everyone, charge with me. One of the cultivators shouted. However, as he shouted, that person suddenly felt all his hair stand on end. It was Gu Hai's cold gaze. At this moment, he was staring at that person coldly. There was a soul-stirring, killing intent in his eyes. This murderous intent caused that person to stop speaking. His scalp tingled, and he did not dare to take another step forward. Chen Tianshan immediately arrived. How is Xiao? Gu Hai asked as he stared at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan also checked and revealed a shocked expression. Division Master, Xiao should be dead. Her body is completely cold, and her blood is no longer flowing. Her entire body is stiff. She is dead. What a bastard! Xiao opened her eyes. How could she be dead? Gu Hai roared while glaring. On the other side, the great Myojin slowly flew over. The vast army surrounded Montez's army. It immediately suffered heavy casualties. In the blink of an eye, half of the elite hall disciples had turned into a bloody mist. Division Master, what should we do? We can't escape. We can't escape. The group of elite hall disciples shouted in horror as they gathered around Montez. Montez was also fatigued from dealing with the army. At this moment, he was also at his limits, showing an expression of dissatisfaction. Gu Hai, the other division masters of Elite Hall will not let you off. The Hall Master will not let you off. Montez shouted hatefully. Boom. The huge dragon that Montez sat on immediately chopped off its claws. It looked like Montez's cloud beast would die soon. Montez also reached the brink of despair. However, just at this moment the great Myojin arrived nearby. Montez's expression suddenly changed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right. I can ask him for help. He also wants to deal with Gu Hai. I remember that he said that he wanted to kill Gu Hai. Montez suddenly showed an expression of wild joy. We're saved. Come with me. Quick, come with me. Montez roared. Kill. The group of Elite Hall disciples did their best to follow Montez, blocking the vast army around them. Senior, save me, save me. I am Montez of Elite Hall. I have a death grudge with Gu Hai. Senior, save me. Montez shouted from afar as he flew towards the great Myojin. Senior, save us. The group of Elite Hall disciples also saw hope. The great Myojin suddenly stopped and looked at the group of Elite Hall disciples charging over. Kill. The group of soldiers charged towards the great Myojin. Bang! Suddenly, 20 peacock feathers appeared in the air and surrounded the great Myojin, blocking all the soldiers outside the peacock feathers. Senior, save us! Montez shouted in pleasant surprise. You want me to save you? The great Myojin's voice was very cold. As long as Senior saves me, I can give Senior everything. Montez shouted anxiously. What if I want your lives? The great Myojin asked coldly. Ah? Why? Senior, didn't you want to kill Guhai? We have a grudge with Guhai as well. Montez exclaimed. Indeed. If it were before, I might have saved you in passing. However, you just killed Queen Hua, the great Myojin said indifferently. Queen Hua? What Queen Hua? I killed her? That little snake spirit? Montez exclaimed in disbelief. Shing! Suddenly, a peacock feather turned into a towering whip and swung it at the group of elite hall disciples. It looked like a beam of azure light flashed by. Bang! All the cloud beasts suddenly exploded. To the group of elite hall disciples' disbelief, they suddenly broke apart from their waist. That peacock feather chopped off all the elite hall disciples, including Montez, at their waist. Bang! A large amount of blood spurted out from the severed waist. The group of elite hall disciples lowered their heads in disbelief and looked at the parts below their waist. Why? Montez glared at the great Myojin in despair. Little snake spirit? Haha. Even I am not qualified to talk about Queen Hua like that. You are seeking death, the great Myojin said coldly. Queen Hua? Queen Hua? Montez's severed body fell from the sky in despair. However, the great Myojin continued slowly heading to the center. Damn it! Xiao's eyes are open. How could she die? The medicinal effect must be insufficient. Guhai snarled. Then, he extended his hand and sent another century lifespan immortality peach tree into Xiao's mouth. Buzz! Xiao's eyes trembled and her lips moved. Benefactor! Xiao suddenly said. You're alive! Guhai showed joy on his face. Benefactor, don't save me. Xiao is not worth your saving. Xiao said weakly. What nonsense are you saying? Didn't you recover? Guhai glared. I didn't. I can't feel my existence anymore. I don't know. I feel like the gates of the netherworld are calling me. I feel like I have to leave. Xiao said weakly. That's impossible. Didn't you wake up? Guhai said while glaring. I'm very tired. I have to leave. Benefactor, Xiao let you down. I will definitely repay Benefactor in my next life. I definitely will. 2 drops of tears fell from Xiao's eyes. Didn't you survive? Guhai's expression changed. Division Master, Xiao's blood has coagulated. It seems like she really died. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. No, she is already alive. She ate 6 immortality peaches and can live for 600 more years. Guhai said, feeling dissatisfied. Her 7 spiritual souls have already scattered, and she no longer has any life force. You continuously fed her the century lifespan immortality peaches, but you only sealed her 3 spiritual souls. If you want her to live, you need to reconstruct her life force. However, you clearly do not have that ability. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Huh! Guhai glared at the nearby Great Myojin. Hand her to me, the Great Myojin said indifferently. Roar! The ferocious general that Guhai sat on roared. The surrounding soldiers quickly merged into the ferocious general's body, and it grew even larger. Then, it pointed its halberd at the Great Myojin. You can reconstruct Xiao's life force? Guhai asked while glaring. I can't. What I cultivate is death, not life. The Great Myojin said indifferently. If you can't save Xiao, then what do you want her for? Guhai demanded while glaring. I can bring her back to life. However, it is in a different way. The Great Myojin said seriously. What is the other method? Guhai asked sullenly. Her earthly soul is Queen Hua's reincarnation. Queen Hua is already here. Her 2 spiritual souls and 7 spiritual souls are here as well. Let them merge again. The Great Myojin said indifferently. As Guhai spoke, he pointed at a distant mountain peak. At this moment, all the cultivators stopped fighting. After all, if Guhai was not restrained, fighting would be pointless. The Great Myojin pointed at the mountain peak. Everyone looked in the same direction as Guhai. Everyone saw that on a distant mountain peak. At this moment, nearly 1,000 black-clad men were kneeling on one knee, looking like they were kneeling to Xiao, who was in Gu Hai's embrace. However, there was a large coffin in the center of the group of black-clad men. Let her return to Queen Hua. Let her come back to life. Give her to me. The great Myojin said solemnly. Earthly soul. Gu Hai's expression changed slightly. At this moment, in a plaza below, Queen Hua? How can that be? Why is Queen Hua in this world? Furthermore, she even separated her earthly soul and reincarnated here? How can that be? The first elder exclaimed. Queen Hua? That snake spirit is actually Queen Hua's reincarnation? Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth's expression changed drastically. In the forest, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng also looked at the battlefield in the sky. Even now, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng showed shock. Queen Hua? Gu Hai seems to be involved in an overwhelming karmic conflict? Now, it looks like that little snake spirit's face really resembles Queen Hua's. 2 spiritual souls and 7 spiritual souls? How can the Queen Hua you speak of still have 2 spiritual souls and 7 spiritual souls waiting? If the earthly soul reincarnates, shouldn't the heavenly soul soar into the sky? Gu Hai said while glaring. I have no reason to lie to you. Quickly give it to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences if you miss the opportunity. The great Myojin said coldly. Won't be able to bear the consequences? Didn't you want to kill me earlier? Why are you so willing to bear the consequences earlier? I don't believe you. Gu Hai retorted coldly. You bastard! The great Myojin shouted. Boom! The 20 peacock plumes in the surroundings immediately released a dazzling azure light. A destructive aura spread out. The surrounding cultivators immediately retreated in horror. Roar! The ferocious general under the great Myojin roared and pointed his halberd at the great Myojin. Gu Hai hugged Xiao. A huge battle between the two would break out at any moment. Division Master Gu. Suddenly, a voice called out from below. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked down. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng? Gu Hai saw Bodhisattva Lian Sheng slowly flying into the air from the forest below. Division Master Gu, the great Myojin is right. Xiao, who is in your embrace, is indeed the reincarnation of Queen Hua's earthly soul. Furthermore, you cannot delay this any longer. You used the century lifespan immortality peach to trap Xiao's 3 spiritual souls. If this continues, the century lifespan immortality peach's medicinal energy will slowly dissolve her 3 spiritual souls. Benefactor, I feel very sad now. Xiao's voice contained some pain. Chapter 55. Benefactor, I feel very sad now. Xiao's voice contained some pain. Gu Hai's expression changed. He frowned deeply. No one in the surroundings charged over anymore. Even if they did, they would be seeking death. Clearly, the great Myojin no longer fought with Gu Hai. Furthermore, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng appeared. Those who did not know the 3 learned of their identities from others. At this moment, anyone who charged in, no matter who they angered, would be seeking death. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, what did you mean earlier? Can you save Xiao? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng flew into the air. The great Myojin stared at Bodhisattva Lian Sheng and said, Lian Sheng? You are here as well? Amateus Buddha, great Myojin, it has been many years. How have you been? Bodhisattva Lian Sheng pressed his palms together. Humph. Explain it clearly to him. 6 century lifespan immortality peaches are too much nourishment. If this continues, Queen Hua's earthly soul will be injured, the great Myojin said coldly. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng, please take a look at Xiao. Can you help her rebuild her life force? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Bodhisattva Lian Sheng looked at Xiao and frowned slightly. The 3 spiritual souls have not scattered yet. It is not difficult to rebuild one's life force as long as there are strong spirit herbs. Although your century lifespan immortality peach is more precious than most spirit herbs, It is just a lifespan herb and not a spirit herb. Its medicinal energy is too strong. Not only can it not help Xiao rebuild her life force, but it will also be a burden to her. Division Master Gu, Xiao's earthly soul belongs to Queen Hua and will return to her sooner or later. How about using this opportunity to help her return? Bodhisattva Lian Xing advised. Gu Hai stared at Bodhisattva Lian Xing, clenching his fists tightly. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the rage in his heart. Although Bodhisattva Lian Xing explained, how could Gu Hai not understand given his intelligence? Bodhisattva Lian Xing could help Xiao, but he would not. Earthly soul? Earthly soul reincarnated? If Xiao's earthly soul returns to Queen Hua, will she still be the original Xiao? What about her heavenly soul and human soul? Gu Hai suppressed the anger in his voice as he asked. Xiao's heavenly soul and mortal soul will merge with Queen Hua's heavenly soul and mortal soul. However, Queen Hua's heavenly soul will be the main body. However, the earthly soul will not change. The great Myojin explained from nearby. Bodhisattva Lian Xing pressed his palms together and nodded. The earth soul has not changed. Does Xiao still remember everything from the past? Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lian Xing. Bodhisattva Lian Xing nodded. I still remember. Xiao's memories are Queen Hua's memories. How could Queen Hua forget? However, in the future, we will follow Queen Hua's will again. Everything about Xiao is just a memory. Gu Hai hugged Xiao and looked at the crowd. A look of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Benefactor, I feel terrible, Xiao said in pain. Gu Hai didn't like this feeling. He couldn't save the people around him. He could save them, but he couldn't. Just like his wife, Chen Xian. The same thing again? The same thing again? Hurry up. Queen Hua's earthly soul is about to get injured. The great Myojin urged. Gu Hai ignored the great Myojin. Instead, he looked at the weak Xiao and said, Xiao, did you hear what they said? Are you willing to become another person? You can keep your memories, but your will has changed. Why are you still asking her about this? The great Myojin urged. If you are willing, I'll send you over. If you are not willing, I'll help you free yourself, Gu Hai said through clenched teeth. How dare you? The great Myojin suddenly roared. Boom. Suddenly, countless peacock feathers appeared in the surroundings. It looked like if Gu Hai dared to kill Xiao, the great Myojin would immediately charge over. Roar! Gu Hai sat down and ferociously swung his halberd, pointing it at the great Myojin with overflowing fighting spirit. Gu Hai looked coldly at the great Myojin. Even though he knew that the great Myojin was strong, he did not fear him. Xiao trembled. Live in a different way? That way, I can see Benefactor again and think about Benefactor. I'm willing to become another person. Whoosh! The great Myojin immediately released a long breath. Gu Hai hugged Xiao, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Then, he turned his head to look at Bodhisattva Lian Xing and said coldly, Bodhisattva Lian Xing, I hope you are not lying to me. Amateus Buddha, everything this humble monk said is true. Bodhisattva Lian Xing pressed his palms together. Lead the way. Gu Hai roared at the great Myojin. Humph! The great Myojin snorted coldly. Then, he turned his head and flew towards the distant peak. Rumble! Under Gu Hai's control, the vast army flew towards the distant peak. Bodhisattva Lian Xing stood high in the sky, looking at Gu Hai's back. Then, he sighed softly and said, Gu Hai, I am doing this for your own good. If Queen Hua cannot be revived today, you will face more than just one great Myojin. At that time, the people chasing after you will have nowhere to run. The vast army left the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Bodhisattva Lian Xing still stood near the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The eyes of the countless cultivators in the surroundings suddenly lit up. Perhaps we can snatch it now? Many people felt anticipation. However, most people did not dare to charge forward. After a while, someone could no longer endure. Whoosh! That person charged towards the century lifespan immortality peach tree with an anxious expression. Oh no! The expressions of many cultivators immediately changed as they were about to reprimand him. Shing! A peacock plume flashed through the air. Bang! That person and his cloud beast got chopped in half. They fell to the ground. Gasp! Sharp inhales rang out in the surroundings. The great Myojin, who was flying down, turned his head and looked coldly at the sky. Then, he said softly, "I am still here. I will kill anyone who dares to move." Xiao Chen's voice was soft, but it strangely reached everyone's ears. Nearly everyone felt a chill spread from their feet to their heads. At this moment, no one dared to take another step forward. Even the ninth young master showed an extremely unsightly expression. Gu Hai's group quickly arrived at the summit. A large number of black-robed men knelt on one knee, respectfully welcoming Queen Hua's return. The group of black-robed men bowed respectfully. "Open the coffin!" the great Myojin shouted. "Yes." Rumble! The group of black-robed men slowly opened the 30-meter-long coffin. At this moment, a large amount of white fog filled the coffin. When the coffin lid opened, surging spiritual energy surged out. That strand of white fog seemed to contain vast amounts of spiritual energy. Now, the surging white fog nearly filled the coffin. Only a head connected to a snake's body could be seen at one end of the coffin, the head of a beautiful woman. This woman looked somewhat similar to Xiao, but much more mature than Xiao. That woman opened her eyes slightly and looked at Xiao in an extremely weak manner. Xiao also looked at that woman in an extremely weak manner. Buzz! Xiao's body trembled slightly. "Xiao, how are you?" Gu Hai asked worriedly. "Benefactor, I feel a familiar feeling. The one in that coffin really seems to be me." Xiao sobbed. "Right." Gu Hai nodded. Inside the coffin, the woman said softly, "Enter my mouth and merge into one." As the woman spoke, her head suddenly changed, turning into a huge snake head. Then, she opened her mouth wide as if waiting to eat Xiao up. Xiao looked at that mouth and started crying again. And, "Benefactor." Xiao looked at Gu Hai with deep sadness in her eyes. "Xiao, I'm sorry. This time, I do not have the ability to save you." Gu Hai also felt very sad. "Benefactor, just put me in her mouth." Xiao sobbed. During this time, Xiao kept staring at Gu Hai. Xiao understood that this might be the last time she looked at Gu Hai like this. This was the last time. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he slowly placed Xiao in the huge snake's mouth. The huge snake's mouth slowly closed. As the mouth slowly turned dark, Xiao's tears suddenly gushed out. "Benefactor! Xiao, speak." Gu Hai looked at Xiao. If one day I turn bad, you have to remind me. I was good before, too." Xiao shouted. But the snake's mouth closed completely. Xiao was swallowed up by the darkness. As she was swallowed up, she said, "I once loved you, too." Unfortunately, the snake's mouth was already closed. No one could hear Xiao's final words. Perhaps only she could hear that soft voice. Xiao had wanted to say this final sentence for a long time. When Gu Hai first saved Xiao from Pang Tianlong, Xiao's heart was already completely tied to Gu Hai. That moment of despair, that moment of sorrow, no one could hear it. Everyone coldly watched as he died. Only his benefactor, descended from the heavens like a great hero and saved him. No one knew how moved Xiao felt at that moment. That was the feeling of her dying heart coming back to life. At that moment, her benefactor gave her a new lease on life, saving her dying heart. Xiao really wanted to tell her benefactor her heartfelt words. However, she was worried that her benefactor would send her away. She could only silently bury these words in her heart. Perhaps she did not need her benefactor to do anything. As long as she could stay by her benefactor's side every day and see her benefactor frequently, that would be enough. If her benefactor could smile at her frequently, perhaps she would be satisfied in this life. Xiaoro already felt that she was the happiest. Everything before her was already enough. She just needed to follow her benefactor. Just let those words be buried in the bottom of his heart. It was fine as long as she knew. She did not need her benefactor to say anything. As long as she could see her benefactor occasionally, that would be enough. However, why did the heavens not even give her this wish? Why did they not give her anything? Benefactor, I really like you. Soon, I will become another person. Soon, I will no longer like my benefactor. Xiaoro cried heartbreakingly in the snake's mouth. She hated her cowardice, hated her weakness. Even in death, she could not say those words. Buzz. Xiaoro's body slowly melted in the snake's mouth. With tears and sorrow, Xiaoro felt herself growing weaker. She grew weaker and weaker. Gradually, she lost all feeling. Xiaoro vaguely felt like she had a dream. In the dream, Xiaoro turned into a human and calmly walked together with Gu Hai. The two held hands as they walked in an herb field. They talked to each other happily, telling touching stories. If one day I turn bad, benefactor, you have to remember that I was good before. I also loved you before. Chapter 56. Rumble. The 30-meter-long coffin suddenly trembled, and the surrounding black-robed men all knelt down. The great Myojin stared at the divine coffin. White fog suddenly erupted from the divine coffin, encasing the entire coffin. The surging white fog gathered a large amount of spiritual energy in the surroundings. High in the sky, countless cultivators controlled their cloud beasts to stare at the large coffin at the summit. Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan stood not far behind Gu Hai. They showed unsightly expressions, not saying a word. The two understood that they could not interfere. Bodhisattva Lian Xing stood in the sky with his palms pressed together as he stared at the divine coffin. In the distance, the first elder and the sickly youth also stared at the divine coffin. At this moment, the divine coffin shrouded in white fog became everyone's focus. Everyone stopped, waiting for the result. Gu Hai looked at the divine coffin shrouded in white fog. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, showing an extremely unsightly expression. I was not strong enough. Again? Gu Hai muttered to himself with bloodshot eyes. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the white fog. One could vaguely see the divine coffin in the white fog explode. However, the divine coffin did not explode. Instead, it seemed to explode into rolling purple spirit chi that swept out in all directions. Boom! A wave of spiritual energy swept out. Everyone around the summit found themselves in a spiritual energy whirlpool. In the distance, the sickly youth covered his mouth with a handkerchief. Cough! 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 A divine coffin made of spiritual progenitor? To nourish the physical body? Ha ha! How extravagant! The spiritual progenitor surged over, heading for Gao Xianji, Qin Tianshan, and Gu Hai. Boom! The surging spiritual energy was incredibly dense as it instantly entered Gu Hai's body. It seemed like the spiritual energy wanted to raise Gu Hai's cultivation. Gu Hai gritted his teeth, his gaze cold as he did his best to repel this spiritual energy. Huh! Not far away, the great Myojin suddenly discovered something strange and looked at Gu Hai in shock. Bang! Bang! Gao Xianji and Qin Tianshan made breakthroughs in their cultivation, sending out shock waves. It was unknown whether the two's expressions were joyful or sorrowful. However, Gu Hai did not. The spiritual progenitor chi was exactly what Gu Hai needed. Gu Hai did not absorb the slightest bit of it. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Queen Wa's rebirth and the gift of shattering the coffin, yet you refuse to accept it? The great Myojin asked doubtfully. Gu Hai looked at the great Myojin and said coldly, Is this the reward for Xiaoro's death? Although I, Gu Hai, am in urgent need of spiritual progenitor chi, I will definitely not accept it. I will never forget today's humiliation. Humph! Xiaoro is already dead. You've only sealed 3 of her souls. The great Myojin coldly snorted. However, Gu Hai ignored the great Myojin. Not far away, Gao Xianji's expression changed, and she immediately stopped absorbing spiritual progenitor qi. Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai and felt conflicted for a while. Then, he also stopped absorbing spiritual progenitor qi. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the surrounding spiritual progenitor qi suddenly scattered. The surging white fog suddenly condensed into white clouds. Whoosh! A bright light shone from the white clouds, slowly supporting a woman. This was the face from the coffin earlier. Her upper body was that of a woman, but her lower body was that of a snake. The woman had her eyes closed, and her body gave off beams of colorful light, making her look very beautiful. Slowly, the woman opened her eyes. The instant she opened her eyes, it seemed like the most beautiful light in the world illuminated everyone's hearts. Countless cultivators suddenly held their breaths as they looked at that beautiful face in shock. The woman's upper body was extremely voluptuous and beautiful. She had slender arms and wore gorgeous robes. Even though her lower body was a snake's tail, it still made many cultivators blush. Xiao Rou, Gu Hai called out. The woman turned her head and looked over. Her eyes were no longer as pure as Xiao Rou's. A charming light flashed in them as a cold smile appeared on her face. She ignored Gu Hai. Congratulations, Queen Hua. Congratulations on your rebirth. The group of black-robed men said respectfully. Queen Hua turned her head and looked at the surrounding black-robed men. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes as she said, "A bunch of trash." The group of black-robed men lowered their heads, not daring to refute. Congratulations, Queen Hua. The great Myojin also bowed to Queen Hua. Queen Hua looked at the great Myojin and smiled coldly. Great Myojin? You're quite bold, huh? Earlier, when Montez tried to kill my reincarnation, you had the ability to save her. However, you waited until my reincarnation died before making a move. Queen Hua needs to be reborn. Queen Hua's reincarnation needs to die. This subordinate is responsible for not saving her. However, it is better than being responsible for forcing her to die. The great Myojin said nongly. In the great Myojin's eyes, Xiao Rou had to die. It was just a choice between dying at his hands or Montez's hands. Earlier, he could have saved Xiao Rou. However, if he killed her after saving her, Queen Hua's resentment would only grow. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. Hence, the great Myojin had been waiting for Montez. Good, very good. Queen Hua looked coldly at the great Myojin. Queen Hua, Master is about to come out of closed-door cultivation. Would Queen Hua please return early to preside over the situation? The great Myojin said respectfully. Humph. Queen Hua snorted coldly. The group of black-robed men at the side immediately stood up. One of them waved his hand, and a huge flying ship suddenly appeared in the air. This flying ship was much larger than the Long Wanqing's white cloud. It was much more exquisite, and the palace above it was much larger as well. Queen Hua, please, the group of black-robed men said respectfully. The clouds beneath Queen Hua carried her and slowly flew up the flying ship. Rumble. The group of black-robed men immediately followed respectfully. The huge flying ship slowly rose into the air. From the start to the end, Queen Hua did not look at Gu Hai's group. When Gu Hai saw Queen Hua's expression, he knew that she was no longer the same person. Xiao Rou could not imitate that aloof expression. Queen Hua, are we setting off? A black-robed man asked respectfully. After landing on the flying ship, Queen Hua looked coldly at the great Myojin. What's wrong? Great Myojin, are you not leaving? Queen Hua asked coldly. This subordinate still has something to deal with. Queen Hua, please go ahead. This subordinate will catch up soon. The great Myojin said respectfully. Kill Gu Hai. Queen Hua looked coldly at the great Myojin. Not far away, the expressions of Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan changed. Gu Hai also frowned as he looked at Queen Hua. The great Myojin remained silent for a while but did not object. He nodded and said, "Yes, to prevent future problems." Queen Hua suddenly narrowed her eyes. Buzz! Cold chi suddenly spread out in the surroundings, and large amounts of frost and snow appeared out of nowhere. Countless cultivators goggled. That's impossible, right? This frost and snow is caused by the cold chi in Queen Hua's eyes? Be softer. Queen Hua can hear you. Countless shocked voices rang out in the surroundings. To prevent future problems? I would like to ask. What future problems? Queen Hua asked coldly. The great Myojin remained silent for a while before replying, It is Master's instructions. Ha 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 ha. Little peacock, you are really bold. You are even starting to make decisions for me? Queen Hua said with an icy gaze. This subordinate does not dare. The great Myojin lowered his head. You do not dare? I think you are very daring. Do you want me to hand over the Taiwa Palace and let you take over? Queen Hua's voice contained a bone-chilling coldness. A strong killing chi surged towards the great Myojin. Crack! Crack! Ka. Crack! The group of black-robed men quickly knelt before this killing chi. However, no one dared to plead for mercy for the great Myojin. The great Myojin also suddenly dropped to one knee. This subordinate does not dare. It is best that you do not dare. It is not up to you to deal with my matters. You are also not qualified to deal with my matters. Do you understand? Queen Hua stared coldly at the great Myojin. Yes. The great Myojin said respectfully. Go to the front and pull the chariot. Queen Hua ordered coldly. Yes. The great Myojin answered, not daring to refute. Screech. Suddenly, the great Myojin's figure changed, turning into a 300-meter-long peacock. The peacock spread its wings and kicked up an overwhelming storm. Countless beams of azure light shot out in all directions as the storm swept out. The countless cultivators' cloud beasts immediately swayed, looking like they would crumble at any moment. The 300-meter-long peacock flew to the front of the flying chariot and pulled it up, slowly soaring into the air. As the flying chariot flew, Bodhisattva Lian Sheng and the distant First Elder did not say anything. It was like they were not qualified to speak to Queen Hua on equal terms. As Gu Hai watched the flying chariot slowly soar into the air, heading for the innate puzzle world's exit, he let out a long sigh. Queen Hua? Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. As the flying chariot flew past, no one in the surroundings dared to block it. Upon seeing the flying chariot flying over, the cloud beasts quickly dodged. Those that could not dodge immediately crumbled when the 300-meter-long peacock flapped its wings. The cultivators on the cloud beasts immediately fell, screaming miserably as they crashed into the ground. Everyone sent off Queen Hua with their eyes. The peacock dragged the flying chariot to a place not far from the center's exit. Suddenly, the shadow of a huge snake tail appeared above the flying chariot. It was 1,000 feet long, and the shadow of a gigantic snake tail slapped at the void. Boom! When the snake tail swatted at the air, it did not strike air. Instead, it seemed to strike water. A ripple spread out in all directions. Rumble! Everywhere the ripple passed, countless mountains crumbled. The huge shock wave shook the entire independent world. Gu Hai, on the other hand, seemed to have seen a figure in the area where the void rippled. Who is it? A strange, cold shout rang out in the air. However, Queen Hua ignored this cold shout. She let the peacock drag the flying chariot into the foggy area, leaving the innate puzzle world and vanishing from everyone's sight. Queen Hua alarmed the unborn man? Not far away, the 9th young master's expression changed. The unborn man? Gu Hai seemed to have guessed something. Queen Hua's final action was to help the division master find the unborn man? Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Buzz! The ripple slowly calmed down, and the figure in the ripple vanished. Rumble! Gu Hai controlled the vast army and charged into the air again. Soon, he occupied the century lifespan immortality peach tree. The cloud beasts looked down at the surroundings. However, at this moment, the cultivators no longer wanted to barge in. The earlier scene was too shocking. Huh! Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned cold. Division Master, what's wrong? Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. Montez? He is really lucky. The great Myojin chopped him in half at the waist, but he did not die. Take him down. Gu Hai glared as he pointed at a mangled figure in the forest below. Chapter 57. Boom. At Gu Hai's command, Gao Xianji extended her hand and took out her golden ghost stone. Then, she suddenly summoned the winged dragon and used it to charge down. Whoosh! A large number of cloud beasts in the surroundings made way. In a valley below, the great Myojin's peacock plume chopped all the elite hall disciples in half at the waist and turned them into meat paste. However, there was a mangled figure that had not died yet. It was Montez. Montez continuously consumed medicinal pills. At the same time, he crawled to the lower half of his body. When he consumed medicinal pills, he actually managed to reconnect the two halves of his body. However, Montez still got chopped at the waist, draining his essence energy. At this moment, he struggled to crawl into the forest. Unfortunately, the place where he fell was a barren valley filled with rock. Hence, there was nothing to block his path. Gu Hai saw him in the blink of an eye. Boom! The winged dragon swooped down. No! Montez's expression changed dramatically. Boom! The winged dragon swiped its claws and picked up Montez. Then, it soared into the sky, heading for the dark clouds high in the sky. Let go of me! Let go of me! Montez showed an anxious expression. He had never been in such a sorry state before, never before. Just a little more. Just a little more and I could have dodged. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Montez was brought before Gu Hai. Ha! Division Master Meng. A cold light flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Gu Hai, what are you trying to do? I am Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. If you dare to hurt me, you will not have a good end, either. Montez said, his expression changing. I don't need you to tell me my end. I captured you just to tell you that I know everything you did. From the moment you instigated Song Qinshu, I knew. I gave Song Qinshu a chance, but Song Qinshu did not cherish it. Similarly, on account of us being colleagues, I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. I don't want to say any more. Die. Gu Hai said coldly. Xing. Suddenly, the fierce general's halberd slashed towards Montez. Wherever the blade pointed, a powerful murderous aura rushed out. Montez's expression changed. Wait, wait. Do you want your entire clan to die? The halberd suddenly stopped moving. 9-5 Island. 9-5 Island's first song sect has an agreement with us. They are about to take action and unify 9-5 Island. Of the various large sects on 9-5 Island, those who submit will live, and those who defy will die. The Clear River sect will not be spared. If something happens to me, everyone in your Gu clan will die. Montez roared while glaring. What? Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Xing. The Fangtian halberd slashed down. No. Boom. Montez was split vertically into two halves. Blood and internal organs exploded with a loud boom. Bang. Ying Long tossed Montez's corpse away. At this moment, it was impossible for Montez to be resurrected. Bang. Montez's corpse fell to the ground, turning into minced meat. As the countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Gu Hai, they felt a chill in their hearts. What exactly is Gu Hai's background? Isn't he Montez's colleague? Why is he so ruthless? Not far away, the ninth young master showed an unsightly expression when he saw the fearful expressions of the surrounding cultivators. There were 100,000 cloud beasts here. 100,000. Yet, only Gu Hai led 2 subordinates and 100,000 cloud beasts, yet he did not dare to charge forward. The ninth young master wanted to charge forward. However, the crowd had already lost their fighting spirit. Charging forward alone would not help. One man could hold out against 10,000. Division Master, what should we do now? Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai. We are almost done. Once we are done, we will immediately return to 9-5 Island and inform the Clear River Sect Master to guard against the schemes of the First Song Sect Master and the Elite Hall disciples, Gu Hai said coldly. Ah? Elite Hall? Then, Hall Master. Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Hall Master probably does not know about this. Montez and the others made the decision in private. There must be some unspeakable scheme. Perhaps there is something in 9-5 Island that others do not know about that made them so diligent, Gu Hai said seriously. What is in 9-5 Island? Why did Division Master kill Meng Tai? Just now. Chen Tianshan said anxiously. Montez will not say. His gaze already told me. If I continued listening, he would just be making up lies. It would be better to just not listen, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Although Chen Tianshan did not believe it, he could only nod. Bodhisattva Lian Xing, many thanks. Gu Hai said to the nearby Bodhisattva Lian Xing. I hope that Division Master Gu does not blame me. In the future, you will understand what kind of person Queen Hua is. At the very least, even I am her junior. I already obtained what I wanted, so I will take my leave and leave the innate puzzle world. We should meet again soon. At that time, if I have any requests, I hope that Division Master Gu can help me out, Bodhisattva Lian Xing said as he pressed his palms together. I can do it. I will do my best. Gu Hai nodded. Bodhisattva Lian Xing nodded. By the way, Bodhisattva Lian Xing, this humble one does not understand. Why can you and the great Myojin fly? Without using a cloud beast? Could it be that your cultivation is not restricted to the innate realm? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. Our cultivation is the innate realm. Bodhisattva Lian Xing smiled. Huh. Gu Hai looked at Bodhisattva Lian Xing in confusion. After all, the great Myojin's earlier combat prowess was simply too ferocious. The great Myojin did not use his full power earlier. His cultivation is the innate realm. However, when he fought with you, it was not his cultivation but his magic power. Magic power is also a kind of strength, Bodhisattva Lian Xing explained. After saying that, Bodhisattva Lian Xing flew to the distant exit. Magic power? Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan felt slightly confused. Then, he shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. I seem to have heard the sect master mention that animal spirits have innate magic powers. I don't know anything else. Gu Hai nodded. Then, the 28-line pair world ritual array continued to wait for the unborn man. At a plaza, the first elder and the sickly youth had been watching everything that happened earlier. Queen Hua, why is Queen Hua in our independent world? The sickly youth asked with an unsightly expression. I'm not sure. However, it looks like we need to investigate thoroughly, the first elder said seriously. The sickly youth nodded. Then, he looked up at the cloudy ritual array in the sky and narrowed his eyes, preparing to make a move. Buzz! Suddenly, space rippled at the summit of a mountain peak in the distance. After the ripples spread out, they formed waves of air that rushed in all directions. The unborn man came out? The sickly youth's expression changed. Don't follow me, the first elder said seriously. As the first elder spoke, his figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. Whoosh! Soon, the first elder arrived at that mountain peak. Then, a figure slowly walked out of the rippling space on that mountain peak. That figure wore long robes. However, this robe split vertically in half from the center. One half was black, and the other half was white. The black and white robes covered the figure, and the hood covered the figure's head. Only a pair of hands could be seen. However, this pair of hands shocked the nearby cultivators. The right hand of the black robes was withered, looking like the right hand of a shriveled old man. Large numbers of old age spots covered it. The left hand of the white robes was tender, looking like the left hand of a tender baby. It was smooth, elastic, and tender. When the black and white robed figure appeared, the ripples in space vanished. Just at this moment, a black-robed figure flew over from the distance. "Unborn man, why did you come out?" the black-robed figure asked. The black and white-robed figure looked at the cloudy ritual array in the sky. Then, he looked at the black-robed figure. "First Elder, someone is looking for me. Why did you not warn me?" After the black and white-robed figure spoke, the surrounding cultivators goggled. This was because the black and white-robed figure's words sounded like two voices, one as tender as a baby and one as old as a corpse. When one person spoke, there were two voices of extremes. "The unborn man?" someone suddenly reacted, exclaiming in shock. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately looked over in shock. After all, wasn't the ultimate goal of Gu Hai's vast army formation to find this person? High in the sky, the eyes of Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan, and Gao Xianji lit up. Division Master, was it really Queen Hua's final tail strike that alerted the unborn man? Gao Xianji asked, her eyes lighting up. "We finally found him," Chen Tianshan said excitedly. Now that they found the unborn man, they could immediately return to 9-5 Island. In the distance, the black-robed First Elder remained silent for a while before saying, "You have your own matters to attend to. It is not convenient for us to disturb you." "I don't need you to decide my matters," the black and white-robed unborn man said indifferently. As the unborn man spoke, he looked up at the ritual array in the sky. The ritual array covered the inside. However, Gu Hai felt that the unborn man's eyes had already seen him through the ritual array. "You used the century lifespan immortality peach tree to threaten me just to see me? Who are you? How did you know that I was in this world?" The unborn man's voice rang out again. The overlapping voices of the old and the young sounded very scary. "I am Elite Hall's Water Division Master, Gu Hai. This time, I am here on behalf of the Hall Master to seek out Senior Unborn Man," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Elite Hall's Hall Master? She did not come to see me herself, but had someone come to see me on her behalf?" The unborn man's voice sounded somewhat lonely. "Perhaps I am not the same person as the Elite Hall's Hall Master that Senior understands," Gu Hai said after a deep breath. "Oh? Who is it now?" the unborn man asked indifferently. "Long Wanqing should be the daughter of the Hall Master that Senior spoke of. Right now, Long Wanqing is the new Hall Master," Gu Hai said solemnly. "Daughter? Long Wanqing? Ha! Ha! That girl got married in the end. Who is her husband?" the unborn man said with a trembling voice. Gu Hai suddenly became silent. "What? You can't say it?" the unborn man said in a deep voice. "No. Long Wanqing asked me to come here to find Senior. She wants Senior to go out and help her. She asked me to bring this." Gu Hai took a deep breath and took out a small box. Whoosh! The small box suddenly flew out and flew toward the unborn man. It landed in the hands of the unborn man. "Go out? Impossible! Unborn man, you promised the pavilion master," the great elder said in surprise. The unborn man opened the box and saw a hairpin sitting quietly in the small box. It was a very plain hairpin. It was very simple and ordinary. There was no fluctuation of magic power. It was even very rough. "I gave this to that girl back then. Didn't she throw it away back then? So it was just to anger me. She still kept it? Still kept it? Ha!" The unborn man's voice contained a trace of pleasant surprise. "Senior, please restrain your grief." Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. The unborn man, who was holding the hairpin, paused and suddenly looked at Gu Hai. "Long Wanqing said that her mother died 20 years ago. Until now, she still can't find the murderer. That's why she wants Senior to go out and help her find the murderer of her mother and avenge her mother, who died unjustly. Senior, please go out and help her," Gu Hai said respectfully. Everyone around had already held their breath. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai and said, "What did you say? Say it again. I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. What happened to that girl? What happened to her?" This hairpin should be something that Long Wanqing collected when she was packing up her mother's belongings. Based on how well this small box is maintained, her mother should have kept this hairpin very carefully when she was alive. Her mother was killed by someone. Furthermore, her death was very unjust. 20 years after her death, even the murderer could not be found. That is why she earnestly asked Senior to come out of seclusion and find the murderer for her mother and take revenge. The lass was killed. The undead man's body suddenly swayed, as though he was about to fall. Chapter 58. Above a vast sea, 2 flying ships quickly flew high in the sky. The one in front was Long Wanqing's White Cloud flying ship. A flying boat followed behind them, and it was filled with armored soldiers. There was a large flag on the flying ship with the words Divine Strategy Battalion written on it. A handsome man in golden armor stood at the bow of the Shinji Battalion flying ship. This man was stout and had a valiant face. He held the railing with both hands and frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Occasionally, he glanced at the White Cloud flying ship. A large group of people also stood on the White Cloud flying ship. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lunyan, and a yellow-robed old woman holding a walking stick stood at the bow. I wonder if the innate puzzle world is still open? Long Wanqing asked somewhat worriedly. Hall Master, there is no need to worry. Normally, the innate puzzle world opens for a year. It is still early, Venerable Lunyan said with a smile. Long Wanqing nodded. Hall Master, don't worry. Meng Tai has entered with a small group of Earth Division disciples. Although Meng Tai isn't calm enough, he should be stronger than most people. By the time we head there, we might already have news of the Weixing man. The old lady said solemnly. Hua Division Master is right. Aside from Division Master Meng, isn't there still Division Master Gu? Perhaps Gu Hai has some clues as well, Venerable Lunyan said with a smile. When the old woman heard that, she frowned and said, Venerable Lunyan, Hall Master only met that Gu Hai briefly. Why did you encourage him to become the Water Division Master? Hall Master has the authority to make such a decision, Venerable Lunyan said indifferently. The old woman raised her eyebrows. Hall Master does have the authority to make such a decision. However, Hall Master is still young. Venerable Lunyan should not have led her. My elite hall shook the world in the previous Hall Master's hands. We cannot let the new Hall Master, what is it? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. The old woman's expression changed slightly, and she immediately shook her head. Hall Master, please forgive me. I have misspoken. However, Class 1 Hall's glory did not come easily. Please be careful. I am Ding Rue, and the other division masters do not wish for you to make a mistake and damage Class 1 Hall's reputation. Humph, fame? Don't I have a reputation as the Hall Master? Long Wanqing stared at the old woman. I wouldn't dare. The old woman immediately lowered her head. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rue for a while and took a deep breath to suppress the anger in her heart. Hall Master, is your younger sister fine now? Venerable Lunyan asked, changing the topic. Taking a deep breath, Long Wanqing nodded. That damned brat. She courted death for no reason. She's much better now. Although it hasn't been completely purged, with grandfather by her side, that demonic spirit won't be able to hurt her. If it weren't for the fact that I had to rush back, I would have taught that damned brat a good lesson. In the end, your maternal grandfather dotes on your younger sister more. This time, after you went back to save her, your maternal grandfather actually mobilized the entire Shinji battalion to help you. Venerable Lunyan looked at the nearby flying ship. The Shinji battalion's battalion commander? Li Haoran? This time, it was not maternal grandfather who mobilized them. He took the initiative to come. Long Wanqing showed a faint smile as she looked at the man at the bow of the ship in the distance. Li Haoran? He took the initiative to come? What is his motive? Venerable Lunyan's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the flying ship with a frown. Long Wanqing frowned slightly as she looked at Venerable Lunyan. Venerable Lunyan, This is where you are wrong. Battalion Commander Li Haoran is just concerned about the Hall Master. What motive does he need for this? Don't think so badly of everyone, Ding Rui said with a frown. Indeed. Venerable Lunyan, Li Haoran received my mother's favor in the past. He should not have any motive, Long Wanqing said as she looked at Venerable Lunyan. Huh! Venerable Lunyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Venerable Lunyan nodded and did not say anything else. However, he gave Li Haoran, who was on the other flying ship, a meaningful look. Innate puzzle world. Someone killed that girl? The unborn man suddenly swayed as if he would fall. That should be it. However, the Hall Master is still in a dilemma. That should be the case. It has been 20 years already, and the murderer is still free and unfettered. However, the Hall Master is at her wits' end. This time, I caused such a commotion in the innate puzzle world because I wanted to ask Senior to help take revenge for her. All of the previous Hall Master's friends and family could not do anything, only you. Senior, did the previous Hall Master die for nothing? Senior, you have been in this world for 800 years. This humble one does not understand what the previous Hall Master experienced outside. However, it has been 800 years, and the previous Hall Master still has this hairpin. I think that the previous Hall Master still hoped to see you again. Or perhaps she had been thinking about you all this time. However, she could not wait any longer. Someone killed her, and she died very unjustly. Perhaps she was in despair. Senior, only you can help her take revenge now. Can you let her die in vain? Gu Hai asked again. The girl is dead? Ha! Dead? The unborn man's body swayed. His voice was filled with great sorrow and a piercing chill. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the unborn man as the center, the surrounding plants withered. The first elder at the side immediately leaped away in shock. Then, he soared into the air and flew far away from the unborn man. The plants withered quickly. They withered quickly. The withered plants spread outward. Whoosh! 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 They spread out in all directions like a flood. In the blink of an eye, all the plants on a mountain peak withered. However, the withered plants continued spreading. Countless cultivators showed shocked expressions. Why are those trees withered? Ah! Look! Look! There is a cheetah there! Look at that cheetah! Countless cultivators goggled at the valley below. A cheetah had been circling the valley. However, when that withered aura swept over, the cheetah instinctively felt threatened and fled. However, it could not outrun that withered aura in the end. The withered grass brushed past the cheetah. Suddenly, the cheetah slowed down. Visible to the naked eye, the cheetah's fur suddenly turned white and withered. The cheetah became thinner and older. Gradually, it became as thin as firewood and fell to the ground. It did not make a sound. It died of old age? Someone exclaimed. It was not only the cheetah. Many animals in the surroundings were the same. Where the withered aura reached, they slowly became older and older. Finally, they died. No. Let me go. A scream came from the woods not far away. A man ran out of the woods. After running a few steps, his youthful appearance became extremely old. It seemed that he was about to die of old age. That scream might have awakened the unborn man. The unborn man turned his head and looked. The withered aura around him disappeared instantly. However, at this moment, close to 10 mountains that were originally verdant and green all withered and became completely bare. All the animals in the 10 mountains died of old age. As for that unlucky youth, he had already turned into an old man. His movements slowed, and he showed a horrified expression. Cough! 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 Senior, let me recover. Let me recover. Cough! 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 That old man coughed continuously. The unborn man ignored him. Instead, he looked at the sky. Whoosh! 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 Countless cultivators in the surroundings fled, looking at the unborn man on the mountain peak in horror. This was too horrifying. He turned old? He turned old? Is this his lifespan? Can he destroy a person's lifespan? Can he make a person old and destroy a person's lifespan? Who is he? How can he do this? Quick, quick, stay away from him. All the cultivators showed horrified expressions. Be it cultivation or snatching the century lifespan immortality peach, wasn't the ultimate goal to increase one's lifespan? Was it to increase one's lifespan to live longer? However, the person before them could destroy one's lifespan? Not killing them was even more horrifying than killing them. He is a demon. He is a demon. Everyone looked at the unborn man in horror. The unborn man remained silent for a while, as though he was trying to digest the discomfort in his heart. Unborn man, you promised the pavilion master back then. You cannot leave. The first elder called out. The unborn man remained silent for a while before slowly saying, First elder, I have to go. I did promise old man Guanxi, but I have to go. I cannot stay here for a moment longer. I do not want to stay here for a moment longer. But, the first elder said anxiously, there are no buts. There are some things that you do not understand that I have to do. The lass is dead? Ha! The lass is dead? Ha 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 ha. Back then, I should not have agreed to old man Guanxi. I should not have agreed. If I had not remained in the innate puzzle world, the lass might not have died. She might not have died, the unborn man said, his voice trembling. The first elder remained silent, not knowing how to persuade Shao Chen. The unborn man had already made up his mind to leave. There was no stopping him. The first elder turned his head furiously and looked at the ritual array. Gu Hai, look at what you have done. Now, you still want to chop down my Sky Chess Pavilion's century lifespan immortality peach tree? Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Sky Chess Pavilion's first elder, since I already met with Senior Unborn Man, naturally, I will not destroy this century lifespan immortality peach tree. Now I will return it to the Sky Chess Pavilion. The first elder frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. This Gu Hai is so easygoing. However, according to the rules here, old man Guanxi left all the treasures of this world for the fated people among us outsiders. I will keep the 10-century lifespan immortality peaches, Gu Hai said solemnly. Humph! The first elder snorted coldly. Clearly, he no longer cared about the peaches. As long as the peach tree remained, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. Division Master, what you said earlier. Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai somewhat anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan and Gao Xinji. Then, he did not reject them. Instead, he took out 2 boxes. This is what I promised you earlier. 1 each. Gu Hai handed over the 2 boxes. Chen Tianshan excitedly grabbed 1 box and opened it. Indeed, it was the peaches. Chen Tianshan immediately showed joy on his face. Gao Xianji received the box and did not look at it for long. Then, she took out the peaches and ate them. Buzz. A golden light shone around Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji, you are really extravagant. Chen Tianshan looked at Gao Xianji in shock. Gao Xianji glanced at Chen Tianshan and said strangely, Chen Tianshan, you are in too much of a rush. What? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Since the division master promised to give it to us, he will definitely give it to us. How can you ask for it now? Gao Xianji said with a frown. What's wrong with asking for it? Chen Tianshan retorted, feeling unconvinced. It does not matter if you want it. However, can you guarantee that you will bring this century lifespan immortality peach back to the Clear River sect? Or do you want to bring it somewhere else? Gao Xianji smiled bitterly. Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned. Chen Tianshan turned his head and looked around. Countless cultivators looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Chen Tianshan's expression froze. He finally understood why Gao Xianji was in such a rush to eat the century lifespan immortality peach. If he did not eat it now, What advantage would his group have after leaving the innate puzzle world? The surrounding cultivators recovered their cultivations. If he wanted to protect the century lifespan immortality peach, he would be seeking death. Smack! Chen Tianshan slapped himself. Feeling depressed, Chen Tianshan opened his mouth and ate the century lifespan immortality peach. The surrounding cultivators only regained their clarity after eating this century lifespan immortality peach. However, many people looked at Gu Hai with anticipation and fear. This was because Gu Hai still had one final century lifespan immortality peach. Chapter 59. Senior Unborn Man, come with us, Gu Hai said in anticipation as he looked at the unborn man. However, the unborn man looked at the hairpin quietly, ignoring Gu Hai. Everyone waited patiently for the unborn man. After a while, the unborn man shook his head and said, "No need. You all will not be able to take the path that I want to take." Gu Hai looked at the unborn man in confusion. After taking a deep breath, the unborn man turned his head to look at the First Elder. "First Elder, over the past 800 years, I have done enough for the Sky Chess Pavilion. However, what I have done is nothing compared to what I have lost. That girl cannot die in vain. No one can kill her. I am leaving," the unborn man said with a cold, murderous tone. The First Elder remained silent for a while. Then, he sighed deeply and said, "Never mind. You have already done enough for my Sky Chess Pavilion over the past few years. What do you need? I will do my best to give it to you." "There's no need." The unborn man shook his head. As he shook his head, the space in front trembled slightly. Buzz! It was like a ripple appeared, giving off waves of illusory patterns. The illusory patterns surged and immediately formed a strong impact. Rumble! Countless cultivators moved out of the way under this force. The unborn man took a step forward and entered the rippling void. Then, he disappeared. The space slowly regained its calm, and everything returned to normal. However, the unborn man was no longer there. If not for the withered and dead animals in the surroundings, it would have looked like the unborn man had never appeared. "What is this?" Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan in shock. Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly and shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. Just like that, it mysteriously disappeared? Rumble! After Gu Hai left the sky, the 9th young master led a large number of Sky Chess Pavilion disciples to occupy the sky, occupying the century lifespan immortality Peachtree region. "First Elder, I've offended you this time. Farewell," Gu Hai said. The Grand Elder was still wrapped in his black robe. He stared at Gu Hai for a while, then took a deep breath. In the end, he didn't pursue the matter. Who? Gu Hai controlled the army to fly into a forest. Countless Xiozha stared in that direction. Until they reached the forest. Bang! The endless clouds and the army suddenly disappeared. Gu Hai and his group hid in the forest. The three of them quickly shuttled through the forest. With the cover of the trees, it was difficult for outsiders to see their whereabouts. Of course, no one dared to investigate at this time. "Branch leader, are we not leaving? What else are you looking for?" Chen Tianshan asked curiously. "We can't leave." Gu Hai shook his head. Chen Tianshan said, feeling confused. "Division Master said earlier that you would leave with the unborn man. You were preparing to use the unborn man's momentum to leave. Unfortunately, the unborn man mysteriously disappeared. We can only leave by ourselves. However, do you think that we can still leave now?" Gao Xianji said, shaking her head. "Are you saying that someone is already blocking us?" Chen Tianshan's expression changed. "That's right. We caused too much of a commotion earlier. Not to mention the century lifespan immortality peach in Division Master's hand. How many cultivators were injured or killed in the earlier battle? At this moment, are their friends and family not preparing to take revenge? In the innate puzzle world, Division Master has a vast army. No one can do anything to us. However, what about after leaving the innate puzzle world?" Gao Xinji explained. Chen Tianshan's eyelids twitched. Indeed, a large group of cultivators had already rushed to the entrance of the innate puzzle world earlier. Many cultivators had already lined up at the entrance, waiting for Gu Hai's group to go out and send themselves to their deaths to take revenge. However, fortunately, we completed our mission, Gu Hai said with a smile. Division Master, this is what this subordinate found on Montez when he was escorting him earlier. Gao Xianji handed over a medallion. This medallion looked very similar to Gu Hai's Water Division medallion. However, this medallion had an earthen medallion instead of a medallion. The medallion of the Earth Division's Division Master? Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. Gu Hai nodded and received the medallion. Gao Xianji was a quick-witted person. With one order from Gu Hai, she could guess the meaning of Gu Hai's orders. This greatly satisfied Gu Hai. Montez is already dead. We should be able to reopen this medallion's space. Chen Tianshan said with some anticipation. Gu Hai dripped a drop of blood on the medallion. Then, he immediately sensed a small space about 100 meters wide. There were 100 superior-grade spirit stones and several hundred inferior-grade spirit stones in this small space. There were also large numbers of medicinal pills, some herbs, and some miscellaneous items in some bottles and jars. Gu Hai quickly took out the items in the medallion and placed them in his Water Division medallion. Bang! Gu Hai used his veritable energy to wipe away his blood on the medallion. Gao Xianji used this medallion for now. I did not take everything in it, but I left 10 superior-grade spirit stones for you. Use them first. Gu Hai handed the medallion to Gao Xianji. Yes. Thank you, Division Master. Gao Xianji said excitedly. Envy flashed in Chen Tianshan's eyes. Chen Tianshan, here are 10 superior-grade spirit stones. Use them first. You have worked hard earlier. Gu Hai handed over 10 superior-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Division Master. Chen Tianshan immediately received them happily. Division Master, how do we go out now? Gao Xianji asked worriedly. There's no rush. Let's delay for a few days first. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stared at the large number of cloud beasts in the sky. Indeed, a large number of cultivators were already waiting outside the innate puzzle realm. Gu Hai and the others are coming out. Watch closely. Humph! He tossed my junior brother and senior brother down from 30 kilometers in the sky. Although I saved my senior brother, my junior brother broke his leg. I have to take revenge for this. Revenge, my ass. I think you just want that century lifespan immortality, Peach, right? So what? Are you not? No matter what, that Gu Hai can forget about escaping. In the blink of an eye, close to 1,000 cultivators surrounded the innate puzzle realm. Furthermore, as soon as someone came out, a group of people swarmed over and carefully checked to see if it was Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan, or Gao Xianji. Gu Hai was incredible in the innate puzzle realm. However, what about after coming out? We have already recovered our cultivations. What can you do? Furthermore, after coming out, the cloud beasts are useless. What other trump cards do you, Gu Hai, have to rely on? Countless cultivators paid attention to the entrance. They waited for Gu Hai's group to come out. At this moment, in the innate puzzle realm, in a cave, Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji watched as Gu Hai took out a large number of spirit stones and arranged them in a pool. Division Master, what are you doing? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Do you still remember the spirit spring we soaked in not long ago? Gu Hai explained. Hey, of course I remember. Isn't that the spiritual energy gathered by the ritual array in Old Man Guanqi's treasure? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. It is this ritual array, Gu Hai said. Oh. Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. I don't have time to wait for the ritual array to gather spiritual energy for 1 year. So, I'll use spirit stones instead. Let's try extracting the spiritual energy in the spirit stones, Gu Hai said. Many thanks, Division Master, the two immediately said excitedly. A ritual array to create a spirit spring? To think that the division master even told us about this ritual array. The two memorized the arrangement of the ritual array. After everything was arranged, Gu Hai slowly sat in the pool. Then, he circulated his veritable energy. Boom! Surging spiritual energy suddenly came out of the pool. It's out! The spiritual energy is coming out! Chen Tianshan exclaimed excitedly. Buzz! A large amount of spiritual energy rushed into Gu Hai's body. Let's try it together, Gu Hai said. Yes. The two entered the pool together. Rumble! A large amount of spiritual energy rushed into the three's bodies. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual energy slowly dissipated. In the end, this was not an enchanted treasure left by Old Man Guanxi and could not seal the spiritual energy. The three sat there for 2 days. Boom! Boom! Aside from Chen Tianshan, Gao Xianji and Gu Hai both made breakthroughs. 5th layer innate realm. Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he clenched his fists. Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan woke up one after another, as the spiritual energy in the pool was gone. Chen Tianshan's expression froze as he said, 49 superior-grade spirit stones and 100 inferior-grade spirit stones are gone in 1 day? Is it not enough? Gu Hai asked with a smile. This is too wasteful. With so many spirit stones, I could have cultivated for a long time. This ritual array does not seem to be of much use, right? Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly. However, it is very useful to me. Gu Hai smiled. Gu Hai immediately used up half of the spirit stones that Montez left behind. Gu Hai did not care about spirit stones. They were like money. To Gu Hai, who no longer cared about money, money could not attract Gu Hai. What was money? Money was a tool. It was just a tool to make one stronger. Now that Xiao Chun had become stronger, this money was worth it. Division Master, do we need to do it again? Gao Xianji asked with some anticipation. Again? This is too wasteful, right? Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly. At the mention of being wasteful, Chen Tianshan discovered that he was quite wasteful as well. Earlier, he ate the century lifespan immortality peach in 1 bite. No need. The remaining spirit stones will be used to open a path for us and send us back to 9-5 Island, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh! Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Send us back to 9-5 Island? Using spirit stones? How are we going to do that? Are we going to hire the people blocking us? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. That's right. We are going to get the people blocking the entrance to send us back to 9-5 Island, Gu Hai said with a smile. How can that be? Division Master, we were enemies with the world earlier. They hate us to death. Although we have a lot of spirit stones, they have even more people. It is impossible to bribe them, right? Furthermore, Division Master still has the century lifespan immortality peach. They want to rob us clean. Why would they send us back to 9-5 Island? It would already be good if they did not kill us. I believe that at least 10,000 people are waiting for us at the entrance, Chen Tianshan said with a bitter smile. I said that they will send us back to 9-5 Island. They definitely will, Gu Hai said with certainty in his eyes. Chen Tianshan appeared confused, still unable to figure it out. However, Gao Xianji trusted Gu Hai a lot. Division Master, what should we do? If 10,000 people surround us, it will not be enough. Hence, the first step is to get even more people to surround us. The more, the better. The more, the safer we will be, Gu Hai said with certainty. Hey! Chen Tianshan rolled his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. He really wanted to touch Gu Hai's head to see if he was feverish. Chapter 60. At the entrance to the innate puzzle world, nearly 10,000 cultivators gathered, divided into many factions. They surrounded the foggy entrance to the innate puzzle world. No matter where Gu Hai came from, they would be able to find him immediately. The cultivators' eyes turned bloodshot. Some wanted to take revenge, but most wanted the century lifespan immortality peach. Could Gu Hai escape with the century lifespan immortality peach? He came out. More people came out. Capture him. Search. Search. Boom. Before the people who just came out could react, a large group of cultivators captured them. Countless gazes looked over. What are you doing? Why are you capturing us? My senior brother is sick in the first place. After Gu Hai severely injured him, his injuries worsened. He won't make it. We have to return to the island and seek Master for treatment. You want us to leave? What are you doing? The group of people who just came out felt anxious. So, they are disciples from the 37 island. Humph. I saw wrong. They are not Gu Hai. Someone recognized them. Humph. The disappointed cultivators immediately snorted coldly. The same scene kept repeating. More and more cultivators entered and exited. They did not care about those who entered, but they naturally had to check those who came out. However, the more they waited, the more frustrated they felt. Gu Hai is not coming out? Why is there still no news of him after waiting for a few days? He must know that we are guarding him here, so he does not dare to come out. Humph. If he does not come out, he will die in there sooner or later. Let's see if he will come out or not. Countless cultivators steeled themselves to guard this place, especially the Golden Core Realm cultivators. Golden Core Realm cultivators had no advantage in the innate puzzle world. Instead, their cultivation would be suppressed. The risks outweighed the benefits. Hence, they might as well guard Gu Hai. The countless cultivators waited patiently. Suddenly, 10-odd cultivators charged out from the innate puzzle world. The eyes of the cultivators at the periphery lit up as they examined these 10-odd cultivators, wanting to find Gu Hai. Oh no! Gu Hai is here! Gu Hai is here! The cultivators who charged out immediately shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The nearly 10,000 cultivators immediately stood up with wide eyes. Gu Hai is here? Where is it? Someone shouted. Inside, Gu Hai has gone crazy. He is controlling a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses inside. He is driving us out. We were driven out. A cultivator shouted. What? Controlling an army of thousands? Many people's expressions changed. He still remembered the ferocious might of that magnificent army. Since only Gu Hai could summon such a magnificent army, it was naturally Gu Hai. At this moment, inside the innate puzzle world, rumble! Indeed, a large number of cloud beasts pointed their sabers and swords at the cultivators and cloud beasts as the vast army galloped through the fog. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Gu Hai, do you really want to fight us to the death? Gu Hai, how dare you? When the thousands of cultivators were chased away, even if they had cloud beasts, they could only be chased away. There was no stopping the vast army. Everyone, excuse me for the offense. Gu Hai's loud voice rang out from the fog. Humph! Countless cultivators snorted as they were chased to the exit. The vast army roared ferociously. The countless cultivators could not block it. They could only resentfully be chased out of the innate puzzle world. The vast army spread out in the fog, looking exceptionally domineering. They immediately surrounded the exit. Many cultivators watched from the surroundings. However, no one dared to get close. They only looked at the churning fog from a distance. The cultivators chased out of the innate puzzle world all cursed. Gu Hai, humph! When you come out, I will teach you a lesson. I want to see how you are going to come out. Gu Hai, I will fight you to the death. After leaving the innate puzzle world, the thousands of cultivators cursed, feeling exceptionally ferocious. The cultivators guarding the outside gradually understood that Gu Hai was still inside. Furthermore, he was laying out the vast army formation. Hence, the cultivators chased out no longer doubted him. Of course, there were still some who doubted him, but they were no longer that intense. What is Gu Hai trying to do? Many cultivators frowned, feeling confused. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for one day. When the cultivators outside entered the independent world and saw the vast army formation, they were immediately frightened back. When the countless cultivators inside saw the vast army formation, they did not dare to provoke Gu Hai. However, the vast army remained inside, not showing any signs of activity. The countless cultivators grew increasingly confused and frustrated. What is Gu Hai trying to do? Is he not letting people in? Is he chasing people out again? Many cultivators appeared confused. Another 2 days passed. The vast army ritual array remained extremely calm. Gu Hai did not continue to move. Outside, an old cultivator's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! Quick, go in and take a look. We might have fallen for a trap. What? Many cultivators showed confused expressions. That old cultivator quickly rushed in, and a large number of cultivators followed. However, the old cultivator did not seem to fear the vast army formation and immediately charged in. Spirit stones? As expected, this is a formation laid out with spirit stones. The old cultivator exclaimed. Suddenly, he smashed a spirit stone on the ground. Boom! The spirit stone shattered, and the entire vast army formation scattered. No, it was not a vast army formation at all. It was just a fog formation, an ordinary fog formation laid out with spirit stones. Looking at the empty surroundings, almost all the Xiozha sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! Liar! Gu Hai set up the great cloudy ritual array to deceive us? Gu Hai is not here at all. All the cultivators understood. Gu Hai came here to lay the fog formation and then withdrew the vast army formation. This was just a trick. He used this trick to trick the cultivators inside and outside the formation into not daring to act rashly. For 3 days? Why did Gu Hai trick us? Where did Gu Hai go? Ah! Liar! Liar! Gu Hai, you big liar! I got it! I got it! Gu Hai left the innate puzzle world 3 days ago with the first batch of people chased away. Did he lie and make us think that Gu Hai was here all along while he fled long ago? Luring the tiger away from the mountain? Ha! Furious roars rang out in the surroundings. All the cultivators felt enraged. Who would have thought that Gu Hai actually set up a scam and fooled everyone? 3 days ago, Xiao Chen left with a few thousand cultivators, forcing them to wait foolishly here. Gu Hai already fled. Quick, quick, chase to the seaside. It's over. By the time we catch up, Gu Hai will have already set sail. Gu Hai already fled. After falling for such a big trick, everyone was no longer worried about the immortality peach. Instead, they were angry. This hurt their pride too much. Rumble. After understanding the truth, the cultivators rushed out of the innate puzzle world. Quick, think. Where did the cultivators who came out go over the past few days? They definitely left the island. Quick, after them. Gu Hai and the others fled. However, where did they go? 9-5 Island. That can't be right. Would Gu Hai dare to return to 9-5 Island? Who remembers? Who remembers which direction the people who left went? The cultivators who rushed out of the innate puzzle world felt anxious and angry. I remember. There are people in that direction. After them. There are people in that direction as well. After them. It seems like there are people in that direction as well. Quick chase. Countless cultivators anxiously gave chase in various directions. When the cultivators in the innate puzzle world heard the news, they also gave chase. In many people's opinion, the chances of obtaining the immortality peach from Gu Hai were higher than obtaining the benefits in the innate puzzle world. In that case, they might as well chase after Gu Hai. After leaving the innate puzzle world, what was Gu Hai? More and more Xiozha gave chase. An endless stream of people flooded the innate puzzle world's exit. At this moment, 3 figures slowly walked out of a small forest in the innate puzzle world. These 3 people had aged faces, but their voices sounded very young. Division Master, at first, I really thought that you were luring us away. Unexpectedly, you told us not to leave. Chen Tianshan said with some excitement in his voice. Truth is false, falsehood is true. Let's go. Later, lower your voice and follow the crowd, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Chen Tianshan said excitedly. The group of 3 put on disguises. Although it was still difficult to disguise them completely, everyone thought that Gu Hai's group had fled the island long ago. Who would have thought that the 3 were still in the innate puzzle world? The group of 3 followed the crowd, chasing after the 3. After chasing for a few days, they arrived at the seaside. At this moment, several huge ships were docked at the seaside. Many ritual arrays covered the ships, clearly for navigation. They are on a ship to 95 Island to chase after Gu Hai's group. Get on my ship. When the seats are full, we will leave. A boatman shouted. Gu Hai chartered a ship to head to 37 Island. We will go to 37 Island. When the seats are full, we will leave. When the seats are full, we will leave. Gu Hai definitely went to 95 Island. Those chasing after Gu Hai, get on our ship. When the seats are full, we will leave. Gu Hai went to the southern islands. When the seats are full, we will leave. A series of boatmen shouted out, continuously explaining the direction the first batch of Gu Hai had taken a few days ago. No one knew which direction Gu Hai went. Naturally, the boatmen did not know either. However, this did not stop them from soliciting customers. Who cares? As long as they could get on their ship and pay spirit stones, it would be fine. The cultivators chasing from the innate puzzle world frowned, feeling speechless. Never mind. I'll take the gamble. I'm going in the direction of 95 Island. Boatmen, quickly give chase. Don't let the people in front catch up to us. Boatmen, quickly give chase. I'll board your ship. Amid the commotion, Gu Hai's group paid 30 spirit stones and boarded a large ship heading to 95 Island. Furthermore, they even asked for a private room. The business of the ship heading to 95 Island was the best. It was full in the blink of an eye. The ship is setting sail. The boatman shouted. Gu Hai sat in the private room on the ship, leisurely waiting for the ship to sail to 95 Island. Chen Tianshan showed a strange expression. I thought that we would have to go through a life-and-death battle and carve out a bloody path to escape. Chapter 61. On a large ship in the Thousand Islands Sea, Gu Hai sat cross-legged in a private room as he sank his consciousness into his forehead. The black ghost stone still hovered at the highest point, looking down on the world. The white crystal hovered in the air below, unable to move as if it was suppressed by the black ghost stone. The 100,000 Go puzzles at the very bottom were still matching 4 of them into one. There were too many Go puzzles. Even Gu Hai could not match all of them immediately. Gu Hai only opened his eyes slowly when he heard a sound coming from the private room. Then, he looked at Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan, who walked in. How is it? Division Master, rest assured. Our ship is heading for 95 Island at full speed, Gao Xianji said with a smile. However, it might take some time. It will take about 3 months, Chen Tianshan said. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. I hope there will be no more mistakes. Division Master, we are already very safe. At most, we will run into some trouble on 95 Island. What could go wrong? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. That day, I set up a cloud formation to guide the thoughts of a large group of cultivators. However, as time passed, naturally, some smart people would figure it out. After all, 3 months at sea is too long. I hope there will be no problems, Gu Hai said with some worry. Huh! Chen Tianshan felt slightly surprised. Division Master, most of them should be aiming for the golden immortality peach. Division Master had the last one. Why did you not? Gao Xianji asked worriedly. If Gu Hai had eaten the last immortality peach in front of everyone, there would not have been so much trouble. Gu Hai shook his head and said, You don't understand. It is precisely because it is the last one that it is even more precious. This one is even more precious than the previous 10. There is only one in the world. It is unique. It can move people's hearts. That is a double-edged sword. If you do not use it well, you will end up hurting yourself. However, what if you use it well? Gu Hai said confidently. Gao Xianji's expression changed. Chen Tianshan also appeared confused. Clearly, he could not guess what Gu Hai meant. Gu Hai shook his head and did not explain. 10 days later, Tianyuan Island had been restored to its original state. Cultivators continued entering and exiting the innate puzzle world. Those who were willing to chase after Gu Hai already did so. Those who were unwilling to go naturally didn't go. Inside the innate puzzle world, boom! The great battle was still going on, but it had calmed down a lot. Even if all the century lifespan immortality peaches were gone, there was still the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Even if Shao Chun could not snatch the entire tree, he could snatch a branch and slowly plant it. Would that work? There were still many Xiuzhi who were unwilling to give up. However, at this moment, the 9th young master led a large number of native cloud beasts and regained the initiative, occupying the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Roar! The Hydra roared. The 1,000 cloud beasts behind him roared as well. The thousands of cloud beasts at the periphery paused slightly. Humph! Everyone, it is time to calm down. The century lifespan immortality peach tree is not something that can be moved casually. Even if you snatch it back, it will be useless. The 9th young master shouted. Why? The group of Xiuzhi asked in disbelief. Do you think that a lifespan plant can grow just by giving it some soil and water? The 9th young master retorted coldly as he stood on the Hydra's head. Many Xiuzhi frowned slightly. Look at the century lifespan immortality peach tree's root. They are in space and not in soil. Even if you snatch it back, will you plant it? The nutrients it absorbs are the power of spacetime. Its roots are planted in spacetime. Even if it is given to you, will you plant it? The 9th young master shouted. Everyone looked over. That seemed to be the case. Even if they snatched it back, they could not plant it. Some people already gave up, but some were still unwilling. However, so what if they were unwilling? Without Gu Hai's vast army, the 9th young master would not be able to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach tree as soon as possible. The risk was too great, but the benefits were like the moon in water. Everyone hesitated. The two sides reached a stalemate. Boom! Just at this moment, a loud sound came from the distant exit. What a large flying ship! A loud sound came from the exit, and a large number of Xiuzhi got knocked back. Rumble! Slowly, 2 huge flying ships flew in from the entrance. Elite Hall is on business. Leave quickly! A shout came from one of the flying ships. It was Long Wanqing's White Cloud flying ship and the Shinji Battalion's flying ship. Elite Hall? Why is it Elite Hall again? Shocked cries came from the surroundings. On the flying ship, Long Wanqing showed some anxiety in her eyes. I wonder how Montez and Gu Hai are doing in their search? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. The Fire Division Master, Ding Rui, frowned and said loudly, Montez, where are you? Ding Rui's voice seemed to have a penetrating force, instantly echoing everywhere. The surrounding cultivators. The 9th young master high in the sky. Everyone in the surroundings seemed to fall silent as they stared at the 2 flying ships in a daze. Within that gaze there was a sense of conflict, a sense of loss, and a sense of depression. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions on their faces. The flying ship flew higher and higher. Venerable Lun Yen slowly noticed something strange. Why does it feel like something is wrong? Why are they all looking at us with the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Cloud beast? On another flying ship, the Shinji Battalion's battalion commander, Li Haoran, suddenly raised his eyebrows. The information about cloud beasts was not a secret to them. The century lifespan immortality peach tree was not a secret either. But, no matter in heaven or on earth, why was everyone looking at them strangely? Montez? Are you still not coming out? The Fire Division Master, Ding Rui, demanded coldly. The surroundings were still quiet. The first elder and that sickly youth walked out of a palace in the forest. A few black-clad subordinates followed behind them. Cough, 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 cough. Class 1 Hall? Are you done yet? The sickly youth coughed. The first elder nodded and took a deep breath. Clearly, he felt very uncomfortable as well. On the two flying ships, Long Wanqing, Ding Rue, Venerable Lunyan, and Li Haoran discovered that something was wrong. Why did everyone in the surroundings, be it natives or outsiders, look at them strangely? Elite Hall? Elite Hall again? What do you want? Didn't you already invite the unborn man away? Why are you here again? The ninth young master suddenly glared. Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Venerable Lunyan also revealed a surprised expression. From what he heard from the ninth young master, these people seemed to have suffered greatly at the hands of the Elite Hall people earlier. At this moment they all showed resentment. We invited the unborn man away? Elite Hall's people? The old woman, Ding Rue, lit up. It looks like it is Montez. He finally did something he should do. When a cultivator on a cloud beast not far away heard Ding Rue's words, his face twitched, feeling even stranger. Venerable Lunyan also noticed the strange expressions of the crowd. He immediately said to that cultivator not far away, "Fellow Taoist, what happened before we arrived? Did you see where my Elite Hall disciples were? Did you see Gu Hai?" "That's right. Where did Montez and the others bring the unborn man to? Is Gu Hai dead?" Ding Rue asked as well. "Gu Hai," that person said with a strange expression. "Oh? What happened to Gu Hai?" "Gu Hai killed all the Elite Hall disciples, including Montez," that person said. Ding Rue. Long Wanqing. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Gu Hai kill Montez and all the Elite Hall disciples? Ding Rue asked in disbelief as she glared. Why would I lie to you? I knew that Gu Hai was incredible from the start, so I did not participate in their great battle. That Gu Hai is truly incredible. He is already the person I admire the most. That cultivator immediately exclaimed. What great battle? Venerable Lunyan asked out of curiosity. Just half a month ago. It looks like you really did not know. You were too late. At that time, Gu Hai fought against tens of thousands of people alone, forcing everyone, including the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples, not daring to get close. He snatched the century lifespan immortality peach tree, but no one dared to get close, that person said excitedly. What? Wait, Gu Hai fought tens of thousands of people alone? He forced the Sky Chess Pavilion disciples and everyone else to not dare to get close? Ding Rue could not keep up with that person's train of thought. Of course. That Montez was a good-for-nothing. In the end, Gu Hai killed him. That was really satisfying. Gu Hai is also a real man. For the sake of a small snake, he gave her the century lifespan immortality peach tree for free. He even gave her 6 century lifespan immortality peaches. Gu Hai is the Water Division's division master. Is your Elite Hall still recruiting disciples? Why don't you recruit me? I'll join the Water Division and follow Division Master Gu. That person said excitedly. Long Wanqing. Ding Rue. Venerable Lunyan. Li Haoran. Everyone listened to the surrounding cultivators talk about what happened half a month ago. Long Wanqing and Venerable Lunyan exchanged glances. At first, Long Wanqing did not think highly of Gu Hai. However, who could have expected that Gu Hai would cause such a huge commotion? There were a total of 10 golden immortality peaches, but Xiao Chen snatched all of them. Then, he casually wasted 9 of them. Even if it was wasted, he ate them too casually. It looks like we missed out on a lot. Venerable Lunyan smiled bitterly. We found the unborn man. He came out of seclusion. That's great. Long Wanqing's eyes turned red. Queen Hua? The great Myojin? Not far away, Li Haoran raised his eyebrows slightly. Gu Hai killed Montez? He is really bold. Ding Rue said with a glare. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out in the sky. It was the ninth young master. At this moment, he stared at the two flying ships in extreme anger. Earlier, when the surrounding cultivators described the situation to Long Wanqing, their words were filled with worship for Gu Hai. At the same time, they belittled themselves, saying that they were just clowns before Gu Hai, insignificant characters that even Gu Hai could not be bothered with. The ninth young master was already very angry in the first place. Now, he felt even more depressed. The elite hall disciples are all uneducated, killing each other. No wonder your previous hall master got killed. Serves her right. Humph! The ninth young master mocked coldly. What did you say? Do you dare to say it again? Long Wanqing glared. Rumble! The many elite hall disciples on the flying ship immediately glared and drew their weapons. I already said it. So what? Serves the elite hall master right for getting killed. The ninth young master said coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden sword shot towards the ninth young master. The moment the golden arrow appeared, it tore through space and gave off a sharp sound of breaking wind. Like a golden rainbow, it pierced through a large number of cloud beasts and arrived before the ninth young master. What? The ninth young master's expression changed. Roar! The nine-headed snake roared and suddenly blocked with its tail. Boom! The golden arrow clashed with the nine-headed snake's tail. A large hole appeared in the nine-headed snake's tail. The strong recoil instantly struck the front of the ninth young master. The threat of death instantly enveloped him. No! No! The ninth young master cried out in alarm. Walala! All 8 snake heads blocked in front of the ninth young master. Boom! The golden arrow's recoil was too strong. It instantly pierced through all 8 snake heads. No! The ninth young master screamed miserably. Bang! The ninth young master's head exploded. Hiss! 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 Countless cultivators in the surroundings sucked in sharp breath. That was a 9-headed snake. One arrow pierced 9 holes and even shattered the ninth young master's head. Bang! The 9-headed snake scattered, and the ninth young master's corpse slowly fell from the sky. Everyone looked in the direction the golden arrow came from and saw a golden-armored leader on another flying ship. He held a bow in his hand as he looked coldly at the ninth young master's corpse falling from the sky. You want to insult the elite hall master with just you? Huh. The golden-armored man, Li Haoran, snorted coldly. He killed the ninth young master. He killed the ninth young master. The surrounding natives exclaimed. However, Li Haoran put away his bow and coldly looked at the group of cloud beasts guarding the century lifespan immortality peach tree. Then, he said coldly, the Sky Chess Pavilion? That is already a thing of the past. Know your place. In this world, not just anyone can offend you. If not for old man Guanxi, I would have flattened your Sky Chess Pavilion based on what you said earlier. Humph. When Long Wanqing, who was at the side, saw Li Haoran stand up for her, she immediately smiled. Li Haoran looked at Long Wanqing and said, Wanqing, since we have news, let's think about the unborn man's whereabouts, right? Long Wanqing's expression turned solemn. Then, she nodded and said, Before my mother died, the last place she went was 9-5 Island. The unborn man will definitely go there. Let's go. Li Haoran nodded. Rumble. The 2 flying ships did not linger, slowly flying out of the entrance. That startling arrow made the countless cultivators hold their breath. Who is he? Who is that person? 1 arrow? The 9th young master died. The Shenji Battalion. I remember now. It is the Shenji Battalion. The Shenji Battalion's battalion commander, Li Haoran. What? Li Haoran came personally? Countless cultivators revealed shocked expressions. The atmosphere in the innate puzzle world immediately turned much stranger. At the entrance of a palace, the first elder watched as the 2 flying ships left. Then, he took a deep breath to suppress the rage in his heart. Cough, 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 cough. The sickly youth at the side narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. The Shinji Battalion's Lihauran? Haha. 9-5 Island? First Elder, I'll leave this place to you. I want to go to 9-5 Island and see what they are capable of. To think that they can boast so shamelessly that they can level my sky chess pavilion. The First Elder turned his head to look at the sickly youth and asked, Are you sure you want to go to 9-5 Island? Cough, cough, cough. That's right. I know that the pavilion master mentioned 9-5 Island. However, it's fine. My sky chess pavilion is no longer around. The Thousand Islands Sea is also considered my sky chess pavilion's property. How can I allow outsiders to act so presumptuously here? The sickly youth said coldly. That corpse. The First Elder pointed at the ninth young master's corpse that fell to the ground. That piece of trash. He can't accomplish anything but is good at spoiling things. Just bury him. I'll just find a substitute. Cough, cough, cough. The sickly youth said. All right. Ninth young master, be careful along the way. The First Elder nodded. Chapter 62. The speed of the flying boat was many times faster than the ships on the sea. A few days later, the two huge flying ships arrived at 9-5 Island. To the Clear River sect. Long Wanqing said. Yes. The subordinate behind her steered the white cloud towards the Clear River sect. At the side, the Fire Division Master frowned and said, Hall Master, I know that you think highly of Gu Hai and that you have the authority to decide the Division Master. However, my Elite Hall has Elite Hall rules. The previous Hall Master set the rules that we cannot kill each other. Hall Master, are you really going to ignore it? Are you going to let that Gu Hai do whatever he wants and kill my Elite Hall's people? Montez asked for it. Long Wanqing said sullenly. The old woman, Ding Rue, shook her head and said, No matter what, Montez is the Earth Division Master. Gu Hai is not qualified to decide the life and death of the Earth Division Master. He is overstepping his authority. Montez is wrong, but who is not wrong? If Hall Master does something wrong one day, can Gu Hai kill Hall Master? Division Master Ding, we will discuss this matter again. Long Wanqing said with a frown. We can discuss it again. After all, we have not found Gu Hai yet. This subordinate is only reminding Division Master that Gu Hai killed Montez. According to my Elite Hall's rules, he will be severely punished. Furthermore, Gu Hai has not been registered yet. His crime is punishable by death, Ding Rue said solemnly. All right, I said that we will discuss this matter again. Right now, nothing is more important than finding my mother's murderer. Long Wanqing said coldly. Yes. Ding Rue felt somewhat unconvinced, but she could only nod. The two flying ships soon arrived at the Clear River sect. The Clear River sect was surrounded by mountains and forests. Many palaces and residences were scattered among the mountains, surrounded by countless foggy ritual arrays, looking dreamy. When the two flying ships arrived, the Clear River sect immediately burst into an uproar. Some of the disciples immediately wanted to reprimand the Clear River sect. However, the Clear River sect master took a closer look and immediately recognized the white cloud. There was also another flying boat of the Shinji Battalion. Everyone, let us welcome the arrival of the Elite Hall Master and Divine Strategy Battalion Commander. The Clear River sect master shouted. Hua! The surrounding disciples burst into an uproar. Clearly, Elite Hall and the Shinji Battalion were extremely famous in 9-5 Island. As the flying boat descended, no formation dared to obstruct it. They slowly landed on a square. Clear River sect master, sorry for disturbing you again. Long Wanqing said with a smile. What are you saying? It is my Clear River sect's fortune that Hall Master is here. This old man greets Elite Hall Master, Shinji Battalion Commander, Division Master Ding, and Venerable Lu Nian. The Clear River sect master said with a smile. Clear Stream sect master, my Shinji Battalion will be resting in your Clear Stream sect for a period of time. Please assign a region for my Shinji battalion to settle down, Li Haoran said in a deep voice. Of course, of course. Everyone, please come in, the Clear River Sect Master said extremely politely. The arrival of the Shinji Battalion and Elite Hall's flying boat at the Clear River Sect quickly spread to the other sects on 9-5 Island. Cultivators from the various sects immediately came to greet them. Several days later, in a palace in the Clear River Sect, Fire Division Master Ding Rui met the First Song Sect Master. Division Master Ding, is what you said true? The First Song Sect Master asked, his expression changing. Ding Rui leaned on her walking stick as she replied with a cold gaze, that's right. Hence, from now on, spread the news. Not just 9-5 Island but the surrounding islands as well. Spread the news that Gu Hai possesses the century lifespan immortality peach. Get everyone to look for him. Yes. We are not the only ones spreading the news. I believe that many cultivators should be chasing after him from Tenjin Island. In fact, the news should spread to every corner of the Thousand Islands Sea, right? The First Song Sect Master nodded. Don't be careless. Based on my understanding of Gu Hai, this Gu Hai is an expert at taking advantage of others. He is also a major variable. We cannot let him ruin our plans. Hence, Gu Hai needs to die. Do you understand? Ding Rui narrowed her eyes as she stared at the First Song Sect Master. The First Song Sect Master nodded and said, I understand. I will send out all the First Song Sect disciples. That is not enough. When spreading the news about Gu Hai, spread another piece of news. Ding Rui said seriously. Gu Hai consumed the century lifespan immortality peach, and the medicinal energy took effect in his body. Eating Gu Hai or using Gu Hai to refine pills would also increase one's lifespan, Ding Rui said seriously. That can't be right? I know that it can't be. However, as long as this rumor spreads, it will become true, no matter how fake it is, Ding Rui said coldly. Yes. Thousand Islands Sea. The large ship that Gu Hai's group of 3 traveled quickly on the sea. Ships were a profitable business. One needed to pay spirit stones to board a ship. After traveling for several months, the ship also needed spirit stones for food. This trip to the Thousand Islands Sea earned a lot. Gu Hai cultivated in his private room. Occasionally, he would come out to get some fresh air. On this particular day, the 3 went to the deck and looked into the distance from the bow. Division Master, we have been here for more than 2 months already. We should be reaching 9-5 Island soon, Chen Tianshan said excitedly as he pointed into the distance. I don't know if returning this time will be a blessing or a curse. You can no longer address me as Division Master to prevent my identity from being exposed. In the future, address me as Milord. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Milord. The 2 answered. The 3 continued looking into the distance. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Whoosh! A strong wind blew past. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed. The originally clear sky suddenly turned dark. Dark clouds covered the sky as if a storm was coming. However, everything happened too quickly. There was no process at all. As the strong wind blew, the waves started to swell. As the waves crashed, the entire ship bobbed up and down. I fell to my death. What's going on? Why did the sky change? Is a storm coming? The countless cultivators on the deck showed confused expressions. It had only been a while, so why did the sky turn dark? Buzz. The ritual array on the ship activated. Suddenly, it formed a blue light barrier that looked like a blue ball of light encasing the entire ship. Rumble. Indeed, after a while, the waves grew increasingly larger. Even with the ritual array protecting the ship, they still shook. The waves soared into the sky. Some of the waves even soared dozens of meters high. As they surged, countless fish were knocked away. It is not as simple as a storm. What is going to happen? The boatman exclaimed, his expression changing. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the dark clouds. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down on this sea region. Huge waves surged into the sky, crashing into the light barrier around the ship. Loud crashing sounds rang out, causing the expressions of the people on the deck to change dramatically. Even Chen Tianshan gulped at this moment. This was the power of the world, majestic and majestic. Even though Chen Tianshan was already a golden core realm cultivator, he still felt worried. Something is wrong. These dark clouds are too strange. It does not seem like a storm. This is too sudden. Could it be summoned? Summoned? Sea beasts? Could we have run into some sea beasts? Countless cultivators showed worried expressions. Sea beasts? What are sea beasts? Gu Hai's expression changed as he looked at Chen Tianshan. Roar. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the bottom of the sea. An overwhelming force surged up from the bottom of the ship. Boom! The ship soared 300 meters into the air along with the huge wave. Arg! Arg! A large number of cultivators let out sharp cries. Gu Hai's group grabbed the railing and flew up with the ship. Waves surged all around. As Gu Hai flew up, he saw a humongous object. A huge, black, hornless dragon head charged out of the sea. The dragon head looked ferocious as it glared and roared. However, there was a huge scar near its left eye, making it look ferocious. It gave off a sky-shaking dragon roar. Roar. The dragon roar was so loud that it caused the surrounding seawater to explode. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Lightning flashed and heavy rain fell. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai made a visual estimate and found that this monster was at least 1 kilometer long. At least 1 kilometer long, as most of the monster's body was still hidden in the sea. A flood dragon. 1,000 islands sees sea beast. A flood dragon? Why is it here? Why is it here? It's over. It's over. It's a flood dragon. Cries of horror filled the surroundings. Gu Hai's group goggled. A flood dragon? This was not the cloud beast from earlier. Although its size was about the same, its aura was completely different. The cloud beast was just a humongous monster. However, the flood dragon before them could call the wind and summon the rain, causing the sea to listen to its roar. This strength was on a completely different level. Roar. The flood dragon roared and soared into the sky. Although the ship was huge, it did not seem so huge before the flood dragon. Boom! The ship landed on the sea. The surrounding blue light shield rippled as if on the verge of shattering. Most of the cultivators turned ashen. It's over! It's over! Everyone shouted in horror. Roar! Suddenly, another roar came from the bottom of the sea. Boom! The ship that had just landed was once again swept into the sky by the wave. Rumble! Dark clouds gathered in the sky again. Heavy rain fell, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. There is another sea beast? There is another sea beast that can affect the weather? How can it be like this? Cries of horror filled the surroundings. When the ship fell from the sky again, Gu Hai finally saw the appearance of that sea beast. It was a huge tortoise, at least 1 kilometer long. However, this huge tortoise was different in that it had a pair of dragon horns on its head, looking exceptionally ferocious. Roar! The huge tortoise roared, and a storm suddenly kicked up in the surroundings. A super whirlpool spun rapidly above the sea. The Bashya? That is the Bashya. How can it be like this? Why is the Bashya here as well? Countless cultivators showed expressions of despair. In the past, meeting one of the sea beasts would be over. Now, both ferocious sea beasts were here. Everyone felt so hopeless that they wanted to cry. If they had known, they would not have chased after Gu Hai. Boom! The ship landed right in the middle of the two gigantic sea beasts. The two sea beasts did not seem to care about the ship. The flood dragon and the Bashya glared at each other. Their ferocious cries seemed like they would not rest until they died. It's over. They are in for it. What should we do? Chen Tianshan's expression changed dramatically. Put on your life vests. Quickly. Gu Hai shouted. As he spoke, he quickly took out 3 life vests. Gu Hai had made these in the past. Although Gu Hai did not know if they were still useful, he still put them on. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji quickly put on their life vests. While the others were still in fear, Gu Hai's group tied each other with ropes. At the same time, Xiao Chen gestured to Gao Xianji to quickly stuff the Division Master Medallion into the soles of her shoes and tie them. Indeed, as the flood dragon roared, it whipped its tail. Boom! As the dragon tail whipped out, it seemed to carry the boundless power of the sea. The huge ship exploded under this huge force. Ah! Help! Help! Help me! Cries rang out everywhere. However, a huge wave swept everyone up in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Basha roared. Boom! The 2 gigantic sea beasts began to fight against each other. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and lightning fell. The huge fluctuations stirred the surrounding seawater. Before the countless cultivators could see anything, they were sucked into the underwater whirlpool in the blink of an eye. Rumble! Gu Hai felt impacts coming from all directions. This is too ferocious. These 2 sea beasts are using the power of the sea to fight. This is not something that ordinary people can contend with. Gu Hai and Gao Xianji are innate realm cultivators, and Chen Tianshan is golden core realm cultivators. However, even a golden core realm cultivator would appear so small and insignificant before these 2 sea beasts. Boom! 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 Strong forces impacted Gu Hai's body. Even though Gu Hai was an external cultivator, he could not hold on for long. Gradually, Gu Hai lost consciousness and fainted. After Gu Hai fainted, Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji fainted as well. As the surrounding waves churned wildly, everyone lost consciousness. After a few days, the flood dragon and the Basha left. The churning dark clouds scattered as well. The sea slowly regained its calm. Looking at the mirror-like sea, no one could imagine how intense the waves were earlier. The 2 sea beasts' huge force shattered the ship. All the people on the ship vanished, swallowed up by the vast sea. Everything was so calm. This continued until another large ship sailed past. A large flag with the character for Feng on it hung on it. A few black-clad men stood at the ship's bow. At this moment, they looked into the distance and raised their eyebrows slightly. A flood dragon and a Basha? These 2 sea beasts usually mind their own business. Why are they fighting here? For the past few days, the surrounding sea has been churning, forcing us to stop at a nearby island and wait, a person at the side said with a frown. Indeed. We were delayed for a few days. Will the gang master blame us? Another person said worriedly. Furthermore, a few people escaped due to the waves this time. How are we going to explain this to the gang master? Everyone remained silent. Look, there's someone there. One of the black-clad men said, his eyes lighting up. Then, they saw 3 life jackets carrying Gu Hai's group floating on the distant sea, unconscious. Fish them up, one of the black-clad men shouted. Yes. Soon, Gu Hai's group was fished up. The makeup on their faces was gone. However, after soaking in the water for a few days, their faces were somewhat swollen, making it difficult to distinguish them. The 3 wore life jackets strung together by ropes, so they stayed together. One of the black-clad men sent veritable energy into the 3's bodies. Elder, they are not dead yet. 2 innate realm cultivators and 1 golden core realm cultivator. Although they are not dead, they seem to be severely injured, that black-clad man said. 2 innate realm cultivators? 1 golden core realm cultivator? Good, good, good. That elder suddenly laughed. Elder, what's good? The group asked, feeling confused. Didn't 5 people escape a few days ago? Just use these 3 to make up for it. At the very least, the losses will be halved. The gang master will not blame us too much. The elder said happily. Right, right, right. Elder is wise. The group immediately said excitedly. No one is to speak of today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The elder said coldly. Yes. Go to 95 Island at full speed. We will return to the gang master. The elder said happily. Yes. Chapter 63. News of the century lifespan immortality peach spread extremely quickly. In just a few months, it had spread to hundreds of islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. Between 10 century lifespan immortality peaches and 1 century lifespan immortality peach, it was not that people cared about the more they had. On the contrary, the fewer there were, the more they cherished them. There was only 1 century lifespan immortality peach left. A 2nd century lifespan immortality peach would not appear within 100 years. This century lifespan immortality peach was snatched by an innate realm cultivator? Just the Sciention realm? The Golden Core realm experts of the various islands who had not entered the innate puzzle world came out of closed-door cultivation and rushed to 95 Island. 95 Island, Hulao Pass. Guqin and Gu Han sat in a large hall in the Gu residence, listening to the news brought by their subordinates. The two of them frowned and fell into deep thought. Big brother, more and more cultivators are approaching my Gu residence, constantly monitoring it. The situation is not good. Gu Han said with a frown. Guqin nodded and said, This time, through the Clear River sect, I asked the hall master for instructions. The hall master agreed to protect my Gu residence. That is why the people outside do not dare to act rashly. They are only monitoring. They are waiting for foster father to return, but Gu Han revealed a bitter smile. There's no need to worry. Foster father is smarter than you. Right now, there are countless cultivators around the Gu residence. Why would foster father rashly return? Don't worry, we'll do what we need to do and treat them as if they don't exist. Guqin said solemnly. I know. I'm just worried about foster father's safety. Gu Han said worriedly. Don't worry about foster father. Foster father is like a dragon. Now that he has entered the Sciention realm, he is like a dragon entering the sea. Nothing can stop foster father. Guqin said solemnly. Gu Han nodded and could only console himself like this. Clear River sect. As Long Wanqing and Venerable Lunyan played Go, Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Master, do you think Gu Hai will return safely this time? Long Wanqing frowned. Hall Master, there's no need to worry. In the innate puzzle world, I saw how powerful Gu Hai is. How could he face tens of thousands of people alone? Do you think that a person who can fight tens of thousands of people alone will still be in danger when the enemy is in the open and I am in the dark? Venerable Lunyan smiled as he placed down a Go stone. This is different from the innate puzzle world. Everyone in the innate puzzle world is at the innate realm. Long Wanqing said with a frown as she placed her Go stone. You are right. However, even in the innate puzzle world, Gu Hai is not a peak innate realm expert. Hall Master, you don't have to worry. Just send people to protect Gu Hai's 2 adopted sons. This could be considered as an explanation to him. After all, he really helped you find the unborn man. Venerable Lunyan said while shaking his head. However, Division Leader Ding has always wanted to avenge Montez. But, is it difficult? Venerable Lunyan smiled. Long Wanqing nodded. Class 1 Hall had its own rules. This time, Gu Hai had found the unborn man and helped her a lot. However, he had killed Montez. Long Wanqing did not know what to do. Hall Master, just delay him. Oh! From what I can tell, Gu Hai is not an easy person to deal with. Since Division Leader Ding wants to kill Gu Hai, let them fight it out themselves, Venerable Lunyan said with narrowed eyes. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she nodded. Right, that Shinji battalion commander, Li Haoran, stay away from him. Venerable Lunyan said with a frown. Huh? Why? Venerable, I notice that you have been targeting Li Haoran along the way. Long Wanqing frowned as she looked at Venerable Lunyan. Venerable Lunyan shook his head and said, Hall Master, do you remember what your mother told you before she died? Long Wanqing bit her lip, feeling somewhat reluctant. However, she took a few deep breaths in the end and suppressed the depression in her heart. Then, she nodded and said, "My mother said to listen to Venerable in everything." Seeing Long Wanqing's depressed expression, Venerable Lunyan sighed softly and said, "Li Haoran? This person is an ambitious and ruthless character. Back then, he pursued your mother, but she rejected him in the end." "He pursued my mother?" Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. "That's right. Li Haoran achieved so much at such a young age. He led the Shinji Battalion everywhere. Everyone in the world knows about the Shinji Battalion. Naturally, such an outstanding man would attract countless people. However, this person is too arrogant and has too strong a goal. He is not infatuated with women. Naturally, your mother could tell that the women who followed him would not have good happiness," Venerable Lunyan explained. "I feel that this is the prejudice of outsiders." Long Wanqing looked like she wanted to defend Li Haoran. Venerable Lunyan shook his head and said, "Hall Master, I know your current state of mind. I also know that I cannot stop you for long. I only have one request. Before you take revenge for your mother, do not get too close to Li Haoran. Is that all right?" Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lunyan and remained silent for a while. Then, she nodded. "Venerable, rest assured. The grudge of killing my mother is absolutely irreconcilable. Before taking revenge, I will not have any other thought." "That's good." Venerable Lunyan nodded. In a large hall in the Clear River sect, a large map laid out in front of the golden-armored Li Haoran. The map showed the detailed terrain of 9-5 Island and the surrounding islands. A group of Shinji Battalion disciples stood in front of him. "Battalion Commander, more and more cultivators are gathering at 9-5 Island," a subordinate reported respectfully. Li Haoran looked at the map and said indifferently, "They are just jumping clowns. There is no need to fear them." "Yes. However, we just received news that a flood dragon and a Bashya appeared in the northern sea a few days ago. The two sea beasts displayed overwhelming ferocious might and fought at sea for several days." "Oh!" Li Haoran raised his eyebrows as he shifted his gaze away from the map. This subordinate just found out as well. However, Li Haoran looked into the distance outside the hall. Then, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Did those two beasts sense something?" "This subordinate does not know. Send people to keep an eye on those two beasts. As long as they appear, report immediately," Li Haoran ordered. "Yes." In another large hall in the Clear River sect, the old woman, Ding Rue, leaned on her walking stick as she looked at the first song sect master. "Division Master Ding, more and more cultivators are coming. News of Gu Hai has already spread. The ships that set off from Tenjin Island have already arrived. However, there is no sign of Gu Hai," the first song sect master said with a frown. "Search slowly. Now that more and more people are searching for him, let's see where he can run to." A cold light flashed in Division Master Ding's eyes. "We already sent people to monitor Gu Hai's family. Should we capture them?" "There's no need. They are bait. Sooner or later, Gu Hai will appear." "He won't be able to run," Ding Rue said coldly. The first song sect master nodded. "By the way, I had you watch over him for the past few years. How's the interrogation going?" Ding Rue looked at the first song sect master. "There is still no news." The first song sect master shook his head. Ding Rue frowned and nodded. More and more cultivators entered 9-5 Island. As long as one entered 9-5 Island, they would be searched by other cultivators. After all, Gu Hai had disguised himself and escaped from Tenjin Island, so the surrounding cultivators were exceptionally careful in their search. However, there was still no news of Gu Hai. Everyone was searching for Gu Hai, waiting for Gu Hai to walk right into their trap. However, these cultivators did not know that Gu Hai had already arrived at 9-5 Island several days ago. However, his arrival this time was rather miraculous. Gu Hai wore a bronze mask on his head. His hands and feet were chained and his clothes were tattered. Someone whipped him and chased him away. Aside from Gu Hai, 100 other people were in the same situation. All of them were chained and had bronze masks covering their noses, revealing only a pair of eyes as they looked around. Clatter! Clatter! The sound of chains dragging on the ground sounded incredibly desolate. Slap! Quickly leave. Do you still want to be whipped? Quickly leave. The group of black-clad men swung their whips, whipping the group of bronze-masked men. Roar! Even though the bronze-masked men were whipped, they still showed ferocious expressions as they roared. Humph! What are you roaring for? Do you still want to be whipped? Go! Slap! The black-clad men furiously whipped the group of bronze-masked men. Gu Hai did not struggle, following the group. "My lord, if I reveal my identity, perhaps?" Chen Tianshan's flustered voice came from behind. It was the same for Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji. At this moment, they were chained and wearing bronze masks. "If you reveal your identity, are you not afraid that they will silence you?" Gao Xianji asked from the side. But what should we do now?" Chen Tianshan seemed so frightened that he was about to cry. "Calm down and find another opportunity to escape," Gu Hai said softly. "We can't escape. You can't escape. You can't escape. Division leader, did you know that the masks on our heads will explode? If you run, they will detonate the mask. If you forcibly remove the bronze masks, they will also explode. It will explode. Furthermore, our cultivations are sealed. The Great Feng Mafia family's special sealing method makes us ordinary people," Chen Tianshan said in despair. "The Great Feng Mafia family? Chen Tianshan, do you know where this is?" Gu Hai asked seriously. Chen Tianshan nodded and smiled bitterly. "Yes, I have been here before. However, I did not expect that we would return like this today. This is 9-5 Island, and the Great Feng Mafia family is one of the 5 large sects of 9-5 Island. The Great Feng Mafia family is one of the 5 large sects of 9-5 Island." Gao Xianji asked, feeling confused. Chen Tianshan nodded. "The Great Feng Mafia family is also the richest sect in 9-5 Island. They do not need to mine spirit stones, but they have an endless supply of spirit stones. There are countless experts in the family. Oh! To be more precise, the Great Feng Mafia family is a large casino among cultivators. They invite cultivators from all over the Thousand Islands Sea to gamble. As for us, we have already become the Great Feng Mafia family's gambling tools." Chen Tianshan smiled bitterly. "Gambling tools?" "Yes, gambling tools. One of the gambling projects of the Great Feng Mafia family is the Beast Arena. All the bronze-masked men are evil people from the Thousand Islands Sea. Of course, this is just a rumor. Now, I know that this is not the case. Otherwise, how could we have been captured?" "Beast Arena? What does that mean?" "It means that in a large plaza, people fight with people or beasts. The weakest of the competitors is an innate realm cultivator, and the strongest is a golden core realm cultivator. They are definitely the most ferocious group of people. They fight each other in the Beast Arena until the other side dies. The fight is extremely bloody and barbaric. There are specialized people in charge of helping you place bet. Back then, I came to gamble. However, unexpectedly, one day, I would engage in a life-and-death battle for others to watch," Chen Tianshan said in horror. At this moment, the bronze-masked men were chased to the entrance of a large valley. Thick fog roiled around the valley. With one look, Gu Hai could tell that this was a vast ritual array. Evil Men Valley? This is Evil Men Valley? Chen Tianshan's expression turned extremely unsightly. Chapter 64. Evil Men Valley. As the black-clad man lashed out with his whip, all the bronze-masked men slowly entered this valley that they were unwilling to enter, Evil Men Valley. Like Chen Tianshan, nearly everyone knew of Evil Men Valley's name. This is where the Thousand Islands Sea's evil men are locked up. These evil men will eventually be sent to the beast arena to fight to the death, Chen Tianshan said with an extremely unsightly expression. However, Gu Hai remained silent. Gao Xianji followed behind Gu Hai, not saying a word. Division leader, my lord, what should we do now? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. Calm down. Since we are already here, let's take things as they come. Right now, we are not qualified to say what to do. Let's figure out the situation first, Gu Hai said softly. Yes. Chen Tianshan said bitterly. At this moment, if not for Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan would have despaired. Chen Tianshan knew what would happen to the bronze-masked men. They would either die in the beast arena or fight endlessly until they died in battle. The moment Gu Hai entered the valley, he immediately felt like someone was staring at him. He looked carefully. The valley was very dark and large. There were many small mounds and bunkers in the surroundings. However, there seemed to be many bronze-masked men waiting in groups of 2s and 3s. Although Xiao Chen could not see their faces clearly, he could see malice in their eyes. Were these the evil men who lived here long ago? When Gu Hai's group entered the valley, most of them showed ferocious expressions, not showing much fear. They looked like a group of evil men, ruthless people, as they gloomily sized up their surroundings. Smack! Smack! The black-clad man in the Great Feng Mafia family swung his whip and shouted, "Everyone, gather here. Quick!" Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the evil men in the valley were very obedient, quickly gathering. The group of black-clad men watched coldly as they patrolled the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, 4,000 evil men had arrived. These evil men moved very quickly. After they arrived, they immediately stood in line, looking very orderly. However, there were 10 people who arrived rather slowly. Humph! So slow? Very well, the 10 of you will go to the beast arena, then. The leader of the black-clad men said with a glare. No, senior, my stomach was not feeling well just now. Senior, I just went to the bestial battle arena and was lucky to come back alive. My injuries are serious, so I was slow. Me too, senior, I'm injured all over. The 10 evil men immediately begged for mercy. Humph, cuff him. The leader of the black-clothed men glared at him and ignored him. In the blink of an eye, the other men in black quickly stepped forward and handcuffed the 10 people. However, the 10 people did not dare to resist. Remove the handcuffs and shackles from these 100 newcomers. The leader of the black-clothed men said. Yes. The group of men in black quickly removed the handcuffs and shackles on Gu Hai and the others. In an instant, his entire body felt much more relaxed. The leader of the black-clad men coldly looked at Gu Hai and the others and said, I don't care what you were like in the past. However, now that you are in my Great Feng Mafia family, you have to listen to orders like dogs. Otherwise, we will take your lives at any moment. The insults from the leader of the black-clothed men made the 100 newcomers furious. Who are you calling a dog? A newcomer shouted. The surrounding old evildoers all revealed cold smiles. Slap! Suddenly, a whip struck that person. The whip was infused with a large amount of veritable energy. When the whip struck, it cut that person in half at the waist. Blood splattered everywhere. The expressions of the surrounding newcomers immediately changed. They clenched their fists, not daring to talk back. Calling you dogs is already showing you respect. Don't not know the rules. The leader of the black-clothed men said coldly. No one dared to talk back. Everyone has a number. From now on, just stay here in peace. When your number is called, come out. The leader of the black-clothed men said coldly. The leader of the black-clothed men turned his head and looked at the group of old evildoers. Then, he said coldly, this group is new. Teach them the rules. None of the evil men dared to say anything. Let's go. The leader of the black-clothed men said coldly. The leader of the black-clothed men led the group of black-clothed men and the 10 unlucky evil men out of the valley. When the 100 newcomers saw the 4,000 evil men, they did not feel any fear. They thought that there would be a conflict between the old and the new. However, the 4,000 evil men, who had been standing in neat rows earlier, slowly scattered. They only glared at the newcomers before ignoring them. Teach them the rules? No one could be bothered to teach them. The 100 evil men exchanged glances. However, they did not say anything. Instead, they scattered and found a place to rest first. Naturally, Gu Hai and the other two gathered together, sitting under a large, secluded rock. Why did this group of old evildoers not seek trouble? Chen Tianshan felt somewhat confused. Why would they seek trouble for us? Gu Hai asked, shaking his head. There is no conflict of interest. As long as they have some brains, they will not seek trouble for no reason. Furthermore, everyone's cultivation is sealed. They are just ordinary people. If they die fighting here, it will not be worth it, Gao Xianji explained. Chen Tianshan nodded. As Gu Hai and the other two sat in a secluded spot, they sized up the surrounding evil men. The surrounding evil men sized them up as well. No one had good intentions in their eyes, only malicious intent. Indeed, it is Evil Men Valley, Gu Hai said coldly with narrowed eyes. Gao Xianji, do you still have the Earth Division Master's Authority Medallion? Gu Hai asked seriously. Yes, my lord. We've searched all over our bodies. Everything is gone except for the soles of our shoes. The tokens are hidden inside. The items are still there, Gao Xianji explained. Gu Hai nodded and said, Keep it first. Yes, my lord, I heard that once we enter Evil Men Valley, we can forget about leaving. Everyone's cultivation is sealed. What should we do? Chen Tianshan asked worriedly. Let me take a look at this seal, Gu Hai said seriously. Gu Hai closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into his dantian. Buzz! It was like a gray energy isolated his dantian. Gu Hai could not check his dantian at all. He could not circulate the veritable energy in his dantian either. After a while, Gu Hai opened his eyes with a sullen expression. Division Master, I am already a Golden Core Realm cultivator, but I cannot break the seal, Chen Tianshan said with an unsightly expression. Right now, we have two major problems before us. One is the seal, and the other is the bronze mask on our heads, Gao Xianji said with an unsightly expression. Look, someone is trying to escape? Chen Tianshan's eyes lit up. Then, he saw a newcomer in the distance. At this moment, he was doing his best to climb the cliff. Although his cultivation was sealed, his movements were extremely nimble. He slowly climbed to a peak, looking like he wanted to climb over the peak to escape Evil Men Valley. That person fled, but the surrounding evil men did not stop him. The 4,000 old evil men watched coldly, occasionally revealing cold smiles. They saw that person quickly reach the middle of the mountain. Then, his head moved up a little. Buzz! Suddenly, a blue ripple appeared high in the sky, looking like a transparent cover covering the entire valley. Only when one touched it would a blue light appear. Boom! That evil man did not even have time to scream before the bronze mask on his head exploded. In the blink of an eye, even his head was gone. Bang! That headless corpse fell to the ground. Hiss! The newcomers sucked in cold breath. Once this bronze mask is put on, it cannot be removed. If one tries to forcibly remove it, it will explode. If one activates the mechanism while fleeing, it will also explode. We can't escape. We can't escape. Chen Tianshan revealed a horrified expression. Calm down, Gu Hai said coldly. My lord. Chen Tianshan looked at Gu Hai bitterly. If the mask can be worn, there is a way to remove it. Calm down. There will be a way. As long as one is alive, there will be a chance. Only when one is dead will there be no chance, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Chen Tianshan and Gao Xianji answered. The night passed silently. Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan, and Gao Xianji sat quietly in a corner, doing their best to communicate with their veritable energy. However, this seal was too strange. Nothing worked. In the dead of the night, Gu Hai took out some food from the compressed space in his authority token for the three to carefully consume. After all, with his cultivation sealed, he was no different from an ordinary person. Although his physique was strong and he could last for a long time, Gu Hai did not want to weaken himself. On the morning of the next day, bang! Suddenly, a large number of rats fell from the sky. They fell from above the valley. Squeak! 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 The rats in the air let out miserable squeak. The eyes of the 4,000 old evil men in the valley immediately lit up. Boom! All the old evil men busied themselves, quickly charging at the rats that were thrown at them. Clack! The first person to snatch a rat immediately opened his mouth and placed it in, chewing it with all his might. Chen Tianshan's expression changed. "This is food for the evil men? Rats? Quickly snatch it," Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. My lord, we are eating rats?" Chen Tianshan's expression changed. "Eating or not is one matter. Snatching or not is another matter," Gu Hai said coldly. Boom! Gao Xianji immediately executed the order, and quickly went to snatch the rat. Gu Hai also jumped into the center of the plaza and went to snatch the rats that were falling. Chen Tianshan followed closely behind, showing an extremely unsightly expression. Perhaps after staying here for so long, the evil men no longer rejected eating raw rat. The most important thing was that they could preserve their stamina and live longer. As long as they lived, they would have a chance. If they died, there would be nothing left. In the blink of an eye, Gao Xianji managed to snatch a handful of rats. Boom! Suddenly, a person attacked Gao Xianji. It was a man with a scar on his face. Gao Xianji staggered and immediately fell. The dead rat in her hand also fell out. That scarred man showed a ferocious expression as he immediately charged at the group of dead rats. "You are seeking death." Gu Hai suddenly appeared and threw a punch. Huh! The scarred man's expression turned ferocious as he clashed punches with Gu Hai. Boom! There was a loud clash. Gu Hai stomped on a rock and managed to stabilize himself. However, that scarred man moved back 7 or 8 steps. After all, Gu Hai cultivated external cultivation. Naturally, he would not find a match for him in terms of physical body. "Brat, are you seeking death?" the scarred man demanded ferociously. "What is not yours will never be yours. How should I address you?" Gu Hai asked coldly. Gu Hai's earlier punch caused the evil men snatching the rats to narrow their eyes as they looked coldly at Gu Hai. The scarred man revealed a cold smile and said, "Remember, I am Scar. Brat, I will remember you." Gu Hai smiled coldly, ignoring the scarred man. Gu Hai, Chen Tianshan, and Gao Xianji returned to the side with the 10 dead rats. He could sense the scarred man continuously turning his head in the distance. That cold gaze looked like it was about to devour someone. The evil men who managed to snatch the rats were all chewing on them, dripping with blood. All the evil men had only one thought: to live. Chapter 65. 95 Island. More and more experts gathered at 95 Island, searching for Gu Hai. It was not just 95 Island. Countless cultivators searched the surrounding sea region and the many islands. The various islands mobilized their various small factions to search for Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. After another month, there was still no news of him. More cultivators gathered at 95 Island. As the only gambling den in the surrounding sea region, the Great Feng Mafia family was favored by the surrounding cultivators. Many cultivators gathered there, earning the Great Feng Mafia family countless spirit stones. Countless cultivators vented their frustration at not being able to find Gu Hai by gambling again and again. However, these cultivators did not know that Gu Hai, whom they could not find, was hiding right under their noses. Great Feng Mafia family, Evil Men Valley. Gu Hai and Gao Xianji leaned in a small corner. It had already been more than a month, but the two still could not find a way to break the seal. "My lord, it has already been more than a month. The people outside should be anxious from waiting. Will your family? Gao Xianji asked worriedly. The more we do not appear, the safer my son will be. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes, my lord, it is good that your family is fine. This subordinate is all alone, so there is no one for me to worry about, Gao Xianji said while shaking his head. Speaking of which, sometimes having a family member threatened is a good thing, Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh? This subordinate does not understand, Gao Xianji said, feeling confused. If an enemy seeks trouble for you, you can lure them into your trap, Gu Hai instructed. Oh! Gao Xianji's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's not talk about this for now since we are trapped. After we get out, you can set up some family members for yourself. If you have enemies, you can deal with them easily, Gu Hai said softly. Gao Xianji thought for a while, and then his eyes lit up. He nodded. Yes, thank you for your guidance. If you have any orders in the future, I will do my best and will not slack off. Gu Hai looked at Gao Xianji and faintly smiled. Because Gao Xianji's words had made Gu Hai understand that Gao Xianji was truly willing to follow him. My lord, it's been more than a month. Could it be that we've been wasting our time here? Then wait until the animal fighting arena and fight to the death? Gao Xianji asked worriedly. The situation is not good for us. What did you see in Evil Men Valley during this time? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Gao Xianji. They are all a group of ruthless people, and they are all ruthless people with brains. I can't say that they are bad, but because of the environment, everyone here is vicious and sinister, Gao Xianji said in a deep voice. Indeed. When we first arrived, if we were not ruthless enough to snatch food, we would have been bullied, Gu Hai said seriously. According to what Chun Tianshan said earlier, this group of evil men are all villains from all over the Thousand Islands Sea. They are all criminals who committed major crimes and were captured by the various sects of the Thousand Islands Sea. Then, they were sold to the Great Feng Mafia family, Gao Xianji recalled. They are all ruthless people who made enemies of the various large sects by themselves? Those who make enemies of the sects are not necessarily evil. Who says that the sects have to be good people? The victor is king while the loser is in the wrong. Furthermore, after experiencing countless battles, those who can survive are the most ferocious people, Gu Hai said seriously. My lord, are you thinking of? Gao Xianji looked at Gu Hai. Wait first. All of them are unruly and not easy to deal with. Let's wait for Chun Tianshan to return first, Gu Hai said softly. Chun Tianshan was chosen to go to the beast arena. I wonder what will happen to him, Gao Xianji said worriedly. There is no need to worry about him. He is a golden core realm cultivator. Furthermore, he ate that peach before. Did you not sense the benefits of that peach? Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, this subordinate sensed it. That peach contained a flourishing life force. My lord's life vest played a huge role in us surviving that shipwreck. Perhaps that peach had a huge effect as well, Gao Xianji said softly. Gu Hai nodded. My lord, that man is looking over again, Gao Xianji suddenly said. Oh! Gu Hai turned his head and looked. Scar! It's him. Ever since my lord beat us back when we first came to snatch the rat, he has been opposing us for the past month. Unfortunately, he is not a match for my lord. Now, his grudge is growing, Gao Xianji said with narrowed eyes. Gu Hai looked at Scar in the distance. Then, he revealed a cold smile and said, It's fine. He won't be able to cause any trouble. Rattle! Rattle! Suddenly, the sound of chains came from the entrance of the valley. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. They saw a group of black-clad men entering the valley again. Only one person followed behind these black-clad men. Chun Tianshan. Chun Tianshan wore shackles on his hands and feet. His entire body was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. His hands looked like they had been scratched, revealing white bones. Release him! The leader of the black-clad men shouted. Rattle! Chun Tianshan's shackles quickly came undone. Gather! the leader of the black-clad men shouted. Rattle! Rattle! The surrounding cultivators quickly gathered. This time, no one dared to be slow. Even Gu Hai and Gao Xianji quickly joined the crowd. Chen Tianshan weakly walked into the crowd and stopped beside Gu Hai and Gao Xianji. My lord! I'm still alive! Chen Tianshan's eyes flashed with bitterness and despair. Of the 20 people who left, you are the only one alive. You can feel proud. Gu Hai consoled softly. However, they are all innate realm cultivators. This is too cruel, too ruthless. I nearly could not return. Chen Tianshan trembled. You returned in the end. Rest well and recuperate, Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. Chen Tianshan nodded weakly. The leader of the black-clad men looked at the 3,000-odd evil men and said coldly, All members of the Jiazi group, step forward and follow me. What? Gao Xianji and Chen Tianshan goggled. This was because Gu Hai's bronze mask had the serial number Jiazi on it. Gu Hai was chosen? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. The expressions of many of the evil men with the serial number Jiazi on their masks changed. However, no one dared to resist. They could only walk to the very front. My lord! Gao Xianji said anxiously. When Gu Hai walked past Gao Xianji, he handed a small bottle to Gao Xianji. The bottle flashed by, and no one noticed it. Treat his injuries and wait for me to return, Gu Hai said softly. As Gu Hai spoke, he followed the group to the very front. There were a total of 16 people. Crack, 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 crack. A group of black-clad men quickly shackled the 16 people. Hee, brat, do you still remember me? A ferocious voice came from beside Gu Hai. It was Scar, who had suffered at Gu Hai's hands during this period. Loser, scram to the side, Gu Hai said coldly. Humph. Let's see how you die in the beast arena. Scar glared. Slap. Suddenly, a whip landed on Scar's body. Cut the crap. Come with me. A black-clad man shouted. Scar lowered his head, not daring to resist. The group of 16 slowly followed the black-clad man out of the valley. After the black-clad man left, Gao Xianji helped Chen Tianshan back to where they were earlier, a corner away from the crowd. What should we do? Gao, the Beast Arena is a chaotic battle between innate realm cultivators and golden core realm cultivators. What should we do when Milord goes there? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. Milord gave this to you. Quickly eat it. Recuperate and wait for Milord to return. Gao Xianji handed the small bottle to Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan did not hesitate. He opened his mouth and swallowed the medicinal pill in the small bottle. Immediately, Chen Tianshan's complexion improved significantly. Flesh quickly grew on his body and scabs formed. A chaotic battle between golden core realm cultivators and innate realm cultivators in the beast arena? Weren't your cultivations sealed? Gao Xianji looked at Chen Tianshan. The seal was undone shortly. Regardless of your cultivation, whoever is assigned to fight will fight. Aside from me, everyone in our group is in the innate realm. That is why I survived until the end, Chen Tianshan said bitterly. You recovered your cultivation to the golden core realm, yet you were injured so miserably by a group of innate realm cultivators? Gao Xianji glared at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan said bitterly, You don't understand. The beast arena is not just about cultivation but also about life. They do not care about their lives. They are all ruthless people. Their ruthlessness is too scary, too scary. Once they touch you, even if they lose their hand, they will rip off a piece of your flesh. When their faces are close to your body, they will bite off your flesh and bones without any regard for their lives. They might even swallow you whole. Gao Xianji's eyelids twitched. She turned her head to look at the evil men in Evil Men Valley. They rarely fought here. They were like sheep. Who would have thought that they would be so ruthless after they went out? Milord will be fine, Gao Xianji said after taking a deep breath. Chen Tianshan nodded and said worriedly, Milord is extremely intelligent. However, in the beast arena, strength, ruthlessness, and life are all useless. No matter how intelligent you are, it is useless. I hope Milord will be fine. The great Feng Mafia family's guards were extremely careful. Even though the evil men's cultivations were sealed, they were still chained to enter and leave. Gu Hai followed the group as they slowly made their way through the forest. Soon, they arrived outside a huge mountain. The mountain looked like it had been hollowed out and carved with formations, making it incredibly sturdy. There were doorways, and the group slowly walked along a dark, long corridor. The interior was divided into many rooms for different purposes. The 16 people were divided into 16 small cells. The small cells had windows that allowed them to see a huge plaza in the valley outside. The mountain above the plaza had been carved into a large seating area. This shape really looks like the ancient Roman beast arena. However, it is more than 10 times larger than the ancient Roman beast arena. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked outside. There was a small table in the cell filled with beef. This might be your last meal. We will enter the battle arena tomorrow. Eat your fill and die a full death. The black-clad man escorting Xiao Chen said coldly. Clang. The black-clad man closed the door to the cell and left. At this moment, the 16 evil men received the same treatment. Their cells were filled with food. The group of evil men quickly swallowed the meat. In Evil Men Valley, they had no choice but to eat dead rat. They had not eaten such good food in a long time. Of course, the evil men no longer cared about the beauty of the food. As long as it could replenish their energy, they had to eat it. Even if it was a table full of dead rats, they had to eat it. Tomorrow was the day of life and death. The more energy they had, the better their chances of survival would be. A few of the evil men ate with tears in their eyes, showing ferocious expressions. Chapter 66. The next day, you are the first. A black-clad man called out to Gu Hai. Of the 16 evil men, Gu Hai is the first? Gu Hai did not say anything. He was escorted out of the cell with shackles and handcuffs. The black-clad men behind Gu Hai held onto their weapons. Clearly, although the black-clad men did not treat the evil men as humans, they were aware of the evil men's ruthlessness. Hence, they were extremely cautious. Gu Hai did not say anything as he slowly followed the black-clad men. They slowly walked to a large exit. Whoosh! Look! He is out! He is the first evil man! Shouts came from the huge spectator stands. Countless cultivators had already sat on the spectator stands, calling for Gu Hai to hurry up. Black-clad men stood at the exit. This place was the most heavily guarded. As Gu Hai was escorted over, the black-clad men watched carefully. Release him. The leader of the black-clad men said. Yes. Soon, the black-clad men loosened Gu Hai's shackles and handcuff. Gu Hai loosened his grip and looked at the black-clad men around him. Brat, listen well. I believe you understand the rules. Fight well. If you win, you still have a chance to live. That black-clad man said coldly. As that black-clad man spoke, he waved his hand. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire beast arena gave off a large amount of blue light. The moment the blue light appeared, Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. He had seen this blue light more than 1 month ago. As long as the mask came in contact with the blue light, it would immediately explode, exploding along with the mask. Gu Hai took a deep breath and nodded. A blue light barrier slowly appeared between the spectator stands and the beast arena. This light barrier was like a prison barrier, isolating the evil men in the beast arena. All of a sudden, patterns of formations appeared on the surrounding mountain walls. Whoosh! Suddenly, red energy ropes shot out of the ritual arrays and instantly bound Gu Hai's limbs, immobilizing Gu Hai. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he didn't cry out in alarm. Instead, he carefully sensed. Boom! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning shot out from one of the array patterns. It instantly rushed into Gu Hai's body. Bang! Gu Hai felt an explosion in his dantian. A sharp pain came from his dantian. Gu Hai's expression changed, but he was bound by the red energy rope and could not move at all. "Throw it out," the leader of the black-robed men said. Gu Hai was instantly thrown into the center of the Colosseum by the red energy rope. Bang! Gu Hai fell to the ground and curled up in pain. The pain in his dantian lasted for a while before it slowly subsided. However, Gu Hai had been paying close attention to his dantian. Just now, the gray energy that was isolating his dantian seemed to be slowly dissipating. It was visible to the naked eye as it slowly emerged from Gu Hai's navel. Buzz! A stream of true qi emerged from his dantian and immediately ran through Gu Hai's entire body. "My cultivation has recovered?" Gu Hai's expression changed. Slowly, Gu Hai stood up. Indeed, his true qi had recovered. Gu Hai could feel his own strength. Electric current? So the key to breaking the seal is electricity? A strong voltage to break the seal? Gu Hai's eyes lit up as he took a deep breath. He turned his head to look at the exit. At this moment, the exit seemed to be blocked by a blue light wall. The black-robed men were on the other side of the light wall. Blue light wall? The defense is really tight. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said coldly. The blue light had detonated the bronze mask. Gu Hai naturally would not touch that unlucky person at this time. All of a sudden, a loud shout came from the spectators' stand. "A new round has begun. The first one to appear is this round's number 1. Do you see him? This is number 1, an evil man from an island in the Thousand Islands Sea. He once massacred a civilian city, leaving no survivors. As for his cultivation and strength, you can judge for yourselves." The host's voice spread to the surroundings of the plaza. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the other end of the beast arena. Crack! Ka! Crack! An iron door appeared at the exit, and the iron door slowly opened. Rumble! Slowly, a huge wild boar that was over 10 feet tall walked out from inside. The wild boar revealed 2 blood-red fangs. As the wild boar stepped on the ground, it gave off rumbling sounds. At this moment, its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Gu Hai. "Everyone, do you see that? This is the wild boar spirit that ate the evil man in the previous round. It is a 5th-layer innate realm cultivator. Although it is only a 5th-layer innate realm cultivator, the wild boar spirit's specialty is its thick hide. This is especially so for a wild boar of its strength. Even an innate realm cultivator would not be able to cut through its thick hide. Although the wild boar is ugly, it is a ferocious spirit of the forest." The host's voice rang out again. "Evil man number 1, fight this wild boar spirit until one of you dies. Now, place your bets. Bet on who will live and who will die. How long will it take for the evil man to die? And how long will it take for the wild boar to die? The more accurate your guess, the greater your harvest. Start placing your bets. It's this wild boar spirit again? It's it again. Ha! I bet on it winning last time. It already ate 4 evil men in a row." Someone shouted. "I bet that the wild boar spirit will win. Eat that evil man. Eat him. I bet that evil man number 1 will win. Kill that beast. Kill it. I bet that the wild boar will kill the evil man in 15 minutes. Quickly, place your bets." Loud cheers rang out in the surroundings. Clearly, there was not much time to place their bet. Many people were in a rush to place their bet. Many great Feng Mafia family disciples were scattered around the spectator stands, helping the spectators place their bet. The surroundings clamored. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen as he revealed a cold smile. "I'm the evil man who slaughtered an entire city? You really know how to slander me." However, Gu Hai did not refute that. He only sized up the surrounding gamblers. There were close to 10,000 spectators, but only 3,000-odd people were betting. Clearly, many people were watching, not wanting to bet on luck from the start. "Good. The bets are over." The host's voice rang out again. Gu Hai continued looking around. He looked at the structure of the beast arena, searching for any possible opportunity. Roar! The wild boar spirit's eyes turned bloodshot as it suddenly charged at Gu Hai. When the wild boar spirit charged over, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. He twisted his body and quickly dodged the wild boar spirit's charge. With one look, Gu Hai could tell how horrifying that strong charge was. But the wild boar spirit was not a kind person, either. It suddenly swung its tail. Although the wild boar spirit was huge, it was not clumsy. When it swung its tail, it moved extremely quickly. Gu Hai glared. He knew that he could not avoid it, so he immediately smacked it down. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the strong collision kicked up a whirlwind. Gu Hai moved slightly, and the wild boar turned around, coldly sizing up Gu Hai. However, just at this moment, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed. The first song sect master? Xiao Chen saw a white-clad man looking down with interest from the widest spectator stand in the distance. This white-clad man seemed to be here to gamble as well. This white-clad man was not a bystander. He was the first song sect master that Gu Hai knew. Gu Hai wore a mask. Furthermore, with his sudden identity, the first song sect master could not guess that he was Gu Hai. Quick! Quick! Kill it! Kill this beast! Wild boar spirit, kill him! Quickly eat him! The spectator stands bustled with noise. When Gu Hai saw the first song sect master, his face sank. Then, he dodged the wild boar's charge again. Bang! The wild boar was a veteran. The instant Gu Hai dodged, it slammed into him. Boom! Gu Hai took a step back. The wild boar staggered back. Roar! 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 The wild boar roared, as if it was thoroughly enraged by Gu Hai. Then, it turned its head and charged at Gu Hai even more ferociously. When the wild boar opened its mouth, a ferocious aura surged out. Veritable essence energy infused its body, making it look like countless veritable energy spikes erupted from its body, looking incredibly ferocious. However, Gu Hai dodged again and again. Since Gu Hai saw the first song sect master, he naturally did not dare to use the true dragon innate cultivation technique. He only used ordinary veritable energy to deal with the wild boar spirit. More importantly, Gu Hai wanted to size up the spectator stands around. It would be good if he could see other familiar faces. Rumble! Gu Hai dodged again and again. In the eyes of others, it looked like Gu Hai was fleeing miserably while the wild boar kept winning. Ah! Quick! Eat him! Kill evil man number 1! Wild boar spirit! 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 The gamblers in the spectator stands cheered wildly. When it came to spirit stones, even cultivators were no exception. All of them shouted with bloodshot eyes. After fighting for 1 hour, the wild boar spirit failed to injure Gu Hai. At this moment, it felt incredibly frustrated. Roar! The wild boar spirit slowed down and slowly closed in on Gu Hai. The wild boar spirit was smart. It knew that the evil men would not be willing to touch the beast arena's blue light. Hence, it wanted to force Gu Hai to the entrance of the blue light. Roar! The wild boar spirit pressed on Gu Hai step by step. Gu Hai's face sank. Evil beast, are you really tired of living? Gu Hai said coldly. This time, Gu Hai could not dodge. Seeing that the wild boar spirit was within attack range, the wild boar spirit suddenly exerted force. Roar! Suddenly, the wild boar spirit charged at Gu Hai. Gu Hai did not dodge this time. In the blink of an eye, the two fangs were in front of Gu Hai. There was no way for him to dodge. Ha ha ha, he's finished. Tear him apart, tear that evil man apart. He has nowhere to hide now. At this distance, no one in the innate realm can escape. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Countless gamblers shouted excitedly. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Hai and the wild boar spirit collided head-on. However, this head-on collision made everyone in the spectator stands feel as if they were suddenly stuck in their throat. They stared at the Colosseum in shock. The wild boar spirit that everyone expected to send Gu Hai flying did not appear. Instead, Gu Hai's hands suddenly blocked the wild boar spirit's two fangs. Gu Hai jumped back with his right foot and exerted force. A cloud of dust rose from the ground below and blocked the wild boar spirit. He blocked the wild boar spirit? How is that possible? Did the wild boar spirit not eat? Stab him to death with its fangs. The spectator stands were filled with wild cheers. However, in the Colosseum, Gu Hai stared at the wild boar spirit. Gu Hai shouted loudly. Ow, 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 ow. While the wild boar was screaming, Gu Hai held its fangs up vertically. What? Surprised cries rang out from all directions. Beast humph. Gu Hai shouted coldly and exerted force in his hands. Boom. The wild boar's head suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Under Gu Hai's powerful force, the wild boar spirit's two fangs were forcefully pulled apart. The roots of the fangs crushed the wild boar spirit's head in an instant. Bang! The huge wild boar spirit fell to the ground. Its head was already smashed. The head of the ferocious beast that was so arrogant just a moment ago was actually torn apart by Gu Hai. The scene was extremely bloody. Those who bet on the wild boar spirit looked at Gu Hai in surprise. As for those who bet on Gu Hai, they suddenly started cheering wildly. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Cheers filled the spectator stands. Countless people who won continuously shouted Gu Hai's code name. It was like this number 1 was a hero returning in triumph. Everyone who bet on him cheered endlessly. At the VIP spectator stands. First song sect master, sorry, we are not clear on this evil person's strength, a black-clad man said softly. It does not matter. It is just some spirit stones. I can still afford to lose, the first song sect master said indifferently. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Countless people cheered. Chapter 67. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. The countless cultivators who won spirit stones immediately cheered, turning the spectator stands lively. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, red energy ropes came out of the formations on the surrounding walls. Bang! Bang! The energy ropes instantly shot towards Gu Hai from a distance and bound Gu Hai's limbs again. Although Gu Hai had recovered his cultivation, he could not break free. The blue light disappeared from the exit. The black-clad men controlled the formations, and the red energy ropes quickly dragged Gu Hai back and tied him to a stone platform covered in formations. Boom! Suddenly, gray energy came out of the stone platform and rushed to Gu Hai's dantian. Buzz! Gu Hai felt a sharp pain in his dantian. He could no longer feel his veritable energy. His dantian's veritable energy was sealed again. Gu Hai's expression turned unsightly. At this moment, the red energy ropes withdrew, and Gu Hai's hands and feet were shackled once more. Take him away. Bring over evil man number 2. The leading black-clad man ordered. Yes. The black-clad men escorted Gu Hai back to the prison cell. However, one could see the scene outside through the small window of the prison cell. The wild boar spirit from earlier had been dealt with. Evil man number 2 also appeared. However, this evil man did not act according to common sense. It was like he saw someone familiar. The instant he recovered his cultivation, he shouted to the spectator stands. Tianyu, it's me, Zhenyuan. Evil man number 2 suddenly shouted. Humph! One of the black-clad men snorted coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot out of a formation, heading for that evil man's mask. Boom! Evil man number 2's head exploded. Alright, everyone. This evil man number 2 is not obedient. He kills people like scything flax and is full of lies. To think that he wants to lie in the beast arena to mislead everyone. Clearly, he cannot be today's competitor. Let us look forward to evil man number 3. The host's voice rang out again. Zhenyuan? That's impossible. Is that Zhenyuan? Someone among the gamblers exclaimed. But soon, a group of black-clothed men took the gambler away. Gu Hai stood at the small window and looked coldly at the beast arena. The Great Feng Mafia family? Heh, what a tight organization! The first day, the second day, for 2 days they were all humans fighting beasts. The 16 evil men fought separately. However, after one round, some evil men and some demonic beasts died. Only 8 evil men remained. However, one of them made Gu Hai's pupils shrink. That Daoba, the Daoba who went against him in Evil Men Valley. He was actually at the Golden Core realm. Daoba's cultivation base had recovered, and he released his aura, suppressing a leopard demon to the point that it did not dare to resist. Daoba stepped forward and tore the leopard demon apart. Scar was number 8. Number 8's aura was violent, and the gamblers in the stands shouted even more ferociously. There were more and more spectators in the stands. Gu Hai watched as the first song sect master remained seated in the VIP stands. Occasionally, he would place bet. Clearly, he enjoyed gambling. On the third day, as Evil Man number 1, Gu Hai was the first to be brought to the exit. Alright, fellow Taoists, all of you should have seen most of the battles from the past 2 days, right? Everyone should have an idea of the strength of the 8 evil men. Now, it is time for the battle between the evil men. Prepare your spirit stones. It is about to begin. The first battle is between Evil Man number 1, who tore apart the wild boar, and Evil Man number 16, who split the ox spirit. Please place your bets. The host shouted again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, countless gamblers started placing their bet. This time, there were many more people placing their bets than there were 2 days ago. After all, spirit stones were incredibly precious to every cultivator. Since they did not know the situation 2 days ago, they naturally did not place their bets casually. Now that they saw all the evil men fighting, they naturally knew what was going on. They had to bet on winning. Whoosh! Gu Hai and another red-clad evil man were tossed into the plaza. Electricity struck them again, breaking their seals. The two clutched their dantian in pain. Whoosh! The red-clad evil man raised his head and looked at Gu Hai. It looked like he was enduring the pain to launch a sneak attack. However, Gu Hai also raised his head at the same time. The two's sneak attack was broken for now. Number 1. Kill him! Kill him! Number 16, I bet on you to win. Kill him! Number 1. Number 16. The cries of the gamblers who placed their bets came from the spectator stand. The first song sect master looked coldly at the beast arena from the VIP stand. Place a bet on 10 medial grade spirit stones on number 16 winning. The first song sect master ordered coldly. Yes. The Great Feng Mafia family dealers answered. In the past 2 days, the first song sect master had placed many bets. He had lost money on number 1 and won money on number 16. Naturally, he placed his bet on number 16. The first song sect master was biased against number 1. Gu Hai recovered his cultivation. He slowly stood up and coldly eyed the red-clad evil man across him. Like Gu Hai, the red-clad evil man stared at Gu Hai. The two evil men faced each other, trying to find an opening in each other's defense. Brat, you are new, right? The red-clad evil man suddenly let out a horrifying cold laugh. So what if I am new? You are not. Before Gu Hai could finish speaking, the red-clad evil man suddenly launched himself at Gu Hai like a cannonball. In a battle of life and death, there were no rules. It was either you die or I die. The earlier question was just to distract the other party. However, given Gu Hai's intelligence, how could he be distracted by the red-clad evil man? As Gu Hai spoke, he gathered his strength. The instant the red-clad evil man charged forward, Gu Hai placed his left foot in front and his right foot behind. Then, he stomped on the ground. Boom! Similarly, a strong force surged out. Gu Hai also shot out like an arrow from a bow. In a short instant, veritable energy wrapped the two's bodies as they clashed intensely for the first time. In a battle of life and death, one would never hold back. In an instant, it looked like two afterimages clashed. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and a cloud of dust kicked up from the ground below. The cheers in the surroundings stopped abruptly as everyone goggled at the beast arena. Bang! The red-clothed evil man was forced to take 2 steps back from the impact. Clearly, Gu Hai's strength was greater in the first round of attacks. Before the people who bet on Gu Hai in the spectator stands could cheer, the red-clad evil man reacted very quickly. The red-clad evil man reacted extremely quickly. He instantly pushed off the ground and arrived before Gu Hai. To think that you are so strong. That should not be. The red-clad evil man roared while glaring. Boom, 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 boom. The red-clad evil man punched very quickly. The spectators could not see where his fists were, only the afterimages of his fists. His punches tore through the air, looking like meteors as they charged at Gu Hai. Boom, 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 boom. Fighting speed with speed, Gu Hai punched even faster. The fight between the two startled countless cultivators, causing them to goggle. This is the innate realm? So fast? You must be joking. I am an 8th layer innate realm cultivator, but my punches are not that fast. Indeed, he is an evil man, a ruthless person. The two evil men fought with all their might. There were too many afterimages of their fists. It looked like they suddenly grew 10 more arms as they clashed. The more Gu Hai fought, the faster he fought. The red-clad evil man showed a ferocious expression. I am undefeatable in the innate realm. Roar. The red-clad evil man roared. Save some strength for death. Gu Hai retorted coldly. Rumble. The two fought extremely quickly. They separated in the blink of an eye and clashed again in the blink of an eye. Smoke and dust rose from the ground below the beast arena. Gravel flew everywhere. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Number 16. Number 16. Number 16. The eyes of the countless gamblers in the spectator stands turned bloodshot. This kind of gambling was the most hot-blooded. Watching the evil men they placed their bets on fight to their heart's content felt like they were there. It was like they were one of the evil men fighting ferociously. The two fought fiercely. They fought to their heart's content. Gradually, the two's speed and strength reached their limit. After fighting for a while, the red-clad evil man's forehead was already covered in sweat. Boom, boom. Suddenly, 2 loud sounds rang out. Gu Hai's right palm wrapped around the red-clad evil man's left fist, and the red-clad evil man's right palm wrapped around Gu Hai's left fist. The two's berserk battle came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, they entered a stalemate, competing in strength. The originally berserk battle stopped. Now, the two were like bulls pushing against each other. Neither gave way. They both knew that this kind of bull pushing was the most dangerous. As long as they slacked off, the other party's full force would land on them, and they would be severely injured. What fast speed! This is the first time I've seen someone move as fast as me. I should be the fastest among the innate realm cultivators, the red-clad evil man said with a glare. Gu Hai looked coldly at the red-clad evil man, not saying anything. Crack, 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 crack. The two's fists and palms gave off cracking sounds. The two's strength grew increasingly stronger. How can this be? You are so fast, yet you are still so strong? The red-clad evil man exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai showed a sullen expression. He did not answer, continuing to exert force. Countless gamblers in the spectators' stands clenched their fists tightly, calling out the evil men they placed their bets on. This was the most exciting gamble. Even the first song sect master arched his back and stared at the beast arena, muttering, Number 16. The red-clad evil man's strength seemed to have reached its limits. The red-clad evil man showed a ferocious expression. It looks like you can't make it, Gu Hai said coldly. The red-clad evil man glared, and his lips suddenly curled up. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Suddenly, the red-clad evil man shot out a clump of white needles from his mouth. Oh no! Gu Hai's expression changed as he quickly turned his head to dodge. At the same time, he exerted force with his hand. Boom! Xiao Chen's right palm knocked aside the red-clad evil man's left fist. At the same time, it turned into a hand knife and stabbed into the red-clad evil man's heart. Bang! The sound of bones shattering rang out, and blood spurted out from the red-clad evil man's heart. The two immediately separated. A bloody gash appeared on Gu Hai's face. As for the red-clad evil man, he clutched his heart and fell to the ground. Gu Hai's strength had shattered his heart. He could not hold on any longer. Your strength increased threefold. You did not use your full strength? The red-clad evil man looked at Gu Hai in disbelief. However, Gu Hai wiped the blood off his face. Then, he walked to a nearby spot and picked up the hidden weapon that the red-clad evil man spat out. A bone. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Over the past few days, the red-clad evil man had secretly sharpened a bone knife from the food provided in the cell. Then, he hid it in his mouth, preparing for a fight to the death. That was a close call earlier. Just a little more. Number 16 is dead. Number 1 wins. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. The gambler's shouts soared into the sky. Humph! Number 1? The first song sect master snorted coldly, showing a displeased expression. Gu Hai carefully put away the bone knife. Then, he turned his head to look at the red-clad evil man, who was no longer breathing. If this bone knife was poisonous, perhaps I would have died. Thank you for reminding me that I cannot be careless at any time. Once I am careless, I will lose my life. I will keep this bone knife well to remind myself at all times, Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Chapter 68. Then, Gu Hai's cultivation was sealed again, and he was brought to the exit. Number 3. Number 15. Outside, the gamblers cheered wildly again. The bloody battle continued. Only by winning in the end could one survive. Gu Hai stood quietly at the exit, his eyes fixed on the outside. He sized up the evil men's fighting style. He did not dare to slack off. Earlier, Gu Hai had already seen the red-clad evil man fight. Hence, he did not reveal his full strength. After all, while Xiao Chen sized up others paid attention to him, searching for his weaknesses. There was not only one battle. If Xiao Chen did not hold back and exposed everything, he would not be far from death. Boom. Soon, the outcome of the battle outside was decided. Number 4. Number 13. As the battle continued, the cheers outside continued. Gu Hai paid close attention to the next few battles, especially the last one. Number 7. Number 8. Scar condensed his energy into a saber as a golden core realm cultivator and chopped down evil man number 7 in an extremely ferocious manner. During this time, Gu Hai kept a close eye on the battle. He did not stop for a moment, analyzing his opponent's openings. They truly live up to being ruthless people tempered on the brink of life and death. There are no fancy moves, only fatal attacks. Evil men? They are all ruthless people who can fight 1 against 10. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, satisfaction flashing in them. Soon, Gu Hai's second battle started. Number 1. Number 13. The cheers outside started again as the gamblers placed their bet. At the VIP platform, the first song sect master seemed to be competing with evil man number 1. Bet 1 superior grade spirit stone on number 13. I don't believe it, the first song sect master said coldly. Yes, a dealer answered respectfully. Ha 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 ha. Who made the first song sect master so angry? Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out. Greetings, Don. A large number of black-clad men in the surroundings bowed respectfully. It was a man in a black robe with golden edges walking over while laughing loudly. The man was tall and sturdy and had an extraordinary aura. However, his left eye was blind and was covered with a black cloth. His face was full of muscles and was covered with small bumps. His right eye was narrowed and seemed to carry a vicious aura that was about to devour someone. He walked over slowly with a group of men in black following behind him. So it's sect leader Li Wei. Don't you always bring your little lover wherever you go? Where is she? The first song sect master asked indifferently as he looked at the man. Yu Yao, come and greet the first song sect master. Don Li smiled. After saying that, Don Li boldly sat down. The great Feng Mafia family's subordinates respectfully stood around him. A beautiful, red-clad woman slowly walked out from behind Don Li. This woman had a trace of horror on her face as she looked at the first song sect master with trepidation. Greetings, first song sect master. Yu Yao said respectfully. A complicated look flashed in the first song sect master's eyes as he looked at Yu Yao. Then, he nodded and looked at Don Li. Come, Yu Yao. My darling, come sit on my lap. Don Li smiled. Yes. Yu Yao slowly sat on Don Li's lap. Don Li's large hands caressed Yu Yao's body without any fear. The black-clad men at the side immediately handed over fruit. Yu Yao carefully plucked a grape and fed it to Don Li. Don Li, eat the grape, Yu Yao said softly. Huh! Don Li glared. Yu Yao shivered and immediately corrected herself. Elder brother Li Wei, eat the grape. And gang leader Li smiled with satisfaction. Who are you? Me? Me? I am Yu Yao, elder brother Li Wei. I am your woman. Yu Yao said softly. Remember, you are my woman. As long as I am around, no one will dare to bully you. Come, continue feeding me. Don Li's hands became increasingly unrestrained. Elder brother Li Wei, eat the grape. Yu Yao fed Don Li another grape. As Yu Yao fed him the grape, she looked at Don Li Wei with trepidation. Fear, infatuation, and confusion appeared in her eyes. These emotions appeared extremely complicated. Don Li continued caressing Yu Yao's body with one hand as he turned his head to look at the first song sect master. Why are you here alone? Don Li asked, feeling confused. I arrived first. He will be here soon. Have you made any progress on your side? The first song sect master asked with a frown. Don Li frowned and said, Progress? If there was, there would have been progress long ago. After so many years, it is still the same. The first song sect master nodded. Let's wait for him. Gang leader Li nodded. By the way, your great Feng Mafia family is the most chaotic place with the most information. Do you have any news of Gu Hai? The first song sect master asked with a frown. Gu Hai? Ah. You are asking me? Do you know how many times the cultivators who come to my great Feng Mafia family to deliver money ask me that every day? If Gu Hai was here, he would have been eaten until not even his bones were left. Syndicate leader Li sneered. The first song sect master took a deep breath and said, This Gu Hai seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. No matter how many cultivators searched for him, they could not find any trace of him. Ha 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 ha. You came to the wrong place. Are you still hoping to find him in my Evil Men Valley? Or should I say, after sitting here for a few days, are you still hoping to find Gu Hai in the Beast Arena? Oh right. Look at the one in the Beast Arena, right? Ha 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 ha. Don Li laughed in disdain. Number 1 wins. The host's voice rang out. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. The surrounding gamblers shouted excitedly. Many of those who had won money were shouting number 1's name. The first song sect master looked at the Beast Arena. He had lost money again. Humph. The first song sect master snorted coldly, feeling depressed. Look for Gu Hai. Don't come to my great Feng Mafia family. He definitely is not here. Don Li said with a smile. The first song sect master looked at Evil Man number 1 in the Beast Arena and nodded helplessly. I know. Gu Hai cannot possibly be here. It cannot be him either. Inside the Beast Arena, Gu Hai's second match of the day ended. This time, Gu Hai did not dare to be careless. In the end, he defeated his opponent. His opponent was also an innate realm cultivator, probably at the 6th layer. He was also a ruthless person. When he approached, he risked having his right arm torn off by Gu Hai to stab Gu Hai in the eye and blind him. This move, which would injure both sides, nearly succeeded. In the end, Gu Hai exposed some of his strength and killed him. On the other side, the Golden Core Realm Scar won again. Others could only fight barehanded. However, Scar could use his veritable essence energy to form a saber and use the veritable essence energy saber to chop down his opponent. There was a short rest. Fellow Taoists, this round is the final battle to the death. Are you all ready? The host shouted. Hurry up! Hurry up! Anxious voices rang out everywhere. The final round. Evil Man number 1 and Evil Man number 8. In the end, who would emerge victorious in the end? Watch carefully and prepare to place your bets. The host shouted. It will definitely be number 8. Number 8 is a Golden Core Realm cultivator. I'll bet on number 8 as well. I'll bet on number 8 and kill number 1 in 5 minutes. Number 8 will definitely win. What about number 1? Nonsense. Number 1 will definitely not win. I've been betting on number 1 all this time. I'm still betting on him. I've been betting on number 1 all this time. However, I'm not betting on him this time. This time there was a change in the bets. Don Master, the bets this time are somewhat dangerous. A black-clad man arrived before Donley. Oh? Donley rubbed Yu Yao's butt on his lap as he narrowed his eyes at that subordinate. Although Evil Man number 1 fought ferociously earlier, he is still an innate realm cultivator. However, Evil Man number 8 is a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Right now, 90% of the people think that Evil Man number 8 will win. This time, that black-clad man said worriedly. What's wrong? Do you have any insider information? The first Song Sect Master asked with a frown. However, Donley smiled coldly and said, My great Feng Mafia family has plenty of spirit stones. We are not afraid of not being able to afford it. Everyone is willing to bet because they see that we are fair. Let them fight. Don't worry about it. Yes, the black-clad man said respectfully. Since that is the case, I'll bet on Golden Core Realm Evil Man number 8 winning. 10 superior grade spirit stones. The first Song Sect Master immediately guffawed. 10 superior grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1,000 medial grade spirit stones or 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The first Song Sect Master was very generous this time. As Donley looked at the first Song Sect Master, displeasure flashed in his eyes. Those who opened casinos did not reject others from winning money. Only by winning and losing would one be able to make a long-term profit. However, they rejected winning so much in one go. If one only bet on winning or losing, the ratio was 1 spirit stone to 1. The first Song Sect Master wanted to snatch 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones from the great Feng Mafia family in one go. Naturally, Donley felt displeased with the first Song Sect Master. However, he did not say anything. He only squeezed Yu Yao's butt harder. Yu Yao groaned in pain. Yu Yao showed a pained expression but did not dare to flare up. She carefully picked up another grape and fed it to Donley. At the Beast Arena, Gu Hai recovered his cultivation and walked to the center of the Beast Arena. On the other side, Scar twisted his head and revealed a cold smile. Number 8. Number 8. Number 8. All the gamblers in the spectator stands cheered for number 8's voice. In many people's opinion, a Golden Core Realm cultivator against an innate realm cultivator would definitely win. There were cases of innate realm cultivators killing Golden Core Realm cultivators in the Beast Arena. However, such cases were extremely rare. Most people did not believe that such a thing would happen before their eyes. Kill number 1. Quick! Kill number 1! Shouts rang out everywhere. Although the gamblers cheering for number 1 were frenzied, there were too few of them. Their voices were soon drowned out by number 8's voice. Nearly everyone did not think that number 1 would win. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the VIP stands. To think that number 1 dares to look over. Does he not know that death is near? The first song sect master sneered. Not necessarily. The victor is not decided yet. Why is the first song sect master so sure? Donley sneered. As long as number 1 lost, Donley would lose a lot of spirit stones. Naturally, Donley felt upset. Yu Yao, do you think number 1 will win? Donley looked at Yu Yao, who was on his lap. Yu Yao did not look at the beast arena at all. However, she still nodded cooperatively. Then, she said somewhat timidly, he will win. Ha 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 ha. Well said. My precious Yu Yao is still the best at talking, Donley guffawed. Chapter 69. Beast Arena. Gu Hai looked at the spectator stands. At this moment, aside from the first song sect master, there was another group of people. A one-eyed man sat on the lap of a beautiful red-clad woman with a strange expression. There was a scar on the woman's chin. The great Feng Mafia family's Don Li Wei? Gu Hai said with a frown. Although Gu Hai had not seen Li Wei before, based on the information he got from Chen Tianshan and the respectful appearance of this great Feng Mafia family disciple, it was not hard for him to guess. Tui! Evil man number 8 suddenly spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and turned his head. Brat, do you still remember me? Evil man number 8 revealed a sinister smile. Scar. Gu Hai looked coldly at evil man number 8. It's good that you know. Do you know how much I wanted to kill you in Evil Men Valley over the past month? I endured. Today, you won't be able to escape. Scar said coldly. Golden Core Realm? Gu Hai countered coldly. Are you afraid now? It's too late. Scar said coldly. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Golden Core Realm? It was not as if Gu Hai had not killed one before. Song Qingshu was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. During the battle with the Cloud Beasts, Gu Hai had killed many of them. He had even killed Song Qingshu, who was suspected to be the Yuanying State's Earth Division Master, Montez. Boom! Suddenly, Scar unleashed his aura. A vast aura surrounded Scar, looking like a burning flame. Then, the aura surged towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face sank as he formed a claw with his hand. He stared at Scar with narrowed eyes. Not bad. To think that you can block my aura. However, it is useless. Scar said coldly as he stared at Gu Hai. Buzz! Veritable essence energy suddenly formed a transparent flaming saber in Scar's right hand. The moment the saber appeared, a ferocious aura spread out. Gu Hai could feel the killing chi from the saber. Shing! Scar gently sliced the saber. A trench suddenly appeared on the ground, and the soil in the trench was scorched black. The blade was sharp and fire poison pervaded the air. Remember, a Xiantian cultivator can never win against a Golden Core cultivator, let alone me. Scar suddenly slashed his saber at Gu Hai. Buzz! A ferocious saber chi shot out of the saber and slashed towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai turned his body and instantly dodged the saber chi. Then, he charged towards Scar. Swish! In an instant, he twisted his body and appeared in front of Scar. Then, he clawed at Scar's waist. Scar lifted his foot and kicked Gu Hai's claw. Boom! The saber chi left another trench in the ground. Gu Hai was also kicked away by Scar. Humph, brat, I've been paying attention to you for a long time. I can see that you're hiding your strength. Your strong points are speed and strength. He was fast and strong, which was why he had been winning all the time. However, as a Xiantian expert, your speed will never be faster than mine, and your strength will never be greater than mine. Scarface coldly laughed. Swish! Gu Hai charged over again. Boom! 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 Scar kicked away Gu Hai's attacks again and again. Disdain flashed in his eyes. Not bad. You are very fast and very strong. However, you are not as fast or strong as me. What can you do? Besides, I've been observing you for a long time, and I've found that you don't even have a decent cultivation technique. Your true energy form is actually the most ordinary of gaseous forms. Without any special cultivation technique, you still want to fight me?" Scarface sneered and kicked out with his foot. Boom. This kick contained too much force. Gu-Hai was instantly kicked halfway across the beast arena. Number 8. Number 8. Number 8. Seeing Scar beat up Gu-Hai, the countless gamblers in the spectator stands cheered excitedly. The first song sect master also showed joy on his face. Only Don Li Wei showed a sullen expression. The shouts in the surroundings seemed like they were fighting for their money. After being kicked halfway across the beast arena, Gu-Hai's clothes were in tatters. Scar smiled coldly as he raised his saber and chopped down. Boom! Gu-Hai dodged the saber chi and charged at Scar again. Then, he clawed at Scar again. Again? You are not qualified. Scar smiled coldly as he threw a punch. However, the punch that he had tried and tested every time actually missed. The speed of Gu-Hai's claw suddenly increased explosively by several times. The sudden increase in speed made Scar's expression change drastically. Whoosh! The claw suddenly reached for Scar's throat. It was too fast. It was inconceivably fast. In that instant, Scar understood that he had been careless. Earlier, Gu-Hai had been lying to him. Earlier, he had not used his full power just to trick Scar, to make Scar underestimate him and become blindly arrogant. However, Gu-Hai had been waiting for the final strike to kill Scar in one strike. This time, it was simply too terrifying. Its speed was actually on par with that of a gold core cultivator. If this had happened at the beginning, Scarface might have been able to defend himself. However, after experiencing the period of arrogance just now, there was simply no way he could defend himself. Open! Scar could only do his best to dodge. In the end, he had been on the brink of death for too long. With his full power, he finally managed to avoid the fatal strike to his throat. Rip! Gu-Hai's claw did not manage to grab Scar's throat. Instead, it tore off a large piece of flesh from Scar's chest. Bang! The two immediately separated. Scar's clothes were torn, and his chest was a bloody mess. Large pieces of flesh were torn off, a gruesome sight to behold. On the other side, Gu-Hai grabbed a piece of flesh and tossed it aside, showing an unsightly expression. Whoosh! The spectator stands suddenly burst into an uproar. The earlier exchange between Gu-Hai and Scar ended in a flash. Before the crowd could react, a large piece of flesh was torn off number 8. The people who bought number 8 revealed shocked expressions. The people who bought number 1 immediately cheered. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. At the VIP area. What? The first song sect master said with an unsightly expression. You hid your strength? Ha 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 ha. Good. Don Master Li Wei guffawed. Then, he squeezed Yu Yao's but even harder. Yu Yao showed a pained expression but did not dare to do anything. At the beast arena, Scar looked at Gu-Hai with an unsightly expression. You lied to me? You were still hiding your strength? The scarred man demanded coldly. After taking a deep breath, Gu-Hai showed a sullen expression. He did not reply. Instead, he charged over again. Flaming saber technique. The scarred man shouted coldly. Boom! A large flame burst out from the scarred man's saber, and a saber chi suddenly turned into 5 flaming saber chi, chopping at Gu-Hai. Bang! 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 Gu-Hai quickly dodged. This time, Gu-Hai no longer hid his speed, moving even faster. Scar also knew that Gu-Hai was difficult to deal with, so he no longer underestimated him. He no longer let Gu-Hai get close to him. He swung his saber repeatedly like a storm. Gu-Hai could only flee miserably. What fast speed! Can an innate realm cultivator be that fast? The first song sect master frowned as he watched from the spectator stands. Don Master Li Wei was not in the mood to speak when he saw Gu-Hai in such a sorry state. Number 8. Number 8. Number 8. Shouts rang out from the spectator stands. Scar turned ruthless, and his saber moved faster and faster. Although Gu-hai was fast, he could not do anything about the rain-like saber chi. Many saber chi streaked by, riddling the surrounding ground with holes and kicking up dust and smoke. Shing! Suddenly, a saber chi cut Gu-hai's shoulder, and blood spurted out. Shing! Another saber cut Gu-hai's right leg, and blood spurted out again. Scar swung his saber. Scar showed a ferocious expression as he said, "Humph! Innate realm is innate realm. It is useless. Your veritable energy is not sufficient to form a saber. I have a weapon, but you do not. Just wait to slowly exhaust yourself to death by my saber." Ha 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 ha. Gu-hai ignored Scar's words. Instead, he continued charging forward, not knowing exhaustion. Boom! Ci. Immediately, many saber chi streaked across Gu-hai's body. 10 bloody wounds appeared on Gu-hai's body, a gruesome sight. However, Gu-hai slowly approached Scar. "To think that you dug out the flesh on my chest. I will not let you off. I will chop you into pieces bit by bit. My saber is your death-hastening talisman," Scar said with a cold smile. When Scar saw Gu-hai approaching, he swung his saber again. Suddenly, 3 saber chi shot towards Gu-hai. However, this time, Gu-hai did not dodge. Instead, he charged forward. Shing! 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 The 3 saber chi streaked across Gu-hai's body. In an instant, 3 large wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's legs and back. His flesh was mangled. "Are you sending yourself to death?" Scar revealed a shocked expression. Enduring the 3 large wounds, Gu-hai's left armpit suddenly clamped down on the flaming saber. Pa! After the flaming saber was clamped down, Gu-hai revealed a sinister smile and suddenly extended his right hand. "Huh? What great strength!" Scar said in shock. The strength Gu-hai used to clamp down on the saber was not any weaker than Scar's. For a moment, Scar could not pull his saber away. When Gu-hai extended his right hand, Scar revealed a ruthless expression and welcomed the attack with a punch. Scar's fist was wrapped in a large amount of quintessential essence. It looked like a burning fireball. Just as the fist and palm were about to collide, quintessential essence suddenly appeared in Gu-hai's palm. The quintessential essence turned into small spots of quintessential essence that seemed to form a strange ritual array. "Humph! You are very strong. However, how can your quintessential energy compare to my quintessential essence?" Scar sneered. Just as the fist and palm were about to clash, Gu-hai's right palm seemed to form a suction. Whoosh! The boundless spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered towards Gu-hai's right palm. Shing shing! Shing shing! Shing shing! Large amounts of saber chi suddenly surged out of Gu-hai's right palm. Heavenly Saber Death Match. Gu-hai used his quintessential essence to lay out a heavenly saber death match. Under Gu-hai's control, surging saber chi surged over like a storm. The saber chi was not strong, much weaker than the saber chi that Scar sent out. At most, it had only 1% of Scar's saber chi. However, Gu-hai had a lot of saber chi. Thousands of saber chi strangely appeared. This scene looked like a dense swarm of bees charging over. What? Scar's expression changed. Boom! Thousands of saber chi surged over. The ground behind Scar shook violently. Smoke and dust soared into the air, enveloping the two in the beast arena. The voices of the gamblers who were shouting outside came to an abrupt halt. What secret technique is that? How can he send out saber chi? Evil man number 1? What move is that? Countless people revealed shocked expressions. The first song sect master and Don Li Wei also stood up and looked at the center of the beast arena in shock. Li Wei's action immediately knocked Yu Yao to the ground. However, Li Wei did not care about Yu Yao at all. The entire great beast fighting coliseum was silent. Everyone waited for the smoke and dust to settle. Then, the smoke and dust slowly scattered. Slowly, a standing figure appeared. It was Gu Hai standing there, covered in blood. Scar had inflicted many wounds on his legs and body. However, the one who fell to the ground was Scar. At this moment, thousands of bloody wounds covered Scar's body as he lay in a pool of blood. His clothes were shredded. The impact of the thousands of saber chi was too ferocious. Scar instantly lost his combat prowess. He looked at Gu Hai in horror and disbelief. How can this be? Gu Hai looked at Scar coldly and said, "You were careless. Who said that the innate realm cultivator cannot condense saber chi?" As Gu Hai spoke, he walked over to Scar with much difficulty. The wound on his leg seemed rather severe. Gu Hai found it somewhat difficult to walk as he slowly walked over to Scar. No, don't kill me. I have not taken revenge for my family. Don't kill me," Scar pleaded as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stepped on Scar's throat as he looked at Scar coldly. No, don't kill me. I beg you. Don't kill me. I still want to take revenge. I have not taken revenge for my parents, my younger sister, my daughter, and my wife. I have not taken revenge yet. Please don't kill me," Scar pleaded bitterly. Gu Hai looked at Scar and took a deep breath. Then, the murderous intent on his face faded. Then, he kicked Scar's head. Scar immediately fainted. Number 1 wins. The host called out at the right time. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Countless gamblers cheered. Dogs hit number 8. Dogs hit Golden Core Realm. Die. To think that this indisputable result turned around. Countless gamblers immediately cursed in rage. Don, we struck it rich. We earned enough this time to last us 3 months. A great Feng Mafia family subordinate said excitedly. Humph. The first Song Sect master snorted coldly, feeling depressed. The great Feng Mafia family master looked at the first Song Sect master and laughed happily. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 70. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Loud cheers came from the spectator stands. Although Gu Hai won, he was covered in blood. Ignoring the shouts outside, he slowly sat down cross-legged and used his veritable energy to heal his injuries. Don Li, will there be a problem with number 1? The first Song Sect master asked in extreme displeasure. First Song Sect master, are you a sore loser? Ha 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 ha. Don Li Wei laughed. I'm a sore loser? Humph. The first Song Sect master said in displeasure. Yu Yao, my precious, you are right. Ha 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 ha. He won again. Don Li laughed as he hugged Yu Yao again. However, Yu Yao did not say anything, letting Don Li do as he pleased. As Don Li caressed Yu Yao, he looked at Gu Hai in the beast arena and smiled. Number 1 did well. Bestow 1 healing pill to him. Yes. One of the subordinates answered. Evil man number 1, Don Li bestows 1 healing pill. Kneel and express your gratitude. That subordinate shouted. The black-clad man shouted, and the beast arena quieted down. However, that black-clad man tossed out a small porcelain bottle to Gu Hai. Healing pill? It looks like evil man number 1 earned a lot of money for the great Feng Mafia family. What nonsense! Didn't you see how many people lost earlier? Number 1. The surrounding gamblers discussed. The small bottle containing the healing pill landed before Gu Hai. Gu Hai closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. When he opened his eyes, he took a look. Then, he raised his head to look at the great Feng Mafia family master in the VIP area. Gu Hai did not receive the bottle. Instead, he continued regulating his breathing and treating his injuries. Gu Hai did not react to Don Li's reward at all. The Don Li bestowed a reward. Why are you still not kneeling and expressing your gratitude? The group of black-clad men at the Beast Arena's exit demanded angrily, glaring. Gu Hai ignored them. Kneel and express gratitude? Gu Hai only kneeled to heaven and earth. How audacious! One of the black-clad men immediately scolded angrily. It was as if he wanted to step in through the exit to teach Gu Hai a lesson and flatter the sect leader. Why aren't you kneeling and thanking the chief? The black-robed man held the long whip, as if he was about to lash it over. Who? Gu Hai turned his head, his eyes glinting fiercely. The black-robed man shuddered when he saw the ferocious glint, and a chill ran down his spine. Evil man number 1 had yet to seal his cultivation base. Am I standing right in front of him? This was an evil person who killed without batting an eyelid. They were all ruthless people. What if he wants to kill me? Who? The black-robed man suddenly reacted and ran back into the blue light barrier in fright. Frightened, the black-robed man glared at Gu Hai. It was this evil person who had embarrassed him. Why aren't you kneeling and thanking the faction leader? The black-robed man shouted angrily. Gu Hai still ignored him and continued to sit cross-legged to heal himself. VIP area. When Don Li Wei saw Gu Hai's indifference, he felt upset. However, he had just won countless spirit stones and was in a good mood, so he did not pursue the matter. He only snorted coldly. Humph! Let's go! Don Li Wei hugged Yu Yao and slowly left. The first song sect master looked at Evil Man number 1, and disgust flashed in his eyes. Evil Man number 1? What a detestable fellow, as detestable as Gu Hai. Humph! The first song sect master also left in a bad mood. Whoosh! Suddenly, red energy ropes shot out from the plaza again, binding Gu Hai and pulling him to the exit. At the stone platform, buzz! Gu Hai's cultivation was forcefully sealed again. The black-robed man from earlier suddenly lashed out with his whip. Puh! Aren't you incredible? How dare you not accept the chief's reward? How dare you glare at me earlier? Come and kill me! Kill me! The black-robed man roared at Gu Hai. Smack! Smack! A few more whips landed on Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the black-robed man. Then, he said in a cold tone, I will. You will? Ah! You can forget about it. How dare you glare at me? Don't you know how to kill? Come and kill me! Smack! Smack! That black-robed man continuously whipped Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai gritted his teeth and stopped speaking. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Head, that evil man number 8 is not dead. Another person at the side shouted. Number 8 is not dead? The whip-wielding black-robed man said with a frown as he stopped whipping Gu Hai. Yes. However, he still has one breath left. It's good that he is not dead. Our great Feng Mafia family earned a lot from this counterattack. That golden core cultivator number 8 was turned around once, and he might be turned around again. Since he is from the A block, we can earn a lot again. Capture him, seal his cultivation, and bring him back to Evil Men Valley. The whip-wielding black-robed man instructed. Yes. Everyone quickly went to do it. At this moment, Scar's flesh was a bloody mess. He only had one breath left. The whip-wielding black-robed man confiscated the recovery pill that Gu Hai did not consume. The whip-wielding black-robed man did not help treat Scar's injuries, only splashing cold water on him to wake him up. Then, he escorted the two back. Along the way, Scar appeared extremely weak. The whip-wielding black-robed man urged him and Gu Hai to move quickly. Gu Hai did not say anything. Brother, thank you. Thank you. Scar whispered to Gu Hai as he trembled. Thank you. Scar remembered that Gu Hai was already stepping on his throat, preparing to kill him. However, in the end, Scar begged for mercy, and Gu Hai let him off. Gu Hai glanced at Scar, not saying anything. I'm not lying. I do have a blood feud. Thank you for sparing me. As long as one is alive, no matter how miserable one is, there is still a chance. However, if one is about to die, there is no chance at all. Scar said, trembling. Gu Hai looked at Scar in surprise. Finally, he nodded. As the whip whipped Scar, the two returned to Evil Men Valley. The two arrived at Evil Men Valley. The black-robed man shouted, and all the evil men immediately gathered. Milord is back. I just knew that Milord would definitely return. Chen Tianshan cried out in pleasant surprise. Why did two return this time? That should not be the case. Shouldn't everyone die until the last one? The evil men discussed spiritedly. Alright, the new round is about to begin. Those who are numbered Jiayin, step out and follow me. A black-robed man shouted. Whoosh, whoosh. A group of evil men immediately walked out of the evil men's group. They knew that they could not hide and could only follow. Surprisingly, Gao Xianji was among those in Jia Yin's group. Gao Xianji's expression changed. After Gu Hai's shackles were released, he slowly walked over and brushed past Gao Xianji. "Milord," Gao Xianji said worriedly. "I taught you about the heavenly saber death match, right? It is a life-saving measure. Survive." Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes." Gao Xianji's expression turned solemn. A total of 18 evil men stepped forward. "Put on the shackles and let's go," a group of black-robed men shouted. "Yes." Whoosh. The group of evil men put on the shackles and were slowly escorted away by the black-robed men. The group of evil men immediately scattered. "Milord, are you all right?" Chen Tianshan immediately stepped forward to help Gu Hai. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." Gu Hai shook his head. After arriving at a large rock with Chen Tianshan, Gu Hai took out some medicinal pills from the Water Division Master's Authority medallion. These were the medicinal pills that Montez left behind. With Chen Tianshan around, Gu Hai naturally knew which ones were for treating injuries. After eating a medicinal pill, Gu Hai did his best to treat his injuries. The effects of the medicinal pill were very strong. After 4 hours, all the superficial wounds on Xiao Chen's body healed. "Brother!" Just at this moment, a weak voice came from behind the rock. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at Scar, who came forward. "What do you want?" Gu Hai asked seriously. However, Scar suddenly knelt before Gu Hai and kowtowed 3 times to Gu Hai. "I'm telling the truth. Thank you, brother. Thank you for letting me go," Scar said gratefully. Gu Hai stared at the kneeling Scar for a while before nodding. "Give him a medicinal pill for treating injuries." "Ah!" Chen Tianshan's expression changed. Why did Milord leak the news of the medicinal pill to outsiders? Scar also revealed a confused expression. Even when Chen Tianshan took out a fragrant medicinal pill for him, Scar was still at a loss. "This is a rank 3 medicinal pill for treating injuries?" Scar revealed shock on his face. Without hesitation, he immediately stuffed the medicinal pill into his mouth. After eating it, Scar sat down cross-legged and started treating his injuries. The effects of the medicinal pill were indeed strong. Scar's wounds could be seen with the naked eye, quickly forming scabs and recovering. By the time night fell, Scar's injuries had mostly healed. Scar looked at Gu Hai with incredulity in his eyes. "Brother, how did you have?" "Don't ask what you should not ask," Gu Hai said seriously. "All right." Scar nodded. Gu Hai stood upright with his hands behind his back as he looked around Evil Men Valley. Black fog shrouded the place, giving off a sinister aura. Pairs of cold eyes hid in the many dark corners. People who walked the border between life and death would never let down their guard at any time. "Scar, tell me about the distribution of factions in Evil Men Valley. Are there any groups? What exactly is the situation like inside?" Gu Hai asked seriously. Brother, what are you thinking of doing? Are you thinking of... Don't be rash. Although these people have sealed their cultivations, they are all ruthless people, people who play with their lives. Scar said worriedly. There's no need to worry about me. Just tell me which of them are the most ruthless, Gu Hai said seriously. Normally, there are not many fights in Evil Men Valley. After leaving, only one person returns. Hence, no one knows who is stronger. I roughly know some of the evil men who can return every time. Perhaps they are the most ruthless. Scar gave Gu Hai some pointers. Gu Hai listened patiently for a long time, silently patrolling the evil men in the valley. Then, he nodded heavily. Wait here, Gu Hai said ferociously as he stretched his neck, showing a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. "Milord, where are you going?" Chen Tianshan asked in shock. "Stay where you are. Don't come over," Gu Hai said seriously. "Ah." Chen Tianshan and Scar revealed shocked expressions. Gu Hai slowly stepped out. Walking around in the middle of the night immediately attracted many puzzled gazes from the evil men. Gu Hai slowly walked to a small valley. At this moment, a small group of 10 people was resting there. This group of 10 had noticed Gu Hai long ago. When they saw Gu Hai leave, they all revealed puzzled expressions. The leader of this group was a bald man with a fierce face. He looked at Gu Hai with a ferocious gaze. "Newcomer? What are you doing?" The bald man stood up and looked at Gu Hai coldly. "From today onward, all of you have to listen to me," Gu Hai said with an inviolable confidence. "Huh!" The 10 evil men immediately stood up and glared at Gu Hai. "I want to be the boss," Gu Hai ordered as he clenched his fist. "Ha ha! Brat, are you seeking death?" The bald man sneered. Boom! Gu Hai suddenly leaped forward and punched the bald man's stomach. "Attack!" the group immediately shouted. They swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Chen Tianshan and Scar goggled in the distance. No one expected Gu Hai to suddenly attack.